Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead.
امشب شب خوبیه، خنده رو لمحای ما، پیر و جوون تو میدون هی میرقصن بی هوا. هیچ کسی دیگه اینجا از اون سایه نمیترسه، هر کی دستشو آورده بالا از ته دلش میخنده. همه با هم هیدر هیدر
Welcome everyone to day 94 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing hosts, Goldie Kamari and Mahyar Tusi.
We have a special guest. Hey, Mahyar, how's it going?
Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Winning.
Armin, were you watching Tusi? Did you see what he did to me?
No, what did he do?
Hey, Dad, tell him about your dad.
My dad, Armin, my dad just called me. He's like, Tusi dash raje be shoma chi migoft? Chi shode? And I'm like, oh my God, Baba. Oh God. Everyone took you seriously. Yeah, he got me good.
What did he do?
He got me good.
What did he do? What did he do? Tell us.
Oh my gosh.
How do we show the video?
Sure. Let's do that.
Yeah, go back on the live stream.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
you got her
So
good.
bad.
I didn't start this war. I had to finish it.
Yes.
He did not start it. It was
I
me.
still got people saying happy birthday to me.
I don't know where that's coming from. Is it your birthday?
I thought that was you. I
No.
thought you sent them. Somebody started this weird happy birthday thing out of nowhere, and they said you launched it. So that's why I had to hit back.
No, the happy birthday thing was definitely not me. All right, Armin, here you go. This was wild.
Yeah. It's after like 25 minutes or something. Hello, and gentlemen, welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and the European leadership have now moved made a direct move against the United States of America as well as their Israeli allies. Meanwhile, the Arabs, at least a handful of Israelis, we're going to show you the latest videos over the last few hours coming from the conflict in Iran, and also a major announcement in regard to a former elected politician in Canada named Goldie Gamari. We will be discussing all this during...
Anyways, so let's go to...
It's towards 30th minute, 20, after 20, no, more, 25 to 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it
Yeah,
right
I'm
after
serious
this?
when you say it.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was after this.
Yeah, after this, yeah. There we go.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
I love how your dad texted. So familiar has a huge situation.
Godspeed.
There's a big update in terms of the IRGC's latest official statement and the situation with Goldie Gamari of Canada. Now, Goldie, for those who are familiar, has a YouTube channel as well. Until now, obviously, she's been pretty proactive with the support for the Iranian people against the Islamic occupation. You might be wondering why you haven't seen her or heard from her over the last 14 hours or so. We can now confirm that. Let's go to the actual announcement by the IRGC and you'll find out more.
Oh my God.
بسم الله قاسم الجبارین. با توجه به شرارت‌ها و اقدامات تروریستی دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونیستی و هدف قرار دادن منازل مسکونی مردم ایران در شهرهای مختلف، نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران در اقدامی تلافی جویانه محل سکونت فرماندهان و مسئولان سیاسی آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی در منطقه و سرزمین‌های اشغالی را هدف قرار خواهند داد و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
Goldie has now surrendered to 2C TV. Unfortunately, she's now in an official alliance with a chunky yogurt of the Young Turks.
Oh no!
This doesn't work.
Don't worry.
Oh no!
That's a counter prank. Now that's what you get for coming for 2C TV, Goldie. Now the world knows that's all things that you're now with the Young Turks.
Oh my gosh.
We're going to trim this. We're going to clip this moment. We're not going to explain the rest of it. We're going to post that and see what happens. I'm not going to. I'm not that mean. But yes, Goldie's new alliance with chunky yogurts. Not too well, right? Okay. Anyway, so this was. This is what you get for pranking me. The main prank, counter prank, was actually the build up to this, everybody was panicking, saying, "What's happened to Goldie?" Let's quickly go back to the latest update.
That was savage.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Goldie, are you going to take that? What's your response going to be?
I put a super chat. I just said I surrender with a white flag.
Oh no!
But
Oh really?
don't worry, Armin. When Tusi's gone, you and I will plan. Well, let's just pretend that we're surrendering.
That's exactly what Hezbollah would say.
Wow. No, that was really good. That was really
Armin
good.
is the Houthis.
Armin's
One day he will join the war. We're still waiting. But
absolutely. So how are you, by the way? Now that you're here, can you give us a few minutes? What's going on? What's your feel about the situation?
Well, everyone's wondering about the deadline, the 6th of April, and the problem with that is that when the first time President Trump mentioned, "I'm going to hit the power plants," I'm like, okay, well, that's just Trump saying that. He's not going to do it. But then he said it again, but in more detail. Again, he could still just be saying it. But if they're going to be hitting something, I think that they're not going to hit all of them anyway. They might just hit one, probably in a random desert. That will still affect a small village, for example. But if they're going to do something like that, then as I said in the live stream, you can't tell people in Iran to stay at home and we're going to destroy that and then we're going to continue the airstrikes, because people in Iran, obviously they're going to be affected, but they're going to be like, okay, so how long do we wait for? So it has to come with the next phase, whether it's the ground invasion relatively or telling people in Iran, take to the streets, we got your support, we're supporting you from there, something like that. But I'm not really sure what the plan is. You can never read President Trump, that's the thing.
Mahir, I'm getting messages. I don't know if you're getting the same messages, but I get messages from Iran telling me that, hey, if hitting power plants is what's required to get this done, hit them, because nothing is as damaging as the Islamic Republic continuing. Is that what you're getting?
Yeah, I mean, my dad personally said the same, and a couple of our Immortal Guard sources said the same thing. Obviously, there will be a lot of people in Iran who wouldn't want that, but there is also a lot of people who are so sick and tired of everything. As I said, the price of one egg is now almost $100 in Iran, in Tehran. Just buy one egg. So hyperinflation, nothing working, there are no jobs, no businesses open really. So they are already basically suffering, and there's already power outages regularly anyway. So they know what's going on, and they said the same thing when the Israelis in the first week when they hit the oil sites. Remember that there were massive explosions. They said this is the end of the world. All the Iranian people are going to die now. They didn't die. But if it's going to be leading to the next phase quickly, then at this point, just do it.
You know what my sense is, Mahir, with all of this is, I mean, I feel like Trump is pitting all these Islamic regime people, different factions against one another. And it's very interesting that there was this leaked news that the person he's potentially speaking with is Ghalibaf. We don't know if that's true or not. It could very well be. But it almost seems like, and I said this in an interview last night on One America News, I said, it seems to me as if President Trump is trying to find someone who can legitimately surrender and then hand over the keys to the transitional government, right? So that's what, to me, it looks like he's looking for. Because the only negotiation that he's interested in is, unconditional surrender or they get bombed. And he's been very clear about that.
Yeah, so best case scenario is if hypothetically we're talking about Ghalibaf, who since there was an attempted assassination on him a few days ago, they said he's alive. He's been releasing tweets and statements, but we haven't seen his face. I'm not claiming he's dead, but he's clearly hiding. Talking to him or saying that he's the one we're talking to, even just saying it could be the first scenario, which is he's one of the top guys now, and he's not part of the reformists. So if President Trump claims he's talking to him, the Irish will kill him. Or, as Goldie said, it could be that they need someone high up to basically essentially surrender. But you also at the same time need somebody from the regular army high up to take the keys. So President Trump keeps saying, and also it's not just President, because when President Trump says something, I always say, don't take him literally, take him seriously. when he says something. But Caroline Levitt and Marco Rubio, who are more diplomatic, they also said that we are talking to somebody in Iran, not necessarily part of the existing regime. So, wishful thinking, optimistically, it could be somebody from the military. But you're going to have somebody from high up to basically say that it's over, in a way. And then somebody from the army to tell the rest of the people in Iran, I'm also high up, I'm in charge now for now until the crown prince or whatever happens. He's probably not going to say that, but until Reza Pahlavi comes.
So, Maher, what do you think about this? Because no matter whether it's Ghalibaf or some of the reformers are secretly talking to him, or somebody from the Artesh, from the army, the problem with that is that none of these, even if they're high up, they don't have the ability to stop the IRGC from the things that the United States wants them to stop. Like they might be high up, but they can't control IRGC. So isn't that the issue here?
No, so technically they can, not one individual, but there is a group at the top. So I think it's about 6 of them left. They are credible for the rest of the IRGC, which means that once you've taken them out or forced them to flee or surrender, the rest of the IRGC, you're right that they're a bunch of terrorists anyway. They're not going to give up in terms of actually give up and pack up the bag and say, okay, we've lost. They're never going to do that. It's like the Taliban. You defeated them in 2001, but they went somewhere else and regrouped. But they will not continue in a organized way to continue to hit. Right now, nobody's giving them orders. So technically, as you said, even right now, it doesn't matter who's at the top because it's operating in a decentralized way. So local commanders are just launching missiles. Nobody's telling them what to do. They're just launching random missiles. But if the commanders know that there is literally nobody in Tehran, then it's not like they're gonna be nice and be like, oh, we lost, oopsie. No, they're just gonna freak out and run away. They're low ranking ones, they're all gonna run away. They're probably gonna go to Afghanistan. So, but then, yeah, they're not gonna give up in that sense. They're always gonna be hateful. But if you take out the structure at the top, so some people were saying, oh, if you kill Khamenei, it's over. No, that wasn't the case. Even Larijani, it's not the individuals, it's a group, it's a collective at the top, the structure. If that's basically seen as it's collapsed, the rest of them will just, the mid-ranking ones will have to basically run away. And the minions who come out on the streets in Tehran to protest with the Islamic Republic flags, they're still going to do that, but they're harmless, essentially. They're just a bunch of weirdos who just come out on the streets and protest. They talk a lot. Is that the swimming pool?
Yeah, this is the swimming pool photo. Wait, let me bring up the
It does look like inside the swimming pool.
It is. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I can't tell. Let me save this other image and pull it up.
Yeah,
because
I can't tell if that's AI or not. The second one, it's so legit. It looks so legit. I can't tell if it's fake or not.
But the first one for sure is real.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is probably.
It looks so good. It looks so good.
This one is AI for sure because
they don't have a swimming pool like this, so they are just
yeah, like you don't have like curtains or cloth on the sides of a swimming pool.
It looks so good though.
It is. It's really funny. But like, what's really interesting is I'm looking at this photo and I'm like, I don't even know most of the people here. Like like none of these people are like
random ministers.
They're
like the cabinet members.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, I think that's the speaker of the foreign ministry.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, the one on the left. You mean? Yeah. Yeah, none of them matter. Although
these people are not influential.
Minister. Go equality. There's one female minister.
There you go. And then, but you know what's really interesting? When you look at the tables, let me just move the chat for a second. When you look at the tables, it doesn't look like tables. It kind of looks like cardboard boxes. Because
it's not real. It's not a real meeting room. Obviously, it's makeshift. But where they are, like that's the interesting thing to know. Like, they're not really a target right now by the Americans and the Israelis, the governments, because they don't matter. But but they're still terrified. So they're like, we have to hide. I don't think you need to hide for now. Nobody cares about the ministers for now. I think if it gets desperate, yeah, the Israelis and the Americans will probably take them out, but not now. Nobody cares about them.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they're the ones being kept alive so that Pezeshkian can be the one to surrender. I mean, who knows? I don't know. But you made an interesting comment about Ghalibaf not being seen.
The other theory that, to add to what you said, Goldie, about, obviously somebody to be there to surrender, it could also be a different version of it. So have, for example, Pezeshkian, who nobody cares about, the president to basically stay alive and like surrender, not to surrender or not to actually be in charge, but they would probably announce it at first. But the Israelis and the Americans know that that's the moment that people in Iran will take to the streets anyway. So the Americans could say, "Oh yeah, Pezeshkian, would you like to be in charge for a bit?" And then when the people in Iran take over, President Trump would say, "Oh well, the will of the people, the Iranian people don't want this guy." So, and that way, Trump is not accused of installing a regime. So he'll be like, "Oh, the Iranians decided." Yeah.
To confirm that, actually, you're so right, because I follow a lot of like hardliner accounts on Telegram and YouTube and everywhere else, and they are a lot of them are 100% sure that Pezeshkian is a Zionist spy. So if he comes and surrender, like they're gonna like, yeah, we like this is obviously you're trying to make us give in to Israel.
Yeah,
and Rouhani as well. Yeah.
Rouhani, yeah, definitely Rouhani, yeah. They've been bought.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for joining us. You're welcome to stay with us as long as you like, but I know you're super busy. You have a lot of things to do, but
I've got to eat dinner. Gotta have dinner.
Well, thank you for joining us impromptu, and that prank was fantastic. I think it was very realistic because a lot of people now are convinced that I'm like with chunky yolk.
Really well. Thank you guys, and have fun.
Oh my gosh!
So we can strategize our move now. We're gonna have to figure out how to respond.
Yeah.
Wait, let me read a few of the super chats to see before you go really quick, just from our viewers here. So happy birthday, Mahir. It's not his birthday. I don't know where the rumor came from.
No, it is. No, it is. That's part of our move, Goldie. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, Mahir.
Armin is a proxy. Armin is a proxy.
I'm the proxy.
Love to see Mahir supporting small channels. My favorite trio. We love you guys so much. Cheng has me convinced the Ayatollah's declared pork as haram to prevent cannibalism. Oh, we now understand Mr. Two-Season in league with Doug Ford, and we know how Goldie feels about, oh my gosh, shots fired. Javid Shah, my three favorite Mossad agents gathered. Iranian-born Jews here who live in the UK and hate Islamic Republic. Keep strong, Iranian people. We know your pain. We will always support you because we're Iranian too. Payan to Iran. Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us.
No worries. See you guys next time.
Until the next prank.
Bye.
It was great seeing you. Bye.
Bye.
I'm gonna bomb it straight soon.
Oh my gosh, Armin. I actually filmed my reaction when I was watching that, and it was basically just me like screaming at the TV. I'm like, what is that? So, I'll share that reaction sometime later, maybe. But we should probably get to a little bit of the news. So we did have a press conference from Pete Hegseth this morning. I'm gonna, probably play the full thing. Did you want to go through the entire thing now, or did you just want to share clips and then I'll play the entire thing when you're gone? It's up to you how you want to do it.
I do want to see the entire thing.
Okay, so let's watch it.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and do that then. Okay.
Do you have the link, or do you want me to?
Yep, I have it here. I'm going to pull it up right now and just bring it up on my screen. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Go. I need to go ahead quite a bit. Oh, here we go. Okay, there we go.
Well, over the weekend, I had the opportunity to visit our troops fighting in Operation Epic Fury. We were on the ground, in CENTCOM on Saturday for about half the day. For reasons of operational security, so those troops are not targeted, the places and bases will not be named. Suffice it to say, the trip was an honor. I had a chance to bear witness, and I witnessed the best of America. I witnessed warriors, a brotherhood of men and women, warriors all, active duty, guard, and reserve, united in their love for each other, their shared purpose, and their commitment to the mission. I witnessed sheer competency. I watched a private first class confidently calling out an enemy missile trajectory to a room full of officers. Everyone focused. The room was locked in. 2 enemy missiles successfully shot down. I spoke to Air Force and Navy pilots on the flight line who every day both deliver bombs deep into Iran, but also shoot down drones defending their base. Many had just returned from the skies of Iran and Tehran. I put on a headset and spoke to one crew in the cockpit, locked and loaded each and every day. I witnessed ingenuity, American ingenuity. I met the young Army officer who figured out how to neutralize maneuvering enemy missiles, saving countless lives. His commander confirmed that the whoops and cheers erupted in the Tactical Operations Center when his new approach was first successful. I met the Air Force intel analyst who refines target packages faster than the enemy can adapt. I actually gave him my card and told him to keep me posted on the ground truth. I did the same with his boss, a colonel with a heart the size of Texas and a beautiful deployment mustache to match. I witnessed lethality. I met a junior airman as the sun was going down and a chill was setting on the tarmac, who, when asked what they needed, she simply looked up at me with a sly smile on her face and said, "More bombs, sir, and bigger bombs. We will happily oblige her." I met the Army targeting team who found and sunk the pride and joy of the Iranian Navy, their fighting position plastered with images of sunken enemy ships. And I witnessed urgency. Right when we landed, another C-17 landed just minutes after us. And within 30 seconds of the aircraft coming to a full stop, a team on the ground pulled up and the cargo was being uploaded. Wartime speed. To a man and to a woman, on the ground, in the air, on the flight line, and in the talk, I heard, "We want everything
Goldie,
higher op tempo."
look at this beautiful super chat that you just got.
Oh. Oh, wow. Okay, so Senior Chief Actual writes, "This is my last day in uniform in the military. I'm retired at midnight after 24 years. I tried to stay in for Iran because I'm Iranian American, but I'm medically shot. Thank you, Goldie and Armin, for keeping our diaspora calm in the face of uncertainty." Wow. Well, thank you, Senior Chief Actual, so much for your service to the United States. And we're praying for you. Thank you for your service. And we wish you all the best. You've certainly earned that retirement. And we'll all celebrate in a free Iran. And your contribution to the country does not go unnoticed. So thank you so much for that, and happy retirement. Thank you for letting me know, Armin.
Yeah, no worries.
Wartime speed. The feeling was the exact opposite of the rotational units year after year in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan that we're so familiar with. In those wars, it was always about the next rotation, never knowing when the mission would end or exactly what the mission was, year after year. Not with Epic Fury. I witnessed urgency to finish the job, urgency to achieve mission success, not looking at the next rotation, only moving as fast as possible to win. I got a chance to troop the line, to witness firsthand what we already know is true. Spoke to all ranks and all services, none of whom knew we were coming. It was not rehearsed or scripted. Sometimes we just wandered. What I witnessed was motivation. It was sheer mission focus. It was the American warrior unleashed. It was the kind of warfighting American spirit that comes with a clear mission against a determined enemy. A crew chief we flew with summed it up nicely. He said, "It's been a busy few weeks, sir. Tough stuff. But I'm so honored to be called up. This fight is long overdue. We need to address it for our kids. We cannot pass the buck. Please thank the president from us." I heard that time and time again. I asked each young American, "What do you need?" And nobody said better equipment. Nobody said more comfortable living conditions. Nobody said, "Send me home." Well, of course, eventually we want all those things. They do too. But what those Americans said to me, young and old, officer and NCO, male and female, black and white, was, "Let's finish the mission. Get us even more bombs, bigger bombs, more targets. Let us finish this." In fact, Admiral Cooper noted this morning that the 3 Air Force captains shot down by Kuwaiti-friendly fire early in the fight weeks ago. They never left the theater. All dropped bombs over Tehran last night. These men and women live the Iranian threat every day, incoming missiles and drones, and know what a world looks like, what the world would look like if Iran had the most dangerous weapons in the world, a nuclear weapon. As President Trump has said time and time again for years, and in this administration, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and they won't. These troops, they want to finish this fight for their kids and their grandkids. This is about history. This is about legacy. Success matters. And because of this president and these Americans, we're closer than ever before to winning. President Trump is doing what no other president had the guts to do. Previous presidents were all talk. He's all action. On the battlefield, because of the latitude the president has given us, American firepower is only increasing. Iran's decreasing. We have more and more options, and they have less. Just 1 month in, only 1 month, we set the terms. The upcoming days will be decisive. Iran knows that, and there's almost nothing they can militarily do about it. Yes, they will still shoot some missiles, but we will shoot them down. Of note, the last 24 hours saw the lowest number of enemy missiles and drones fired by Iran. They will go underground, but we will find them. We recently destroyed another one of their command bunkers. Leaders forced to flee, no water, no power, no oxygen, no command and control. Their faith in their caves diminishing. The latest intel is clear out of CENTCOM. Our strikes are damaging the morale of the Iranian military, leading to widespread desertions, key personnel shortages, and causing frustrations amongst senior leaders. Just last night, we had 200 dynamic strikes alone. Dynamic strike is a strike where a pilot leaves, and during their flight, they get a new target set based on real-time intel given to them. A new launcher, a new location, a new troop formation. A dynamic target is one that changes while you're in the air because of improved intelligence. 200 dynamic strikes alone, in addition to the pre-planned targets. The video the president posted last night of Esfahan, an ammo depot struck by U.S. bombers. You see, you don't get to see many of those
Armin, I think that was the huge explosion.
videos because, as a reminder, Iran has still shut off the internet to 99.9% of its population.
Yeah, that's important. I'm glad that he's mentioning the fact that the regime has shut down the internet.
An ammo depot struck by U.S. bombers. You see, you don't get to see many of those videos because, as a reminder, Iran has still shut off the internet to 99.9% of its population. But if Iran is wise, they will cut a deal. President Trump doesn't bluff, and he does not back down. You can ask Khomeini about that. The new Iranian regime should know that by now. This new regime, because regime change has occurred, should be wiser than the last. President Trump will make a deal he is willing, and the terms of the deal are known to them. If Iran is not willing, then the United States War Department will continue with even more intensity. Standing here this morning in this briefing room, in my mind's eye, I'm actually looking out at the groups I met this weekend. The pilots, the logisticians, the intel analysts, the targeters, the sustainers, the flight crews, the air defenders, the base security, those maintainers who we walked up at sunset with the chill in the air on the flight line. May God watch over all of them each day and each night. May his almighty and eternal arms of providence stretch over them and protect them and bring them peace. In the name of Jesus Christ. And amen. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. And thank you again for being here. As operations continue, I remain deeply grateful for the service and determination of 2.8 million members of our joint force, each of whom are serving something greater than themselves. Every day, those deployed, and in many cases, those at home, who are deploying forward and bomber pulses and others put themselves in harm's way, and we owe them a deep debt of gratitude. I remain especially grateful for our fallen who gave the ultimate sacrifice. We'll never forget their valor and their determination to do something greater than themselves. And each day we continue to earn what they've given to us. This morning, I want to share that yesterday, the Joint Force had the honor of participating in the burial of Colonel Clarence Emil Bud Anderson, who passed away in May of 2024 at the ripe old age of 102. He was laid to rest in Arlington Cemetery yesterday morning alongside his wife of 70 years, Eleanor, who he married on February 23rd, 1945. She passed away in 2015 at the age of 92. Bud, yesterday, a legend to our Air Force and fighter pilots everywhere, was honored with a combination flyby of F-35s and a four-ship of P-51 Mustangs. He was one of the most prolific flying aces of World War II and the highest scoring P-51 ace with 16 and a quarter kills in his squadron and in his group. And he served from 1942 to 1972. And his last combat tour was flying F-104 Thunder Chiefs over North Vietnam. For anyone that had the chance to meet Colonel Anderson, you knew what an incredibly special man he was. And that's true for each and every one of our World War II vets who become fewer and fewer with each passing day. They are the greatest generation and give us the gift of an incredible example as we execute Operation Epic Fury today. And Colonel Anderson, we mourn for your loss and remember that smile on the right side as you went out to do our nation's business. I'd like to now share an operational update. Our joint force continues to focus on our military objectives as we systematically continue to degrade and destroy Iran's ability to project power and threaten stability beyond its borders. First, the joint force continues to destroy Iran's ballistic missile and UAS capabilities. We remain focused on interdicting and destroying the logistical and supply chains that feed these programs. And this remains a truly joint effort prosecuted around the clock from air, land, sea, space, and cyberspace. Long-range bombers from U.S. Strategic Command are coordinating with tactical fighter aircraft from our joint force launched from bases around the region and the continental United States, while simultaneously Navy fighters from the sea and sailors continue to project power from the sea, while Army and Marine artillery units continue to execute long-range precision fires deep into enemy territory against high-value targets. Meanwhile, on the defense side, our Army and air defenders and aviators, as the Secretary talked about, remain vigilant, forming a shield to protect our forces and our partners, intercepting missiles and drones. Together, we continue to deliver precision strikes against key manufacturing nodes, component storage sites, research facilities deep within Iranian territory. And over the past 30 days, we've struck more than 11,000 targets. Given the increase in air superiority, we've successfully started to conduct the first overland B-52 missions, which allow us, as we've said before, to continue to get on top of the enemy. And as the Secretary talked about, switch towards more and more dynamic targets, servicing mobile targets around the battle space. We've continued to do the work against Iran's missile, drone, and naval production facilities, and we continue the multi-domain pressure that we've talked about. Second, on the Navy front, we continue to assert dominance over the Iranian Navy. We remain focused on targeting their mine laying capability, their naval assets. We've now, as I mentioned briefly last time, started to work attack helicopters and other close air support assets into the naval domain. CENTCOM continues to identify and work against naval depots and storage areas. And we've taken out, again, more than 150 ships, including all Jamaran-class frigates inside their Navy. Third, we continue to prosecute our campaign against our defense industrial base at scale. This includes factories, warehouses, nuclear weapons research and development labs, and the associated infrastructure required for Iran to reconstitute its combat capability. I'd like to continue my theme of highlighting the incredible contributions of Americans to our joint force. Today, I want to talk a little bit about a different front line, a line that doesn't have bunkers or guard posts, but is just as critical to our nation's security, our National Assembly lines. Today, I want to recognize a group of Americans who live at the beginning of our nation's combat power, the Americans who actually make our weapons, both inside our defense industrial base, but even more broadly inside our national industrial base. In every military option, we could not and cannot do our jobs without the men and women across our country who show up every day around the clock to a factory floor, a workshop, a laboratory, who build the weapons and capabilities we need to project American combat power at the time and place of our choosing. These great Americans, and I've had a chance to spend some time with them when I was in the private sector, are the core of American combat power. They're the machinists running high-tech CNC machines, cutting raw blocks of metal into incredibly precise parts. They're the assembly workers painstakingly taking a kit of parts and turning that into a complex guidance system or precision munition or a rocket motor or building a jet or submarine. Or they're quality assurance technicians who ensure that when a warfighter pulls a trigger, the weapon works every time. This can be and is tough and gritty work. It's not a quiet office and a desk with paper, and there's nothing wrong with that, but this is exactly the way this group of Americans likes it. I know this. I've seen it myself, and I remain deeply honored by that gift. It's often loud and dangerous work, demanding, requires absolute focus for hours at a time with deep commitment to get it right every single time. It's hands-on work where one uncaught mistake or deviation can put an American's life at risk. A single misplaced wire, a microscopic flaw in a weld, incorrectly calibrated sensor could mean the difference between mission success or mission failure. The difference is measured in the lives of our sons and daughters who we put out around the field and on the field of battle. We rely on and trust in these great Americans, and it's not just their manufacturing skill, it's their innovative minds and their entrepreneurial spirit. From those who build exquisite capabilities down to the mom and pop machine shops all over this great country, they live at the beginning of and the core of America's combat capability, constantly adapting, constantly improving, constantly learning. And there are examples of this throughout history and current days, to include building things like the F-117 stealth fighter, the B-2 stealth bomber, making our combat capability undetectable over the enemy, to today's B-21 and F-47. It's work like in the shipyards of the East Coast and Northeast side of the United States that go out and build America's nuclear submarines that allow us to patrol around the world at the time and place of our choosing. These innovators, these workers, these incredible Americans don't get the same glory as a fighter pilot returning to a carrier deck at night or an artilleryman sending rounds downrange. And yet they show up every single day. And without them, we could not do the work that we are tasked to do. 24/7, they build the tools that we need to do our business. The skill, the commitment, the patriotism, the dedication poured into every piece of combat capability and hardware is seen and felt out at the edge of the force, as the Secretary talked about those young bomb builders out in the desert that he had the chance to see. You can see it, you can feel it, and it's real, and we're deeply grateful. So to the American workforce out there, both inside our defense industrial base and in our national industrial base, thank you on behalf of the Joint Force. We carry the weapons that you build. We rely on the systems that you create, and the distance from that factory floor and that assembly line to the front line is incredibly short. Thank you. Keep it up. And to our adversaries out there, I remind you to beware of the American workforce. We continue to press forward in our military objectives. The Secretary and I remain deeply humbled by the spirit, tenacity, commitment, and grit of our 2.8 million member strong joint force. I want to, as always, thank the force and their families, and as always, remember our fallen. We carry with them and their names every day. Sir, I'll turn it back over to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. He didn't note it, but in memory of Colonel Bud Anderson, the chairman himself flew his F-16 to honor him recently. And thank you for highlighting the defense industrial base, the arsenal of freedom. It's worth noting no one has rebuilt that defense industrial base faster and with more purpose than President Trump in his first term. And now we're rebuilding the arsenal of freedom. Our defense industrial base is more vibrant today than it's been since World War II and growing rapidly. Contrast that with Iran, whose defense industrial base is nearly completely destroyed. Their ability to reconstitute the weapons of war they're using now that they're hiding in underground facilities and attriting over time, their ability to rebuild that is negligible. And I think that contrast is an enduring legacy of this as well, right here.
Thank you for your time. We've had some signaling that the U.S. will retake.
Okay, someone is saying, how's the new alliance? There is no alliance. Tusi was trolling me. That was a prank. That was a prank. There's no way that I will ever have an alliance with Chunky Yogurt. That was a prank. It was a good one. It was a good one, but it was a prank. He got me back for rickrolling him.
Control of the Strait of Hormuz. At that point, what military posture will be imposed to guarantee safe passage for our allies, deter our enemies, and demonstrate U.S. dominance in the region? And also, can you speak to how much America's adversaries, Russia, China, North Korea, how much they're supporting Iran's war machine at this point with arms and intelligence, and what we are militarily doing to punish the enemy coalition?
Appreciate both questions. On the Strait of Hormuz, there are many more vessels flowing through today than there were, as the president has arranged. The president's been clear to Iran, open it for business, or we have options, and we certainly do. And when you look at what the chairman laid out with the Navy industrial base, with coastal cruise missiles, with UAVs, with counter mine capabilities, we've been focused from the beginning on attriting and defeating those capabilities and limiting their options. There's lots we're doing as well, some of which is known, some of which is not known, to set the conditions. And I think the president was clear this morning in his truth that there are countries around the world who ought to be prepared to step up on this critical waterway as well. It's not just the United States Navy. Last time I checked, there was supposed to be a big bad Royal Navy that could be prepared to do things like that as well. So he's pointing out this is an international waterway that we use less than most, in fact, dramatically less than most. So the world ought to pay attention and be prepared to stand up. President Trump's been willing to do the heavy lifting on behalf of the free world to address this threat of Iran. It's not just our problem set going forward, even though we have done the lion's share of preparation to ensure that that strait will be open, which is an outcome the president's been very clear on. As far as Russia and China, we know exactly what they're doing, what they are or are not doing. We don't have to air publicly what all of that is, but where necessary, we're addressing it, we're mitigating it, or we're confronting it head on. I don't know if you have anything you want to add.
No, sir. I think you covered it.
Do you have any
Right here.
timeline for operability in the strait? Or?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. David Zier, Real America's Voice. And I witnessed that enthusiasm on the lines and our submarine builders and the ironworks. It's unbelievable. But I just wanted to ask you, what's the status of the delivery of any hardened bunkers for additional protection for troops? And without getting too specific, what kind of measures are we taking to protect some of the larger, more strategic aircraft like the Sentry and other?
Well, it's great question. I'll say what I witnessed where I went was a completely locked in discipline of bunker use and bunker improvement. So from the beginning, as we stated very clearly, the first thing we did was set up a defense and make sure our defensive capabilities were maxed out before any of this even started. That included fortifications as much as possible, but it also included disbursement. If all of our people are in one place, you could imagine why that's a big problem. So dispersing is part of that defeat. Alongside that disbursement is more and more bunkers. And I can tell you, talking to base commanders, talking to our allies in Israel, talking to others, rapidly fielding that and then improving those positions is a theater priority, no doubt, as are the air defenses and the layered air defenses. It's not just Patriots and THAADs, it's fighters and defensive caps, it's other kinetic defeat systems, it's electronic warfare. So the defense of our troops and our assets is max. I will say on some of those other assets you talked about, air wings, airframes, there's some things adversaries are doing to provide info and intel that they shouldn't. We're aware of it. And ultimately we move things around and don't. One of the biggest principles you learn in the military is to not set patterns, predictable patterns. And so commanders are working hard to adjust in real time with those systems and make sure they're in the right places and not easily targetable. Jillian.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. The U.S. and Iran appear right now publicly to disagree about whether there are these negotiations ongoing. What impact does that have on military strategy? Does it have any bearing at all? And the President wrote yesterday that the U.S. might destroy Iran's electricity generating plants and oil wells. Those are his words before ending this operation. Is there a way to do either of those things without like seriously jeopardizing or seriously harming civilians?
So on the talks, I can tell you, having been with Steve and Jared and the vice president and Marco and many others yesterday, they are very real. They are ongoing. They're active and I think gaining strength. And we appreciate that. As I said in my remarks, we would much prefer to get a deal. If Iran was willing to relinquish material they have and ambitions they have, open this, great. That's the goal. We don't want to have to do more militarily than we have to. But I didn't mean it flippantly when I said, in the meantime, we'll negotiate with bombs. Our job is to ensure that we compel Iran to realize that this new regime, this regime in charge, is in a better place if they make that deal. And so we'll continue. We're working hand in hand, but the primary effort is a deal. We want that deal to be accomplished if at all possible. If not, then we're prepared to continue.
Secretary, what happened at
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks for the question. We're always thinking about those considerations and develop options to be able to mitigate those risks pursuant to the normal practices that we do in the military. So.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I know you slightly addressed this already, but just on the Strait of Hormuz, is opening the strait an essential objective to Operation Epic Fury, or is that the job of those other countries? And then secondly, without asking you to comment on things that you can't talk about, what is your message to Americans who love the president and strongly believe in him, but are very worried about this notion of boots on the ground?
Well, first on the Strait of Hormuz, our core objectives from this podium, from day one, from me, from the chairman, from the president, from the vice president, from Secretary Rubio and others have been clear. Defense missile production and missile programs, so their entire missile program, defense industrial base and production ability to build, and Navy and power protection. So those have been, and then of course, wrapping it all is Iran's never going to have a nuclear weapon. So those have been very clear. Defeating the Navy is a core part of ensuring they can't project that kind of power. But ultimately, I think the president's truth this morning lays that out very well, that this Strait of Hormuz issue, which we've set the conditions for success, and we will make sure Iran knows that very clearly, is not just a United States of America problem set. We've been willing to lead. President Trump's led the entire time, but it's not just us. So ultimately, I think other countries should pay attention when the president speaks. He's proven that when he speaks, he means something. And he's pointing out, you might want to start learning how to fight for yourself. It's something some of us have been saying for quite some time. You can't just have flags. You have to have formations. You can't just have a few ships. You have enough to affect change. Those things matter in a dangerous world with ascendant adversaries. That's why the chairman's talking about our industrial base. That's why we're launching the Arsenal of Freedom tour to revive our defense industrial base. President Trump doing it in a way that nobody else has. As far as President Trump and boots on the ground, I don't understand why the base, which they have already, they understand, wouldn't have faith in his ability to execute on this. Look at his track record of pursuing peace through strength, America first outcomes. And what he's simply saying, and it's exactly true, and I've said from this podium too, we're not going to foreclose any option. You can't fight and win a war if you tell your adversary what you are willing to do or what you are not willing to do, to include boots on the ground. Our adversary right now thinks there are 15 different ways we could come at them with boots on the ground. And guess what? There are. So if we needed to, we could execute those options on behalf of the President of the United States and this department. Or maybe we don't have to use them at all. Maybe negotiations work, or maybe there's a different approach. The point is to be unpredictable in that. Certainly not let anybody know what you're willing to do or not do. But if anybody has internalized the lessons of Iraq and Afghanistan as the first one, President Trump, to call them out for what they are, he's not going to repeat those lessons. And I think I've been very clear about that from the podium. Yes.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. A question for you and then a question for General Kane. You said we're a month into the Operation Epic Fury. How long until the objectives are achieved? And is there a scenario where a deal is struck before the objectives have been achieved? And then for General Kane, there's been lots of media coverage that suggested a ground invasion is imminent. What other purposes might the soldiers and the Marines who have been deployed over to the Middle East serve in this conflict?
Well, just like the previous question, it's sort of military 101. Don't tell your enemy what you're willing to do or not do. And don't tell your enemy when you're willing to stop, especially an enemy that likes to hide in bunkers and try to hoard their missiles and hope you'll wait you out. So that's not a question I'm going to answer, or the president has said definitively. We have our own goals and guidance and things military objectives that we're moving toward and things that we look at. As he's articulated, he's said 4 to 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks, 3. It could be any particular number, but we would never reveal precisely what it is, because our goal is to finish those objectives. And we're well on our way. And the chairman and I look at this every single day. It will be the president's determination and the president's determination alone when those objectives are complete and when it serves the interest of the American people to cut that deal, to make sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear capability, and ultimately that our objectives, our interests are advanced. I don't know if you want to add anything.
No, just to answer your question, Reagan, the range of military options that those forces can offer are extensive, not just limited to what you mentioned in terms of forces on the ground. And I wouldn't want to take away the president's decision space, but there are a multitude of things, not the least of which is Iran should note that they're out there and that they are a pressure point. And so they should carefully consider, I think, at the diplomatic level, not my job as a chairman, but at the diplomatic level, to consider what's in front of them.
Jerry.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, the U.S. government, I see, assessed for many years that Iran is protecting al-Qaeda senior leaders, including the current Emir Saif al-Idil. Does the U.S. assess that he's still in Iran? Has he fled to Afghanistan? Is he on a target list? And Mr. Chairman, based on CENTCOM figures and open source, Iranian daily missile barrages and drone launches have indeed dropped dramatically since the start of the war, but they're not at zero. And they seem to have maintained some level of low but stable numbers. Perhaps they've dropped a little bit more in recent days. How do we get that closer to zero? And what impact is Iran's degraded but still very real capability impacting current and future operations?
So I won't speak to a particular target. I'll just say that Al-Qaeda remains our enemy, obviously. And there are a lot of people on our target list in Iran. And if they were to be harboring Al-Qaeda, they would certainly fit that list.
Just quickly, the mobile targets that they have that we continue to service, as the secretary talked about, the 200 hits that were done last night. That's one component of continuing to lower that. The second and more long term impact that we're having is the strikes against their defense industrial base at scale, which will not allow them to reload after that. So we do continue to see a trend down. They are still shooting, and we do continue to exert significant pressure against both sides of that system.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for the question. Do you still believe, you said previously that the Iranian leadership would surrender? Do you still believe that? And is the United States still committed to NATO's collective defense? And to Chairman King, could you give us a sense of your thinking about the legality of striking desalinization plants if the president were to order that?
I would just say that any mission that ends on our terms, you want to call it a surrender, call it a defeat, call it what you want, we remain committed to a conflict that ends on our terms and the president's terms. There's no doubt about that. And as far as NATO is concerned, that's a decision that'll be left to the president. But I'll just say a lot has been laid bare. A lot has been shown to the world about what our allies would be willing to do for the United States of America when we undertake an effort of this scope on behalf of the free world. These are missiles that don't even range the United States of America. They range allies and others. And yet when we ask for additional assistance or simple access basing and overflight, we get questions or roadblocks or hesitations. And the president's pointing out, you don't have much of an alliance if you have countries that are not willing to stand with you and need them. He's simply pointing that out. And ultimately, it'll be his decision of what that looks like after this is complete.
I'll just won't talk about any particular target. This really builds on Jillian's question too, that I don't think I completely answered. But the joint force is the most professional force in the world, and we have numerous processes and system to carefully consider the whole range of considerations, from civilian risk to legal considerations with any target. And as targets come before us, we run them through the same process that we always do, and always strike lawful targets in accordance with the normal procedures that we use.
No quarter, no mercy for enemy combatants, as Hegseth has said.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you. I appreciate it. On Sunday, President Trump said that Iran's first regime was all destroyed and the second one is mostly dead. And the third regime that we're on right now has been much more reasonable in negotiations. Do you agree with that assessment, and why?
I would defer to the negotiating team there. They're the ones talking to him, but they're getting a back and forth on terms, which is a productive development. We stand right there next to our negotiating team, always willing and prepared to put them in an even better position. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Just in time for me to go to the discussion group. That was pretty educational.
Yeah, Armin, before you go really quick, I want to share a video with you that Israel in Persian put out. And if you look closely, you can see footage of after an attack. You see one of the IRGC people falling off the building.
What?
It's going to come. It's going to come. Okay, it's right here. See that?
Okay.
So the guy sees like an attack coming, so he tries to save his life by jumping off the building.
Oh my God.
See?
Oh my God.
And he falls. See that? So the two people are there. Because I guess they see. So guys, remember, these people, okay, this account actually, look at this. So these people, right, they're the ones who stand on top of buildings, and they're the ones who are murdering Iranians, right? So these are the snipers that were involved in mass slaughtering over 40,000 Iranians in 2 days alone, right? So, yeah, this is an example of what they do. They do it all around the country. So now you can see this footage that Israel released where two of them, they see the missile coming and it's too late for them to do anything. So they're kind of hanging by the side, but then they both fall from like this ridiculously tall building.
That's crazy.
And you see him falling. There you go. So I just want to share that with you.
Amazing.
So they're going after them all. Armin, they're going after them all.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Your group discussion.
All right, guys. I'm going to go to the discussion group. I'm going to leave a link to the discussion group in the chat. If you want to come and talk to me there, today is open for all. So just come there and talk to me and ask me questions. And the link is also pinned on the Atheist Republic channel, is pinned to the top. All right, Goldie, see you soon.
See you in a couple of hours. All right. Okay, guys. So now let's go to the news. Guys, this is the one where Tusi pranks me. So we've already been over the prank, but he does share a lot of news as well. So let's watch this update from Tusi, and I will be back in a little bit, and you guys get to see the prank again.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and the European leadership have now moved a direct, made a direct move against the United States of America as well as their Israeli allies. Meanwhile, the Arabs, at least a handful of the Arab countries, are now creating a new alliance with the Israelis in the Middle East to fight against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And we're going to show you the latest videos over the last few hours coming from the conflict in Iran, and also a major announcement in regards to a former elected politician in Canada named Goldie. We will be discussing all this during this live stream, and we will get your reaction as well. Slightly worrying updates coming in from Canada, which we will cover together. And also, there's double check. Okay, cool. Let's first go to the latest videos from the city of Esfahan. Overnight, huge explosions started happening. There was a lot of speculations. Now we know what happened. Let's go to Esfahan. Yeah, so then we discovered that the largest missile factory facilities and other weapons depot were the main targets. We do have some more videos. This is absolutely insane what happened in Esfahan. And some of the details that we have now received from the Americans and the Israelis in terms of this joint operation is that they had to use their bunker busters in order to penetrate deep into the underground facilities. So they did have their missiles as well as other weapons that have been buried into this, the largest site that there is in the center of Iran. Let's go to the next video. Quite close by as well. Wow, yeah. Now, there have been some retaliation from Iran towards Israel. The Islamic Republic launched a number of missiles, again, handful of missiles towards the center of Israel. There were a number of cars that were hit. The initial wave of the missile launches by the IRGC, no injuries reported. Then we had obviously a lot of damage to the properties in local areas in the center of Israel.
This car might explode.
Yeah, that is the next place we're going to go to is actually Tel Aviv, as you can see the situation in Israel, because this is actually several vehicles that have been on fire for the past few hours. One of the main reasons for this is that despite interceptions by the Israeli air defense system, the Islamic regime in Iran continue to use the cluster warheads. And I find it fascinating that there has been no outrage or reaction for the past, 31 days, 32 days, from the international community, including the United Nations, when it comes to the IRGC using cluster munition. This is why the damage continues to be done, regardless of how much you're trying to defend your territory.
נפילה מול הבית שלי, באותו רחוב מול הבית ממש. וואי.
Now, there have been a number of major strikes, different rounds of strikes in the capital over the last few hours. I did manage to speak to my dad, who is in Tehran after a couple of days. He is absolutely fine, and he's enjoying the fireworks from inside his house. There was a 3-story building on Tawhid Street in Tehran Pass, in the eastern part of the capital. Local reports on the ground stated that the building was an IRGC building. As you guys know, the Islamic Republic use apartment blocks to house their own IRGC members and their relatives and members, everybody else, so that they could keep an eye on all those guys. 2 bodies have been recovered from the rubble, and the building itself was used by the Islamic Republic intelligence services. And now it's gone. Yeah. James says, good afternoon, TC. Could you say hi to my aunt, CJ? I know she's watching. It would mean the world if you could. Thanks. Well, hello, CJ, and thank you so much for watching. Thanks, James. Ukraine to rescue. When I mentioned this a month ago, you brushed it off and said your crane needed to... Your crane? I think you mean Ukraine, not your crane. Needed to help themselves. I still say the exact same thing. The Ukrainians, obviously, there had been some support in terms of drone specialists from Ukraine. That's absolutely fine, and that's great. That's been they've been helping the Israeli side, but they should really focus on defending their own country. I'm not going to change my mind. They shouldn't do anything else. Ukraine should not get involved. Bill says Israel will insist on regime change. Your thoughts? My thoughts on regime change. You want my thoughts on how Israel wants regime change? The regime that since 1979 has been saying we need to wipe out the Jewish nation. My thoughts on that. I think my thoughts have been quite clear on regime change. In case you don't know, slightly on the fence. I think I want the Ayatollah to stay, right? As you guys know. Of course not. Regime change, yes. And obviously Israel has always been clear about their objective. That's why the Israeli Defense Forces, their military objective has been to eliminate the regime. The Americans' objective was not regime change. They're not against regime change, but the US military's operation is not to do regime change directly. It's to eliminate the threat from the IRGC Yeah, of course, the Israelis have been quite clear from day one that their military objective is regime change, or at least what they call the collapse of the regime, which is fascinating because somehow there is this weird pressure on the United States and regime change. There are a lot of people from the liberal side and the anti-war nutters who say, oh, Trump, what happened to your regime change? The United States military's objective was not regime change. It was to eliminate the threat from the IRGC. If you want to talk about regime change, go talk to the Israelis. And as they would tell you, they're only halfway through their operation. Let's go to more footage from Iran. Then we're going to talk about the Europeans. But when we mean Europeans, we also include the United Kingdom. Looks like hell. This is in the center of Iran. Yeah, we will talk about the Europeans as well as the Brits, because obviously the United Kingdom is different to Europe, but in this scenario we are talking about both the United Kingdom and the continent of Europe, and how they have, specifically how they made a move against the American allies. But before we get to that, I'm going to show you a very interesting video of Kuwait. As you guys know, Kuwait have had some issues with self-defense. They have not been the best at air defense systems. Even the first couple of days of the war, we've had issues in Kuwait. A number of Americans, unfortunately, were killed and injured. But the Kuwaiti civilians have decided to take this into their own hands. There's a video of the Kuwaitis essentially using their own guns, their own weapons, to try to shoot down the IRGC drones. Not really sure how successfully, but watch this. Wait. Wait. Well, that didn't go well, but we don't know what happened after the video. So maybe they got one drone, right? But it's just classic. But Prime Minister of Israel made a major announcement earlier on, and that is in regard to the alliance with the Arabs, saying that we are now officially forming alliances with Arab countries that are talking about fighting alongside us. Bibi said, in the past, I have had secret conversations with Arab leaders. I told them the moment Iran is able to, they will conquer you and topple your kingdoms. Back then, they didn't really internalize this. Today, they understand. So considering that the Prime Minister mentioned the Arab countries that are talking about fighting alongside us, I'm assuming that there are only right now two main countries that are talking about this, and that's Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, primarily Saudi Arabia. Now, I was going to say once it happens, but it's still a case of if that happens, because the Arabs have been talking about this for the last couple of weeks. If the actual military action, a military movement happens by the Arabs, then some others would probably join, but initially it's going to be Saudi Arabia and UAE. But this alliance to assemble the Arabs, some of the Arabs and the Jewish nation is huge, because this is publicly and directly endorsing the operation that is led by the Americans and the Israelis in Iran. Because I think, considering that a few days ago it was already revealed publicly that the Crown Prince in Saudi Arabia, MBS, essentially said, yeah, destroy the IRGC, keep going, don't stop the war. He's been pushing for it, even from the beginning. I think they realized, well, at this point, everybody knows our intention. People, the regime in Iran also knows our intention. So let's just go all out. So now we are seeing coordination and cooperation between Israel, Saudi Arabia, and UAE at least. We don't know about the other countries. Obviously, it's not going to include Qatar, but it could include Bahrain, for example. But for now, we're going to go with Saudi Arabia and UAE, which is major. Obviously, UAE are good friends with Israel already. And this is also going to be progressing the Abraham Accords after the war. Now, meanwhile, while the Arabs and the Jewish nation are creating alliances, on the other hand, the European leaders and the British leadership have decided to block any support against the IRGC. Meanwhile, in London today, the former jihadi rebel and now self-appointed president of Syria, Ahmad al-Shara or al-Julani, met with Keir Starmer in Downing Street. The same British government, by the way, that wants to arrest Prime Minister of Israel because of the ICC arrest warrant, because they say that the Prime Minister of Israel is a war criminal, but a former jihadi rebel and the current president of a country that continues to target Christians and Druze and anybody that is not in favor of Damascus. That's okay. The priorities are quite clear. The United Kingdom, despite the flip-flopping, we've had many U-turns over the last 3 to 4 weeks. 1 minute they said they're joining, the next minute they said they will later, the next minute they said, oh, we're not going to do anything, and then they said we're going to send support, and then they didn't, and then they eventually did, and then they said we're going to allow our Air Force bases to be used, then they said no, and now they're blocking everything. And now they're not even going to defend their own British interests and the British citizens. Americans and the Israelis are not asking the United Kingdom to join the war to help Israel or the US. There is a bit of a situation in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Between the two Gulfs, you have Strait of Hormuz. Now, the Strait of Hormuz, being relatively closed, is not affecting the Americans, but it is affecting the Europeans because their oil is stuck there. Their citizens are stuck there, but they don't want to do anything about their own British and European interests. So President Trump said earlier on, showing outrage, all of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved, of course, in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the US. We have plenty. The US is fine. Number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like that you were not there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil, President DJT. Now, then we had the French also kicking off, which was absolutely brilliant, because I don't know what side they're on at this point, because they're slightly confusing messaging, considering that the French were behind the creation of the Islamic Republic in 1979, and they've also recently declared Palestine a state without clarifying which border, which territory, which leadership. But the French have also now blocked the use. They've gone too far now, because there's one thing to get your troops to be sent to the Middle East. Fine. You don't want to do that? Fine. There's also the situation with the UK previously, which was to allow their bases to be used for American fighters just to take off. That's all. Or, in this case, the French, who've decided to block their airspace, their own airspace, for what? Military troops? No. For transporting equipment for the military to Israel. Not even to Iran. Because they thought initially, if they don't really get involved, then they're not going to get the backlash, right? We're going to stay out of it. And if we stay out of it, then we're not going to get targeted. Well, the French and the Brits and the Europeans continue to get attacked by the IRGC on a daily basis in the Middle East. And now their oil is being held hostage. So, well done. That was a lovely diplomatic decision that you guys made. President Trump also hit back, saying that the country of France wouldn't let planes headed to Israel, loaded up with military supplies, fly over French territory. France has been very unhelpful with respect to the butcher of Iran, who has been successfully eliminated. The USA will remember President DJT. He's right. Especially if the next election in 2028, we get the Republicans winning again. Someone like Marco Rubio is going to be slightly problematic. Of course, the midterms are going to be difficult for the Republicans, but 2 years after that, when it comes to the next presidential election, despite everything that's going on now, despite the controversies around this conflict, firstly, by that point, there will be a happy ending for the Republicans. And also, the US Democrats have no alternative as a candidate in order to win the election. So it's still more likely that you're going to end up with another Republican, which means that the European leadership are going to be absolutely effed for the next decade. Now, let's go to Iran. The latest video. This is absolutely fascinating. The Iranian people are now celebrating the new so-called supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, and I'm not talking about the pro-IRGC Iranians. I'm talking about the real Iranians, the ones who are against the Islamic Republic. They are celebrating Mojtaba Khamenei. Why? Because he is the first LGBTQ plus minus division algebra supreme leader. So we are now seeing the Iranian people putting posters of Mojtaba Khamenei up on the walls with the flag, with the pride flag. Watch this. He's flirting with Mojtaba in the video. That's Mojtaba Khamenei, the gay of Hormuz. Not the straight, the gay of Hormuz. Okay. Oh, that's so good. The funny thing is, they're only making these jokes not because he's gay, but because he is gay. Because the Islamic regime don't like gay people, even though half of them are gay, naturally. So it's funny because they're supposed to be homophobic, yet they are the kings and queens of homos. But that's what you get. So there is also a situation in Tabriz, northwestern parts of Iran, in the Azari areas, a region of the country. This is the aftermath of the Ash division of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The whole building destroyed. Now, we have somebody who is very, very offended because Mojtaba is gay. This person saying, isn't funny. That's not even a sentence. You need to add the word it. Saying it isn't funny, not isn't funny. That doesn't make any sense. That's not even English. That's barely French. But there's also a footage from northern Iraq around Erbil, the Kurdish areas, with more IRGC drones targeting them. And we actually have an interceptor drone hitting a suicide drone from Iran. Watch this. Keep watching.
Hear that?
Here we go. Good hit. Good hit. 10 points to Gryffindor. Let's quickly go to a major announcement by Admiral Cooper of CENTCOM, the US Central Command, and then we're going to talk about the emergency situation with former elected politician in Canada, Goldie. Let's go to Admiral Cooper.
Hi, I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command, here in the Middle East with our 50,000 service members to provide my 6th update on Operation Epic Fury. Now in our 5th week of the campaign, it is my operational assessment that we are making undeniable progress in eliminating Iran's ability to project power in meaningful ways outside its borders. We don't see their Navy sailing, we don't see their aircraft flying, and their air defense and missile defense systems have largely been destroyed. Despite our clear dominance, our forces remain vigilant. It's long been my belief that every success we have begins and ends with our people, and our warfighters deployed for it are doing outstanding work. During this trip, I've had the privilege to recognize and award our troops for their courage, resilience, and tenacity as they continue to go above and beyond. Yeah.
Pretty fun work.
Great job. Great job. You enjoy it, huh?
Thank you, sir.
How long have you been in?
12 years, sir.
Fantastic. How you doing?
Pretty good, sir. I'm from Ohio.
Okay, what part?
Toledo, sir.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Fantastic. Thanks for what you're doing. Much appreciated.
Yes, sir.
What's your job?
I'm a wizard for the Strike Eagle.
Okay, how many missions have you flown?
Probably a couple dozen at this point.
And how long have you personally been out here?
Been out here only since February, sir.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thanks for keep up the great work. Thanks so much. In the meantime, wishing you all the best. I think of you every day and with a lot of pride. So thanks for what you're doing. I really appreciate it and couldn't be prouder. I met with our service members who are operating the most sophisticated and largest active air defense umbrella in the world, right here in the Middle East, to defend against Iran's indiscriminate missile and drone attacks. Since day one, our warfighters have also shown unmatched reach and lethality in systematically dismantling Iran's drone, missile, and naval capabilities by delivering a massive amount of firepower. Every branch of the military is achieving unprecedented success. Our naval forces have launched waves upon waves of cruise missiles and fighter aircraft from the sea. U.S. Air Forces have extended our reach with refueling tankers while executing a high volume of airstrikes into Iran with fighters and bombers. Our soldiers and Marines have delivered long-range strikes from land and mounted a robust air defense to not only protect Americans, but our partners as well. And our Space Force has given us the ultimate high ground, delivering space superiority, which has been a critical enabler to this fight. After witnessing the absolute professionalism, discipline, and dedication of our men and women in uniform supporting Operation Epic Fury, I just could not be prouder. And I know that their families, friends, and loved ones back home share this pride. So to all the moms, dads, husbands, wives, friends, and loved ones back home, thank you for everything that you're doing to support our outstanding warriors. There is no adversary too determined, no mission too difficult, and no task too great for our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardian, and Coast Guardsmen that make up the most powerful military the world has ever seen. To all our warfighters, keep up the great work and Godspeed. Thanks so much.
Right. Now, the big update in terms of the IRGC's latest official statement and the situation with Goldie of Canada. Now, Goldie, for those who are familiar, has a YouTube channel as well. Until now, obviously, she's been pretty proactive with.
Okay, guys, this is the prank. This is where Tusi gets me back for me rickrolling him.
The support for the Iranian people against the Islamic occupation. You might be wondering why you haven't seen her or heard from her over the last 14 hours or so. We can now confirm that. Let's go to the actual announcement by the IRGC and you'll find out more.
بسم الله قاسم الجبارین. با توجه به شرارت‌ها و اقدامات تروریستی دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونیستی و هدف قرار دادن منازل مسکونی مردم ایران در شهرهای مختلف، نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران در اقدامی تلافی جویانه محل سکونت فرماندهان و مسئولان سیاسی آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی در منطقه و سرزمین‌های اشغالی را هدف قرار خواهند داد و من نصر إلا من عند الله العزيز الحكيم.
Goldie has now surrendered to 2C TV. Unfortunately, she's now in an official alliance with a chunky yogurt of the Young Turks. Don't worry. That's a counter prank. Now that's what you get for coming for 2C TV, Goldie. Now the whole world knows that, or thinks that you're now with the Young Turks. We're going to trim this. We're going to clip this moment. I'm not going to explain the rest of it. We're going to post that and see what happens. I'm not going to. I'm not that mean. But yes, Goldie's new alliance with chunky yogurts. Not too well, right? Okay. Anyway, so this is what you get for pranking me. The main counter prank was actually the build up to this. Everybody was panicking, saying, what's happened to Goldie? Let's quickly go back to the latest updates and away from Cenk's big face and Goldie's beautiful face. Lebanon made a major announcement following the recent policy change that the IRGC have been banned. They have now also officially banned Hezbollah. So they have sent an official warning to the United Nations, the Lebanese government, saying that, dear UN, we now classify Hezbollah as illegal. So essentially, the United Nations, UNIFIL idiots who have been responsible in Lebanon, their job was to basically tame Hezbollah terrorists, and for years and years they haven't been able to do that. In fact, they supported Hezbollah. The Lebanese government, with the backing of Israel, have now told the UN, we're going to do your job. It's illegal. Get rid of them, especially their security operations in the south. So this is a major update. Of course, we have to now wait for actual military to do something about this. Let's quickly go to, speaking of obviously these weirdos, the Israeli Defense Forces earlier on hit Dahia, a massive base, huge. Watch this. That's where you get. Let's watch that again. That was beautiful hit. Beautiful. There we go. F around and find out, you Islamist smelly nutters. And I'm not just talking about chunky yogurt. Okay, big announcement from the Chinese. Yeah, we have to talk about the Chinese and also the other weirdos. Pakistan. At least China is a real country. Let's talk about this because one of the biggest problems that we are currently facing is Pakistan and China trying to meddle and intervene. We have a live feed from Beirut. This is China and Pakistan proposing a joint 5-point plan. Ooh, they can count up to 5 for an immediate ceasefire between the US US, Israel, and Iran. The problem with this is that nobody wants ceasefire. So the Islamic regime wants the war to stop, but permanently, not temporary ceasefire. But let's read the statement, see the 5 points, right? We do have also an official statement from the former elected politician in Canada, Goldie who says, I surrender. With the white flag. Why are you using the French flag?
Guys, it's just temporary.
Anyway, good. Okay, ceasefire has now been agreed between 2C TV and Goldie Ghamari's channel. Everything is fine until we complete our nuclear program, and then we'll come back. All right, let's read the statement from China and Pakistan. All right.
Oh, some people are asking, are we retaliating? Oh, 100%. 100% we're retaliating. We're retaliating. We're not going to let that one go.
This is going to be fun. Member of the Political Bureau of the CPC, the Central Committee, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, It has nothing to do with people.
All right, you know what I want to do, guys? The thing is, I don't know how to make AI videos, but I'll tell you like what I want to do. I want to like, I don't know how to use like AI videos, right? So I have to figure out how to use AI, or I don't know if someone knows how to do AI. But what I want is for like, I kind of want to take this video and I want to like replace it with, yeah, I have to whisper so Tusi can't hear. So I want to take this video here of like the Khatam al-Anbiya guy, and I want to like replace his face with Tusi's face, and then have it be like, you know, Tusi speaking or something. I just don't know how to do that, so I have to figure that out. Like it could just be like random gibberish or whatever he's saying, and then you know we can just add like subtitles at the bottom or something. The conversation is classified, guys, because I'm whispering, right? I'm speaking very quietly. I'm whispering, so you know he can't hear me. He can't hear me right now. But I don't know. I kind of want to do that. I just want to do that. There you go. So that's like what I want to do. But this stays between us. All right, let's go back to Tusi's update.
Mr. Wang Yi, and Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Mohammed Ishqal Dor. Yeah, he can multitask. His deputy and also Foreign Minister. It's lovely. I wonder what his pension is going to be like. They met today on the 31st of March, and this is the statement, the 5 bullet points for ceasefire. Immediate ceasefire. China and Pakistan call for this to stop the hostilities and efforts to prevent the conflict from spreading. Humanitarian assistance must be allowed to all war-affected areas. But the first bullet point is nonsense, because that's just the main objective, you idiots. You don't have to put in a bullet point. That's the headline. Anyway, bullet point number 2. Start of peace talks as soon as possible. Sovereignty, territorial integrity, national independence, and security of Iran and the Persian Gulf states should be safeguarded. Dialogue and diplomacy is the only viable option to resolve conflicts. China and Pakistan support the relevant parties in initiating talks with all parties committing to peaceful resolution of disputes. If I were President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, I would say, okay, we will talk, at least talk. If China writes down publicly, sign it, and Winnie the Pooh in Beijing, the president, says publicly, dialogue and diplomacy are the only viable options when it comes to Taiwan. I dare you. And also to the barbaric, backwards weirdos of a Pakistani government, you should do the same thing when it comes to Kashmir, when it comes to Balochistan. Yeah, I dare you. Do it. None of you care about diplomacy. None of you care about a dialogue. Bullet point number 3. Security of non-military targets, the principle of protecting civilians in military conflict should be observed. This makes no sense because the first 2 bullet points was about stopping the war. Now, why are you talking about civilians being protected, which are being protected by Americans and the Israelis? China and Pakistan call on parties to the conflict to immediately stop attacks on civilian targets. That's mostly IRGC. And follow international law. Oh, F you and your international law. Number 4, security and of shipping lanes. The Strait of Hormuz, together with its adjacent waters, is an important global shipping route for goods and energy. China and Pakistan call on the parties to protect the security of ships and crew members. You don't have to say it to both sides. You just have to send a message to the IRGC to stop shooting people. That would be nice. And finally, primacy of the United Nations Charter. China and Pakistan call for efforts to practice true multilateralism to jointly strengthen the primacy of the UN. Translation: everybody surrender and bow down and worship the United Nations. China and Pakistan don't care about the United Nations. They don't even follow the rules of the United Nations, but they want everybody else to do so. So these are the 5 nonsensical points. None of it makes any sense, and nobody cares about China and Pakistan ever in history. Okay, we have a big announcement. Unfortunately, Greg the Goat is not with me because he's still injured following an attack by Serafina the kitty, who used the chocolate cake to, I don't know why, to rub it all over him. Jamshid Eshaghi, who was a senior IRGC leader and senior also financial officer in the Islamic Republic military, has now been eliminated. Winning. Another one bites the dust. And finally, we have this latest footage from the Israeli Air Force releasing this, showing the strikes on the IRGC and regime infrastructure in the capital of Iran, Tehran. The Israeli Air Force have now conducted more than 230 strikes on the regime in the past 24 hours alone. 230 strikes. Look at that hit. Look at that beautiful hit. Oh, gone. Another one gone. So great work by the Israeli Air Force as usual. Okay, so going back to the rest of the reactions, Carter says those so-called allies in Europe and Canada, for all purposes, are on their own since they won't help the US and Israel and the Arab nations to fight. Yeah, let's not forget, the narrative is not that you betrayed President Trump or you're not helping the US. You're also betraying the rest of your allies. You are refusing to help the Arabs. You're refusing to help Israel, and you're also refusing to help your own British citizens and business people in the Middle East who have British interests. But the European leadership don't care. That's why they continue. Did the EU vote to start deportations as reported on another channel? The European Parliament debate, slight difference between the EU and the European Parliament. So the EU is the overall project, right? The overall entity. And the EU has 3 branches. The European Commission, which is the dictatorship, that's the executive branch. So the president of the European Commission is a dictator. She's not elected. That's Ursula von der Leyen. Then you got the European Council, and then you have which is the foreign ministers of the European countries. And then you have the European Parliament, which is a fake plastic parliament. They're not even allowed to propose their own legislations or laws. They can't. It's not their job. But they can vote on things. They can have debates. It's nice, right? But yeah, they did that, not the rest of the EU. It's up to the European Commission to decide. How can the Iranians take back their countries? You are witnessing it. We've just started. This is phase 1, the military operation. Phase 2, for them to take to the streets and win. The Iranian people are very kind. I hope Iran will become free again. I am from the UAE. God bless the Emiratis. What is the likelihood, in your opinion, of the US leaving NATO? As a US citizen, I'm seeing sentiments for leaving is growing. Yeah, but it's not going to happen. Firstly, if the US leaves NATO, NATO won't exist anymore, right? So you can't call it NATO. Then NATO is the US and the US is NATO, right? And the reason for that is because President Trump, by staying in NATO, can actually use NATO as leverage against their allies. You see the issue? If you leave it, then you can't do anything. So, and the White House want to ensure that they have control over Europeans. And by staying in NATO and not helping the Europeans anymore, that's the best way to do it. So that's the reality. The NATO at this point is meaningless anyway. It doesn't do anything. It literally at this point you can see if one or two NATO members are getting attacked, the rest of them are not helping. So the whole concept has collapsed already. But politically staying in it and making problems for the rest of the membership, smart. That's what the White House are doing. Also, because if you get a U.S. Democrat becoming president, they're going to rejoin anyway. So what's the point? And that's one of the biggest issues that we are currently facing. What is the most likely reason the remaining missile launchers haven't been destroyed? Because Iran is a huge land, mountainous as well. So there's a lot of underground sites, there's a lot of caves, there's a lot of bunkers, and there's a lot of places to hide the missile launchers. And they are mobile, so they can move them around all the time. So they launch from one location, then they take it somewhere else, hide it, they go somewhere else, launch it. That's one of the main reasons. It's the whack-a-mole game that I've been talking about. But to be fair, huge chunk of them have already been destroyed. That's why you only get a handful of drones and a handful of missiles being launched every day. Same can be said about the drones. They still have a lot of drones. Drones are easier to make as well, but they have drone carriers. And but that's also relatively coming down, the numbers that are being launched from Iran. Any word on the peg leg, ham, and eggs? No, we don't know. Well, apart from him going to gay clubs, we don't know. Please update us about the food and water supply of the Iranian people. So, talking to my dad, the hyperinflation means that effectively a price of one egg is now basically about $100. So almost. And it's difficult to, depending on where you live, cities are still okay relatively, but small towns and villages, they're struggling because especially if they are just solely relying on local farmers, they're struggling. But there is still food. Water is okay. There is water outages that keep coming and go in terms of the supply, but it's still functional. It's the same as a year ago. It's problematic, but they can still survive. But obviously, if the infrastructure, power plants and everything else gets hit, then it's going to be a crazy time. So if there is going to be a decision to hit the deep infrastructure, including energy sites, electricity and water and everything else, then that, in my opinion, that has to go hand in hand with the next phase of the war, which basically that's chaos, which is affecting not just the regime, but also the Iranian people, which should mean, theoretically speaking, the Israelis and the Americans telling people in Iran, now it's anarchy, take to the streets, we have fighter jets and drones providing you with air support. Again, that's easy to say. It's just theoretical academic sort of conversation about it. It's not as straightforward as that. But if you're going to hit the power plants to paralyze the regime, obviously it's going to affect the Iranian people. So you can't really just tell them, do you just continue to stay at home and everything's going to get hit? Because they can stay at home, but they can't do anything else. There's no gas, there's no electricity. So that can come. If there's going to be, on the 6th of April, that's the deadline, right? That's the deadline that President Trump said. If he actually decides to go for the infrastructure, it has to come immediately with the next phase, whether it's going to be some level of ground invasion and also air support for the Iranian people. Don't just hit infrastructure and then just continue as normal with the airstrikes, because that's going to be problematic. Everybody will suffer, but then they're just going to have to wait. Wait for what? They don't know.
Okay, so, Major, I sent you a text. If you are available, would be great to have you join us so that we could finish the conversation that we tried to start last time, but we weren't able to get around to it because it was a busy news day with President Trump's announcements and speeches. So if you are able, would be great to have you join us for a little bit. Excuse me. I want to go to some breaking news, guys. So apparently, this account, War Monitor, which is usually they're generally pretty accurate. They're saying that there's like this breaking news reports that the Iranian Natanz nuclear facility has been hit by US and Israeli strikes. So let's keep an eye out on that. You know, as Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said this morning, the attacks and the strikes are pretty much continuing. So there's that. Armin and I mentioned a little bit earlier, I think a few weeks ago or so, that one of the top IRGC commanders has sort of been missing in action, and he was getting a lot of flack from other people. So apparently, the state TV of the Islamic regime released footage supposedly showing him. This is Majid Musavi, the commander of the Aerospace Force of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, visiting underground missile bases and launch operators. Days after Iran International reported he had come under criticism from senior IRGC officials for being absent during ongoing clashes and leaving his forces without leadership. So
برای عرض خداقوت به افسران موشکی و پهپادی به اینجا میآید.
So he's supposedly underground. Like, that's what they're supposedly showing here. Whether it's accurate or not, who knows? But there's actually a very interesting special report. It's about 6 minutes long. And Iran International came out with this video earlier today. And the caption is, as war now dominates the headlines, it's critical to remember how we got here. In January, Iran's security forces carried out one of the deadliest crackdowns in the country's modern history. And at the same time, a parallel war was unfolding online. This special report reveals, oh, okay, great. You know, we will get to this special report when Armin returns, but right now we have the Major. Welcome, welcome.
Hey, everybody.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I think I'm getting past the panhandle crud finally. It's been a chore. This year I got the stomach bug. Last year I got the sinus bug. So
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to hear that.
it happens. It's the only real downside to living out here. So
yeah.
Yeah.
So welcome. We're viewers are always excited to have you here and join us. So always great to see you. So let's just get right into it, because, you know, I had some questions about, well, let me just pull up something here. So like so I wanted to speak a little bit about the reports that, you know, certain troops are being sent to the Middle East. And just wanted to get, you know, your thoughts on this, you know, what this all means, like what do you think is happening? Because we always appreciate your input on like this.
Well, first, yeah, obviously we are sending actual ground troops to the Middle East as opposed to air crews and pilots and, you know, missile defense people. Obviously we're doing that, but in addition, we are sending both Marines and the airborne, specifically the 1st Brigade Combat Team from the 82nd Airborne. And what that means, there's a lot of confusion because too many people don't really know how the U.S. military is structured very well. So what I wanted to do was, last time when I sent an image, the reason I kept getting kicked off a couple of days ago is because excuse me, is because I was trying to find links or an image on my phone that I could post in the StreamYard backend, and StreamYard hates my phone, so it would kick me off every time I minimized it. So what I wanted to do was, the last time I sent a picture, when I was on, of like the little IRGC speedboats. I wanted to just go ahead and send that to you via Instagram, because that seems to work.
Instagram works?
Yeah, that seemed to work the last time.
Okay.
And because it's a lot easier when I have a visual to explain this. So I just sent you a DM of a little chart.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. If you want to pull that up, the reason I need to do this is that trying to do a word picture on something like this is actually kind of hard. What you're looking at here.
Let me just pull up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you've got an article up there. There we go. Okay, so what you're looking at here is what's called the MAGTF. It stands for Marine Air Ground Task Force. This is how the operational side of the Marine Corps is set up. So you've got four things going on here. You've got the command element, and then you've got ground combat, air combat, combat service support. Combat service support is me. That's where I live, or when I was in. I was over on that side. Key thing to note about this is that there's no size component with any of these blocks. There's nothing to tell you how big each element is. And that's because these scale from the Marine Expeditionary Unit, which is the smallest, all the way up to a Marine Expeditionary Force, which terrifies national governments. And the reason for that is at the bottom end, which is the Expeditionary Unit, which is the 31st MEU that's on board the Tripoli and its escorts, and the 11th MEU, which is on board the Boxer and its escorts. Those are built around infantry battalions. So that's 800, maybe 900 infantry soldiers. And then you have all of the other people attached onto that. So that comes up to about 2,200 Marines and sailors for the medical portion. And that's before we get into the crews of the ships that are carrying. All right. So you've got the Tripoli, you've got the Boxer. Together, you've got about 4,500 Marines on the way, either at the Persian Gulf or on the way there. All right. And we're not doing this, I want to underline this, we're not sending a Marine Expeditionary Force. That is a reinforced division of like 40,000 people. We're not doing that. That was Desert Storm. We're not doing that here. It's only 2 expeditionary units on the Marine Corps side. And on the Army side, I'm going to, that's a little busy. So let me do something else. This, copy that. I'm going to send you another image here. On the Army side, that image that I just sent you, that's that plus a couple of other little support units are what the Army is sending at this point. That is the 82nd Airborne Division's 1st Brigade Combat Team. Marine units and Army Airborne share a lot of similarities in capability and what they can do. They just tend to get there in a very different way. And Marine units generally have more firepower to support them than the Army does, generally. Now, I'm kind of weird because I fall into the category of one of 12. Back in the mid 80s, I was one of 12 supply chiefs in the Marine Corps that actually handled airborne operations at any level. And so I know both the amphibious side and I know the airborne side. So I have a pretty good idea of what they would be using this mixed force for. an airborne brigade and a couple of expeditionary units. I've got a good idea of what they would use it for, but I don't want to talk about that. I've been wargaming this for like 2 weeks now. Ever since I heard that all of these units were in motion. I don't want to talk about what I think the reality is that they're probably going to be used for, because OPSEC. I'm not being overly dramatic. That's just the way it is. And that's based on the fact that in the military sphere, professionals are predictable, but the world is full of amateurs. So what they can do, you've got for an expeditionary unit, they can operate easily within 20 miles of a landing zone, and they can hold that area. It doesn't really matter if it's an island or a defended beach, or if they're trying to isolate a city. They can do that pretty easily by themselves. So can the airborne, but they would generally not jump close to a coastline. They're more for going into a deeper area. The caveat, though, is that the Marine Corps can evacuate if it runs into trouble, or it can get a lot more support quickly. If the Army goes in deep, 100 miles, 200 miles in, getting them back out is going to be a major problem. So, to my mind, what they're planning on is something involving using both groups. Having the Marine Corps secure a beachhead, and then having the Army at the same time parachuting in a little bit deeper inland to control road systems and to help, cut off reinforcements until the Marines can get up to them. Cut off reinforcements to the enemy, which is the regime, until the Marine Corps can get to them. And that's what both of these units are optimized for, is going in, grabbing a piece of territory, and holding that until they get relieved. So I was not surprised in the slightest when I saw the news start to come out that, yes, we are sending ground troops. We are not sending an invasion. This is not Desert Storm. Because when people in America hear ground troops, right, quote unquote, ground troops, what they're hearing is the massive armored demolition machine from, Desert Storm. 5,000 whatever tanks, 250,000 troops, everybody going, over the border. That's not what's happening here. They did mention in the Pentagon briefing that we have something like 250,000 or no, 50,000 troops in the area right now. That's mostly the Air Force and defensive missile batteries. That's not quote unquote fighting forces. And you're excuse me, when you're sending in a small force like this, which combined 2 MEUs and an airborne brigade, and you're looking at somewhere around maybe 10,000 ground troops, that's not enough to invade Iran. That's ridiculous. Even if the entire Iranian street came out in support, that's not enough to do something like that. So that's not going to happen. That's not what we're doing. I'm kind of treading into areas that I don't want to go to. But yeah, everybody is talking about Karg Island. Other people are talking about the islands in the Strait of Hormuz. My response to that is, yeah, maybe to both. That's all I really want to say at this point, because I could get really detailed, but I'd really rather not yet. If that happens, by all means, I'll happily come back and talk about exactly what they're doing and why. But I just don't want to go there right now. I do, however, want to point out on a personal note, you, Goldie, have bubbly. I have Arizona. Let me get that in camera. I have Arizona watermelon.
Oh, wow. Okay, now you know what? I need to go get a bubbly now. Wait, I'll be right back. Get a bubbly.
So yeah, everybody. Yes, I appreciate all the kind thoughts. I have been under the weather for like the better part of a month now, and I'm still hacking and coughing. But yes, I'm doing a lot better. And hi, Navajo. Shout out to you. So there we go. There we go. See, fuel.
I do have a lot of questions about this, but I just don't know, like, you know, I don't want to get into OPSEC or anything like that. So I mean, I'll ask questions, and then guys, everyone in the chat, please ask questions as well if you have any questions for Major, and he'll just try to answer whichever ones he can. So I'll ask questions, but obviously if you can't answer, if it's too like into OPSEC or something,
If it gets too close, I'll let you know.
yeah. But wait, before we begin, guys, I made this like test video where I'm pranking Tusi. What do you guys think of this? It's not the greatest quality because it's just like a free face swap thing. So the lips aren't moving that well. But guys, what do you think of this?
الله الرحمن الرحيم إلى إخواتنا المسلمين في المنطقة وإلى أحبائنا في أرض فلسطين وإلى غزة صابرة خاصة.
I took Tusi's face and I put it on like the Durka guy.
Nice.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm still working on that. I'll be like, I'll share this tomorrow, and I'll be like, oh guys, look, Tusi's reporting from inside of Iran, inside of occupied Iran.
So,
okay. So,
I never get to educate politicians. This is kind of a unique thing for me.
Oh, wow.
Politicians usually don't like to listen to me because I don't work for defense contractors.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Interesting. So, okay. So, I mean, I want to pull up some things here from CENTCOM, but just so that we can have like something in the background. But so I guess, so what would be the purpose of the 82nd Division being sent to the Middle East?
Well, specifically in the context of Iran, like I was saying, the Marine Corps can get ashore. All right. The Marine Corps can land on the beach. The Army doesn't have to land on the beach. In fact, doing a parachute assault on a beach is a really, really bad idea. I have stories. It's a very bad idea to do that close to a beach. So the Army would go generally on targets more than 20 miles inland, unless they're doing something like a major assault on a city, like a port city, Bandar Abbas or something like that. The Army is generally not going to jump too close to the water. The last time that happened, what was the last time we did that? Grenada? Yeah. The last time we did that was Grenada in 1983 when the Rangers jumped onto the island. And about a third of one of the Ranger companies landed in the Caribbean and had to swim ashore. That's why they don't do that. So, excuse me. Yeah, that's the difference. You've got the Marine Corps is generally close to shore. The Army generally goes further inland.
And okay, so let me just pull this up here. So this is the Strait of Hormuz, and these are some of the islands here. That's Bandar Abbas, This is Lish, some of the islands here, and then Harg is up here, right?
Right.
So Harg is quite far from the strait here, right? But there has been a lot of attacks, so one of the places that there have been a lot of attacks against IRGC facilities is Boucher. So they're going after like Boucher, which is really close to Harg Island. And then, of course, in Bandar Abbas as well, which is like the main area here. So, President Trump has said, there's not going to be like, boots on the ground, in the sense of maybe fighting a war, because, a lot of the footage that we've seen, you don't really see like an actual military on the streets. Like what we're seeing are the Basij paramilitary forces, whose role and purpose is really to suppress and oppress the Iranian people, and to murder Iranians who come out. And because I think Pete Hegseth said today they've targeted and destroyed over 11,000 IRGC assets. So there really is no army left. There's no Navy, there's no Air Force, there's no military. He also confirmed what we have been saying, Armin and I have been saying for a while, which is that a lot of the people who are within either the army or even the IRGC have defected. And, this is one of those situations where Iranian people do see this as a liberation, right? So, if anything, seeing, someone from the United States or Israel show up, the Iranian people won't be hostile towards them, because this is what Iranian people have been asking for. They've been, asking for that. So how does that factor into the strategy, or, what they plan on doing, as much as you can say? Because, let's say, a certain group shows up and, Iranian people are just going to be staying at home, not fighting back or anything. But then you do have these sort of rogue militia or like proxy groups driving around. Now, I think you and I both know those proxy groups really, like they can't stand up to, the Marines, or, whoever decides to show up, whichever, I guess, is battalion the proper word. Like they won't be able to stand up to them, because they're only good at murdering innocent, unarmed Iranians, right? So how do you see all this playing out? Like what would be the purpose for them to even go?
Well, the first thing to understand is that when anybody, at least in the United States, when people say boots on the ground, they're talking in terms of the Iraq occupation or the Afghanistan occupation. That's not what Trump is not lying. He's actually saying, no, there's not going to be boots on the ground. It's just the part that he's leaving off is he's not saying there's not going to be boots on the ground in the context of Iraq or Afghanistan. We're not going to be in Iran for the next 10 years. That's not what's happening. We would put, and probably will put, boots on the ground with Marine Corps and the Airborne in a very limited way. What they would do with forces this small and 2 battalions of Marines, 3 infantry battalions from the Airborne, that's a very small force in the grand scheme of the military sphere. It's a dangerous force, but it's very small. So it's going to be they're going to be very localized operations. And what they're going to try and do is, the Marine Corps might seize islands, for example, in the Strait of Hormuz. But then the Airborne is going to jump outside Bandar Abbas. You never jump into a city. You jump outside of a city. And the idea is to get all the leftover sniper type people, wannabe sniper type people, that are largely doing a lot of meth. You want to get them to come out and try to take a shot at you and let them run right up to you so you can eliminate them. That's the whole point. Draw them out and then hit them with a hammer so you don't harm the Iranian people. I know that a significant chunk, maybe even most of the Iranian population inside the country are okay with getting killed if it ends up liberating a country. On our side, we really don't want to do that.
Yeah.
We really want to avoid that. But if we can get the Basijis and the IRGC, whatever's left, to come out of the cities and come at us, that's great. That's the domain we operate in. And we want them to come out of the cities to come at us because we know we're going to crush them utterly. And I say that speaking as a former active duty Marine, but to all my airborne brothers out there, knees to the breeze, we want them to do that. We want them to come out and let them think that it's going to be a fair fight, because it's absolutely not. We're going to completely crush them. We just don't want to follow them into the cities and have another Fallujah where we're blowing holes in people's houses, while they're trying to hide under the bed, literally, as we're trying to get at the bad guys. We want to avoid that. And, that's the context that we're looking at, because the port cities here are the key to southern Iran. It's not so much the interior cities. We really want to pay attention to the port cities, Chabahar, Bandar Abbas, Bushehr, Karg Island. We want to pay attention to those, and we want to try and preserve those, and not kill the people we're trying to come and liberate in the process. And I think Iranians understand what we're doing.
Oh, yeah.
What the left in the West is going to do and what they're going to say, I would like to say that I really don't care, but unfortunately they can make a political stink. And the media loves, if there's anything that the media loves, it's images of dead children. They love that image better than they love flag draped caskets.
And that's why the Islamic regime is now recruiting children to man checkpoints, because they've run out of adults, which is horrible, and it's a war crime to do that. Like they're using child soldiers. Yeah, but I mean they've been doing this. They did the cutoff Iraq War too.
Yeah, the cutoff that I always went by. I don't know if that's been clarified in later years, because we are talking about 30 years here. The cutoff that we always understood when I was on active duty was 16. If they're 16 and above, they are a military age. They're a military age person, and that's not really a crime, because I enlisted. 1984. I enlisted at the age of 17. There are, like England used to have their cadet program where you could enlist at 16 if your parents would sign. But when you got like 12-year-olds, putting on green headbands and being handed an AK and a couple of hand grenades and told, hey, go die for Allah, paradise is that way, and they charge the Iraqi lines. That's definitely a war crime. And I used to work in the 90s. I worked with former Iraqi soldiers who had fought in the Iran-Iraq War. And they universally, when we got on the subject of Iranian child soldiers, they were always messed up. It really messed them up. But they were like, what are we going to do? yeah, they're 12-year-old kids, but they're coming at us with AKs shooting. You know, what are we going to do? And they were messed up about it.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what the regime is trying to do here. And on the personal level, yeah, that will mess up U.S. troops if it comes down to it. I'm just hoping that, you know, they can keep that part of it at bay, and hopefully those kids will run home when everything starts falling all around them, or at least, you know, run into a ditch or something and hide.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully we can only hope.
Hopefully, I mean,
You know,
yeah.
I have a theory about what might be going on. So, you know, the economy inside of occupied Iran is in shambles, and right now the country is shut down. Not only because of the conflict, but also because it's still Nowruz, it's still the Persian New Year. So the country, you know, is basically on a holiday, and it will be on a holiday for I think 2 more days. So we're getting close to the end of like the 2-week period here. The money inside the country has pretty much run out. People are unable to, you know, withdraw cash from ATMs. We've already heard reports that several banks that are responsible for paying the salaries of IRGC members and people who are affiliated with the IRGC, those banks have been pretty much destroyed. Their communication systems are down. And so we know for a fact that a lot of people who are working for the regime, including IRGC, have not been paid, and they have not received their Nowruz bonuses either, because there's, you know, they get like a bonus. Think of like a Christmas bonus, but the Iranian version. So it's like a Nowruz bonus. So they haven't received any of that either. And so there might be, I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are on this, but maybe one of the strategies here is to put the Islamic regime in a chokehold, and instead of having let's say the Marines or whoever go on land, they capture some of the islands, for example, Harg Island, which would put an economic chokehold on the Islamic regime. And they just hold on to that island until the regime just ends up collapsing economically, which means a lot of people will just defect. And then that could possibly create the conditions for Iranians to go out and effect regime change and reclaim the country. That, I don't know, maybe that's a possibility in a way where they basically cut off the Islamic regime's resources.
That is a part of it, because, you know, economic warfare is very much a part of all warfare, of all conflict. The thing about Karg Island is that, and just oil exports in general, at least coming by sea, that's not really working out. It's not really a factor anymore for the regime, because they can't get anything out of the country. And yeah, so they've cut off, the regime is cut off from its oil export income right now. The whole thing about preserving Karg Island is not as a negotiating tactic for the regime, but more of preserving it for what comes after the regime. That's from our side. And I say that because if we weren't doing that, if that wasn't a factor for us, we would not be, we would have already destroyed Karg. You know, we clearly have the firepower to do it, but we haven't. And it's not because we're trying to, dangle bait in front of the regime. It's because, frankly, His Highness is going to need something to start refilling the coffers of Iran at short notice. And even if Karg Island's facilities are way old and cruddy and out of date, it still works. And you don't want to destroy that kind of a target if you can put it back into operation immediately. Because Karg Island doesn't actually produce oil. Economically, it's what's called throughput, because it takes oil from the mainland. And the advantage is that if you look at a satellite image of Karg Island and you drill down a bit, there's all kinds of docking booms all around the island. And it can, I think Karg can refuel or fuel up something like 12 tankers at a time, 12 or 13 tankers. And there's not a lot of ports in the world that can do that. That's why it's such an important economic target. But we're trying not to damage that. So if we were to go in on Karg Island, it would be to keep the regime from blowing that. As far as the regime's finances go, they're basically printing funny money at this point. Bringing in Iraqi Shia militias to try and keep the Iranian people down, that's going to work temporarily, right up until those guys start getting addressed by U.S. and Israeli air power. And then they're going to start talking about money, real money. And the regime doesn't have it. And they're going to be in exactly the same position they were when all these Iraqi militias started rolling into Iran. They're not going to be able to pay anybody, and they're going to need help. And they pretty much shot the magazine on them getting help now. So this is the whole Iraqi militia column. I have a different view on that than a lot of people do, because I see that as the last gasp of the regime, because that's their final reserve. They don't have anybody else. If that falls apart, they better have a clear way of getting into Helmand province in Afghanistan. Otherwise, they're going to get torn apart. Maybe they can run to Tajikistan or something. I don't know. However, what I will say is, if that happens, we might see a few highways of death, like what happened at the end of Desert Storm with the retreating Iraqis. This time, I don't think either Trump or Hegseth are going to. I don't think they're going to stop. I don't think they're going to call a halt. They want to destroy as much of that capability as they possibly can. And, that's kind of the end game that I see.
One more question for me, and then we'll go to some questions from our viewers, because there was a few that I noticed there. So now we're getting news that the U.S. is deploying a third aircraft carrier to the Middle East, the USS George H.W. Bush, set to join the USS Abraham Lincoln and USS Gerald Ford, already operating in the region. Why do you think that is? Why would there be?
I think that was always the plan. I think the Bush, or not the Bush. I think the Ford is standing off of Israel because of a time constraint, where they figured we need to get, we want to get the Ford and the Lincoln operating in the same ocean to mass their air wings. I think they realized we have to start this on the 28th, and the Bush is just not the Bush. I keep saying that. The Ford is not going to make it in time. So instead, we'll just park it off of Israel. The we're very stretched on carrier strength right now. And they've been scrambling to get both the Bush and the Theodore Roosevelt back into operation. And to the point of cutting short their final buildup exercises. And now they're sending the Bush, which I'm not sure, I haven't checked to see where it is exactly. Other than that, it's en route. So I don't know if they're going to park it off of Israel along with the Ford, or if they're going to slide it into the Red Sea, because the Houthis are acting up again. And they would really rather have a task force in the Red Sea that can shoot at anything the Houthis fire. I don't know if they're going to do that, because the only way to do that is to send the Bush through the Suez Canal. That could be problematic because it could get ambushed. And it doesn't have to, they don't have to sink it. They just have to damage it enough inside very constrained waterways, and they basically have a dead ship, even if it's functional. Because the only reason to have an aircraft carrier out there doing anything is its air wing. And the carrier needs to be moving in order to launch its air wing. And if it can't, then it's not even going to be able to unload the air wing and have it launch from, ground bases. So I don't know that they're going to try that at this point. They may just park it off Israel with the Ford and hope for the best. That's why I think they're sending the Boxer through the Pacific to get to the Arabian Sea, rather than send one of the other ARGs from the Atlantic, because they'd face the same problem. I trust Egypt as far as I can, but I trust Egypt to secure the Suez Canal. But, the Sinai, for those who haven't been paying attention, the Sinai has had a guerrilla war going on for 15 years now. And if you go back and look at what happened when the container ship Ever Given jackknifed itself in Suez for a week, that was not an attack. That was just people being dumb. And anything can happen. So you've got to balance what can you get into what region first, and how securely can you do it. Now, why would you send a third aircraft carrier? Because now that's 210 combat aircraft that you just added to the battlefield, or you added another 70 combat aircraft. So you got 210 strike aircraft afloat. And those are, despite what the regime desperately thinks is true, those are very hard to hit with ballistic missiles without even a shoot down, because the ships are in motion. So yeah, adding another 70 strike aircraft to the strike package, that's all to the good. And everybody's in favor of that. And there's also the addition of the Bush's destroyer escort squadron, who are carrying vertical launch anti-aircraft missiles that are capable of intercepting ballistic missiles. So that's a consideration. There's the Navy people in the chat who are listening to this. You all know what I'm talking about when I say the VLS problem. I don't want to go into it in detail, but it's a real problem for the Navy that is not fixed yet. They're working on it, but that fix is not going to be ready for another year, at least. So that's the deal with sending the Bush. I've just been waiting for the Navy to get its act together, frankly, to get the Bush there. I don't think the Theodore Roosevelt is going to go on station. I think they're going to park themselves in the South China Sea off Manila until Washington can get out of dock. get out of the yard in Yokosuka in Japan. Right now we're real thin. So it's enough to give you a headache if you think about it too much.
I have a question from one of our viewers, George Hansen, and he's asking, does the IRGC, or I guess he meant to say, what does the IRGC have for mechanized infantry and artillery? Is it going to be a problem?
My knowledge, they don't really have anything substantial. They might have some ex-Soviet BMP armored personnel carriers. As far as SP artillery, self-propelled artillery, not much. That would be more from the Artesh, and I don't think the IRGC has anybody capable of actually operating an SP artillery piece. I'd be very surprised if they did. So operationally, a BMP is pretty dangerous to airborne until the airborne's armor component gets to the ground. And that all depends on how the airstream works to get the troops and the gear to the site, to the DZ. If the IRGC takes they take a BMP against a Marine landing, that's going to be really interesting for about 20 seconds. And then that vehicle is going to go away. What the IRGC relies on are what are called technicals. And you and Armin had video of that a few weeks back with the pickup trucks with the Dishkas. That's a technical. And it's a pickup truck. There's no armor on it. And the heaviest thing it has is a 50 caliber machine gun. Very, very dangerous to civilians. Not that dangerous to either the Marine Corps or the Airborne, because we have rocket launchers. And, we don't even need to shoot javelins. We can shoot Laws rockets and AT-4s. So, no, overall, they're not going to be that big of a deal, even if they do have them.
Okay. I'm just trying to find some footage from that. I just
put it.
Wait. Here we go. Right? So this stuff, right?
Let me get back in here.
Like a little, I'll go back.
That is a technical. What you're looking at there is a technical.
Okay. Because this is what the IRGC and the Best Siege, this is what they use to murder Iranians, but I can't see how this would
this is
compare to the US or Israeli
technicals do have a use. They are very useful if you know what you're doing. These guys don't know what they're doing, because what they're using these vehicles for is, like you said, they're here to kill the Iranian civilian population. That's all they're using them for. Now, if they operated like the Chadian army, I know people are going to laugh, but the Chadian army are what codified the idea of technicals. And they did that by putting anti-tank missile launchers on the back of them. And then they became a very dangerous threat. These guys don't have that. At least I've never seen it. They might have missile launchers, but I don't see them. So I'm not overly concerned with the IRGC trying to make any kind of dramatic move on the battlefield. Frankly, I don't think they have the guts unless they're hopped up on drugs. So,
and can you talk a little bit about the A10s?
About the
A10?
Oh, okay. Sure.
Because a lot of people are commenting on them. What are they? Why are they being deployed?
The A10 was originally designed I think I'd just been born when they started designing it. The A-10 Warthog is actually the Thunderbolt 2, but everybody calls it the Warthog. The A-10 was designed specifically to counter Soviet armor in Germany in the Cold War. The whole idea was that you have this gigantic plane that's massively armored with a massive bomb load and massive guns, a massive gun. And its whole job was to destroy Soviet tanks. Because the understanding of World War III, back when I was in the Marine Corps even, was that if it started, it was going to start with an invasion of, 1 million Russians and more tanks than God. And we needed something to counter the tanks. This does a really good job of countering the tanks when you use them en masse. But we found that, hey, World War III didn't happen. Instead, we got Timu World War III in Iraq against Saddam. And they did a great job. They did exactly what they were designed to do. And the punishment that those things can take is legendary. I've seen videos of these planes coming in with one engine shot away and like the entire leading edge of one wing blown off to where you can see the internal structure. The main gun on an A-10 is literally the size of a Volkswagen. It's actually bigger than a Volkswagen Beetle.
Oh, wow.
And it fires a shell. You know what? Let me see if I can find an image of that. Yeah, because it's kind of hard to describe on using a small screen. Oh yeah, there we go. Let me make sure that I know what I'm sending you here. Yeah. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to send you an image here. The image I just sent you, the big shell is what comes out of the A-10's rotary cannon. The little bitty thing next to it is what comes out of an M16.
And let me add that here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. What an M16 fires is the itty bitty one next to it, and what comes out of the A-10's nose is the big shell. So yeah, those come in a lot of flavors, including depleted uranium and high explosive rounds. Yeah. And they devastate. They will absolutely devastate an area. There's not a lot of ammo for the gun on the A-10, but if you live through it, you're never going to forget it. Now,
so we have a couple of comments, and then there's a question. So as Rayrol says, Major, don't forget there is more A-10s now for close air support to dismantle the technicals.
That's true. That's very true. Excuse me. The fact that we've got A-10s moving inside Iran now is both to address the technicals directly, but also to tackle softer sites that are more spread out. Okay, what I mean by that is you've got like a school that the IRGC has taken over, and they're using it as a base, like a vehicle park. It's kind of a waste to drop like 3 or 4 bombs on a target like that, trying to get everything. It's a lot easier if you fly an A-10 over it and it just points its nose at the target and fires off a 2-second burst. And that will destroy everything above ground inside the compound, and they can just move on to the next target. So that's what the A-10s are doing right now. And, if they're even out there, they're addressing any kind of Artesh tank or BMP or any other armored vehicle that is not clearly unmanned. Because again, like Karg Island, why destroy it? Why not just, leave the thing there in place? And when the regime falls, we can go back, recover those tanks, and Iran will have some kind of a tank park, at least temporarily, until we can get them better gear. It's better than relying on technicals for everything.
Mm-hmm. And then Pasi Kuska says, isn't A10 today slow? With radar intersection, the worst radar spots it at max range and get shot down unless the area has no air defense like helicopter. Well, I mean, my understanding, Major, is that there is no air defense. All of the Islamic regime's air defense and radars and everything have already been destroyed, which is why the United States and Israel have pretty much complete command of the skies. And that's what I think President Trump has said and what Pete Hegseth and others have said as well.
There's multiple there's different flavors of air defense. Let me pull this for you. Actually, I want the one in the technical. No, I can use that picture. I can use that instead. I'm going to send you this. Now, this is the picture I just sent you. That is either a Russian or Ukrainian vehicle. I'm honestly not sure which. With the cannon on the back is called a ZSU-23, and it's specifically a 23-2 because it's a twin barrel. This is not really controlled by radar. It's designed to hit low-flying aircraft. This is actually a threat to an A-10, kind of, sort of. It would damage an A-10 to the point where once the A-10 gets back, they're going to take a day or two and fix it. Probably wouldn't shoot one down, though. But that would be a threat to an A-10 as air defense. It's what it's designed for. Cannons fire. They fire something almost as big as what the A-10 fires, but they fire it at functionally the same rate of fire as the A-10 because you got two cannons, and that is an air defense threat against the A-10. It's not an air defense threat against F-16s or F-15s or F-22s, F-35s, whatever's flying overhead doing the high altitude bombing, because they're so high up, these aren't going to hit them. So in the calculus, the A-10 squadrons, they're paying attention to where these things are. Nobody else is. The Marine Corps would pay attention because, these are a threat to helicopters, but the Air Force isn't using helicopters for anything but search and rescue, and they're not really doing that right now. So, yeah, there's air defenses that we have destroyed and completely wiped out, but those are all the missile defenses. And anytime if a surviving missile unit shows up, they're going to eat it. They're going to eat a bunch of missiles from the Air Force and the Navy from way high up in the air. So.
Okay. And another question is, what about mortars hidden in mountain territory, drones, long-range missiles, etc., against a beachhead? Possible rocket artillery still hidden.
That's where you get into. Excuse me. I'm sorry. That's where you get into. On the Marine Corps side, the Marine Corps can easily bring in Army CRAMs. A CRAM is the same thing that you'll see on a It's the same gun system that the Navy uses against anti-ship missiles. But this basically has a different kind of round. I'm going to copy that. This is the CRAM mounted on a HEMTT trailer, which you can just drive around, park somewhere, and it draws power from the HEMTT's engines. And these things will, they're functionally the same gun as on the A-10. They fire several thousand rounds in a minute. And, if somebody's shooting drones at a beachhead, this is what's going to intercept them.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I just have to deal with this super chat. So someone's like, you were on the news tonight, 2C TV. Can't believe you would do such a thing. Never thought you would team up with Chunky Yogurt. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. That was a prank that 2C pulled on me. And he even said that it's a prank and it's fake. So I hope you're not being serious.
Everybody's trying to get their licks in. Everybody's trying to get their licks in. It's 15 minutes of fame.
There you go. Well, actually, some people are taking it very seriously. I just got a call from my mom. Apparently, her phone is blowing up with messages from people who are like, "What's going on? Is like IRGC after Goldie?" Well, just because some people, because I do have like a bounty on my head. So unfortunately, some people didn't realize it was a prank. So yeah, there you go. But anyways, it was a prank. It was an April Fool's prank. Everything is okay. There you go. So I just wanted to share that. I mean, he didn't really get me. He got you guys, because I think you guys were more freaked out than anything else. Like I rickrolled Lucy. Like I trolled. It was a joke. Okay, all right. Thank God. Thank God. Yeah. You know what? He didn't punk me. 2C punked all of you guys. He punked all of you guys, because I was just watching and I was like, wait, what's going on? But because I was just like, wait, I'm fine. What's he talking about? But
he was doing fine until he brought in Chunky Yogurt, because everybody knows you detest Chunky Yogurt.
No, the Chunky Yogurt part was fine. It was the part where he was like, we haven't heard from her in 14 hours. That's the part that like freaked out the audience, because of the death threats against me. But it's all good. It's all good. I'm fine. I'm alive. Not a big deal. It was funny. And I think most of us saw it was coming. But for people who weren't aware or in on the prank, that's okay. But all good. So that was pretty funny. But yeah, guys, I'm okay. Yeah, but that was my mom calling me. She's like, "What's going on?" And I was like, "Mom, I'm fine. It was a prank." Okay, next question.
Well, yeah, on the specifically on the drone defense, I just sent you two pictures. I just sent you two pictures of the CRAM. The one on just mounted on the trailer as they're dragging it around, and the other one in firing mode. That's not a laser, by the way.
Let me just do this here really quickly, so I can bring them both up at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay. Image file. Let's go to desktop.
Yeah. Now the one on top is the CRAM just being transported on its that vehicle is called a HEMTT unit. It's a high whatever. I don't remember what the acronym means now, because they keep doing all kinds of weird acronyms. But that's just the top image is just it rolling down the road. The bottom image is the CRAM actually firing at incoming rounds, incoming artillery and mortar shells. That is not a laser beam. That is nothing but tracers being fired at like 4,000 rounds a minute, so they can make sure that they hit everything. The reason that you can do that with a CRAM is because, unlike the Navy, on a CRAM, all of the rounds have a self-destruct that detonates it at 2 kilometers after leaving the barrel. if it hasn't hit anything yet.
Hmm.
Yeah. Very effective. Not quite Iron Dome, but it's good enough.
So CRM's defending Prince Sultan, etc. Hit daily.
Yeah.
John confirming it was a joke. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Whew. So this I don't know. Can CRAM CWIS detect and hit FPVs? What's an FPV? And then he's saying, love talking to an actual expert. Yeah, we do. That's why we appreciate Major very much. We're getting into too many acronyms here. I don't know all these acronyms. So the CRAM,
the
CRAM
short
is
answer?
R2D2 looking thing. So
Yeah,
CRAM is R2D2 looking thing. What's an FPV?
Yeah. I know what what an IPV is. An FPV is it's basically a drone. It's another term for a drone.
Oh, I see.
There's so many acronyms when it comes to drones. It's just like, oh God, whatever. Now, if you're talking about the tiny little quadcopters that drop 40-millimeter grenades, no, this will not see them. But something like a Shahed drone, the Delta Wing drones, oh well, yeah, it'll see that coming a mile away, well, miles away, and it will zap those right out of the air, so that we don't have to shoot missiles at them.
Okay, I think
which gets problematic.
That's an FPV drone, right?
That I believe so. Yeah, and that's now the thing is with the FPV drones. Something like a CRAM can't see it, but as far as a CWIS is CRAM at sea. The CWIS came first. Then they took it off the ships, put it onto a trailer, gave it new ammunition, and called it a CRAM. Same unit, exact same unit. The problem with these little FPV drones, they fit in your hand, and they're too small to pick up on radar. On the other hand, they can only carry this tiny little 40-millimeter grenade. It's not tiny if they drop it on you, but it's not really going to harm a whole lot in the way of equipment. And this is not Ukraine, and the IRGC, whatever their salient qualities might be, they are not the Ukrainian army or the Russian army. So this is not really a concern in this theater of operation.
Oh, John is saying, I worked on CIWS in the Navy. Glad to see it's still doing its thing.
Yeah. I long ago, and I mean long ago, I dated a girl who had been a CWIS gunner on a Navy ship. CWIS has been around, God, since the late 70s, and it's still out there. It's still doing its job. I guarantee a bunch of the drones that they were shooting at the Lincoln's battle group got shot down by CWIS, by Phalanx CWIS guns, when they kind of got a little too close to the outer cordon of the carrier.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. So just wanted to see if you have any final thoughts or comments that you'd like to share with us before I take a quick break. And then Armin's going to be back soon. And then we're going to continue with the rest of the news and updates. But really, really do appreciate you being here. I know our viewers really, really appreciate your input and insight, because you have a lot more insight on all the military stuff. And we always do appreciate hearing from you very, very much.
I appreciate that. The only thing that I would close with is trust the process. We are way ahead of schedule. Everything is going the way we want it to go. So just go ahead and trust that. And with Donald Trump, however you might feel about Donald Trump, he is not George W. Bush. He is not Barack Obama. He definitely is not Joe Biden. We're going to win this. We're not going to win it tomorrow. It's not going to be over tomorrow, but we're winning and we're going to win, and Iran is going to be free.
Oh, thank you for that.
So,
If you could, Major, please stick around. Let's watch this this operational update together from CENTCOM. It's about 3 minutes long, and then maybe we can get your final thoughts afterwards on what he's saying here. Okay, and I'll be right back because I've already seen this.
Hi, I'm Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command, here in the Middle East with our 50,000 service members to provide my 6th update on Operation Epic Fury. Now in our 5th week of the campaign, it is my operational assessment that we are making undeniable progress in eliminating Iran's ability to project power in meaningful ways outside its borders. We don't see their Navy sailing, we don't see their aircraft flying, and their air defense and missile defense systems have largely been destroyed. Despite our clear dominance, our forces remain vigilant. It's long been my belief that every success we have begins and ends with our people, and our warfighters deployed for it are doing outstanding work. During this trip, I've had the privilege to recognize and award our troops for their courage, resilience, and tenacity as they continue to go above and beyond. Yeah.
Pretty fun work.
Great job. Great job. You enjoy it, huh?
Thank you, sir.
How long have you been in?
12 years, sir.
Fantastic. How you doing?
Pretty good, sir. I'm from Ohio.
Okay, what part?
Toledo, sir.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Fantastic. Thanks for what you're doing. Much appreciated.
Yes, sir.
What's your job?
I'm a wizard for the Strike Eagle.
Okay, and how many missions have you flown?
Probably a couple dozen at this point.
And how long have you personally been out here?
Been out here only since February, sir.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thanks for keep up the great work. Thanks so much. In the meantime, I'm wishing you all the best. I think of you every day and with a lot of pride. So thanks for what you're doing. I really appreciate it and couldn't be prouder. I met with our service members who are operating the most sophisticated and largest active air defense umbrella in the world, right here in the Middle East, to defend against Iran's indiscriminate missile and drone attacks. Since day one, our warfighters have also shown unmatched reach and lethality in systematically dismantling Iran's drone, missile, and naval capabilities by delivering a massive amount of firepower. Every branch of the military is achieving unprecedented success. Our naval forces have launched waves upon waves of cruise missiles and fighter aircraft from the sea. U.S. Air Forces have extended our reach with refueling tankers while executing a high volume of airstrikes into Iran with fighters and bombers. Our soldiers and Marines have delivered long-range strikes from land and mounted a robust air defense to not only protect Americans, but our partners as well. And our Space Force has given us the ultimate high ground, delivering space superiority, which has been a critical enabler to this fight. After witnessing the absolute professionalism, discipline, and dedication of our men and women in uniform supporting Operation Epic Fury, I just could not be prouder. And I know that their families, friends, and loved ones back home share this pride. So to all the moms, dads, husbands, wives, friends, and loved ones back home, thank you for everything that you're doing to support our outstanding warriors. There is no adversary too determined, no mission too difficult, and no task too great for our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardian, and Coast Guardsmen that make up the most powerful military the world has ever seen. To all our warfighters, keep up the great work and Godspeed. Thanks so much.
It's so different. It's so different from the Obama days, where you had openly political officers who would say they'd just be mealy mouth about how they talked, and it's refreshing to see the difference. So that gives me hope for the U.S. military, because I see things from the inside that I really don't want to get into here. But my real hope is that we can maintain the recruit flow to get more people in and try to get our numbers back up to where they need to be. Because that's, if there's a weakness in the U.S. military, it's that our numbers are so small right now. That's the only thing that really. That's the only thing that honestly gives me a hard time sleeping. Is the manning level, and how thinly we're spread. We can do what we're doing right now. I'm just hoping nothing else happens yet. It's getting better. It's getting better, mostly because of Trump and Hegseth. But yeah, I'm right there with him, and I think we're showing what happens when you get politics out of the military and let the military do its job, led by people who understand that they are in a military uniform for a reason that has nothing to do with sociology. And that's really where we've been, with the exception of Trump's first term. That's where we've been for almost 20 years. But things are getting better. So that's the bright side. Hopefully we can ride this and get back to where we need to be.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Yeah.
I just noticed that the White House is about to go live.
Well, I'll tell you what. Do you want me to stay for White House going live?
No, that's fine. I think we'll be okay, because I wanna share a few other things as well. But Major,
Okay.
we really, really do appreciate you being here and being with us. Always great input, great insight. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your support of the Iranian people. And yeah, I can't wait until Iran is free and things have stabilized, and we can all party in Tehran.
Well, Javid Shah, God bless America, Payande Iran.
Oh, thank you. God bless America, Javid Shah. All right, we'll see you shortly. Guys, everyone put a salute in the chat for the Major. Put an M or a salute in the chat to show your appreciation for the Major.
All right, everybody. We'll talk to y'all later. I might be in Discord later tonight. I might not. Depends on how I feel. So,
all right, we'll get
yeah,
better
ready
soon.
later.
Get some rest. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, so I am keeping an eye on the White House. Just started. President Trump signs an executive order. So, don't know what the executive order is, but of course, we're going to stick around and find out. Let me just put this tab over to the side. Does anyone know what he's going to be speaking? What the executive order is? If anyone knows, let me know. If anyone knows, let me know. All right. And in the meantime, oh, the Major's frozen. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I know he's signing an executive order, but we don't know what it's about. Okay. So I'm keeping an eye on the White House feed, and as soon as it starts, we will go to that. But in the meantime, I wanted to share this special report with you from Iran International, which is actually like really, really important. This talks a lot about the disinformation and misinformation campaign. Wait, what? Someone's like, sorry, joke. Nobody Trump's going to say it. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, no, that's okay. All good. Okay. So let's watch this report. It's about 6 minutes long. Guys, this is really important, this report, okay? Because this Iran International, along with the Free Press, they did a deep dive into the conspiracy theories around, what actually happened on January 8 and 9, and how there were certain accounts, especially on social media, on X and other places, who were amplifying Islamic regime propaganda. So let's watch this together.
On January 8th and 9th, Iranians poured into the streets en masse, calling for an end to the Islamic Republic's decades-long rule. But they were met with bullets.
In this massacre, direct order was by Supreme Leader and main agent was IRGC.
Oh my gosh, guys, we never hear Morad Vaisi speak in English. Morad Vaisi داره انگلیسی صحبت میکنه. Wow, look at that. Oh my gosh, guys, we love Morad Vaisi. Morad Vaisi is epic. And look at him, he's speaking English here. Go Morad Vaisi. Amu Morad. I know, baby, منم شاک شدم. عمو مراد ویسی انگلیسی حرف زد. آره داشت انگلیسی حرف میزد. Guys, so all the Iranians are shocked because Morad Vaisi, he's huge. He's basically our favorite news anchor ever. And we love him, we respect him, like he's a rock star, right? But he only speaks in English. He only speaks in Persian, in Persian, and he does live streams in Persian and he does analysis in Persian. I've shared some of his videos here and I've translated a few of them for you, but I've never heard him speak English. I've never heard him speak English before. So yeah, that's why everyone is shocked. Everyone's like, what? So like in server is like Morad Vaisi İngilizce harf zad, so with the question marks. So they're like, wait, did Morad Vaisi just speak English? Bale, İngilizce صحبت کرد. All right, let's continue. Sorry, I was not expecting that.
In this massacre, direct order was by Supreme Leader and main agent was IRGC and IRGC branches, including Basij, paramilitary, or a special unit in the police.
What followed was a nationwide crackdown that left tens of thousands dead, with the true toll still unknown. As Iranians demanded freedom, the Islamic Republic pushed a familiar claim that the protests were not real, but engineered by foreign intelligence services by the Mossad and the CIA.
And another one is Foreign Ministry, and his deputy. What is their mission? Justification about massacre, and tell a wrong story about massacre to war.
New analysis from the Network Contagion Research Institute, the NCRI, shows how this narrative was constructed, amplified, and circulated across online networks, transforming a domestic uprising into what appeared to be a foreign conspiracy. According to researchers, the foreign coup narrative did not emerge after the violence. It was present from the very beginning, seeded through regime-aligned media even before protests spread nationwide. What you're seeing here is not organic debate. It's a sequence. First, regime-linked sources frame protests as foreign sabotage. Second, online influencers across different political camps adopt that claim. Third, engagement surges, often surpassing official state media. And finally, Iranian officials cite that online discourse as validation. The narrative travels outward and then returns with legitimacy. Among the high engagement voices identified in NCRI's analysis were figures like Nick Fuentes, pro-Kremlin amplifier Megatron Ron, network node Atom Media, progressive commentator Omar Badar, Gray Zone journalists, including Aaron Mate and Max Blumenthal, alongside Iranian regime-aligned commentator Mohammad Marandi. Many of these voices disagree on nearly everything else politically, yet arrived at the same conclusion about Iran: different politics, one narrative. Researchers describe it as a convergence, a system where decentralized actors amplify the same narrative because it fits existing political grievances.
I wrote an essay about a year and a half ago. It's called Khamenei's Soft Power in America, where I talk about the influence that they have created in academia, in media, in cyber jihadists. They have a very sophisticated network, and they operate very, as you say, both in a coordinated manner and in a diffuse manner. Somebody sheds doubt about the number of killed. Somebody sheds doubt on who the ones who are killing.
Two provocative posts became the catalyst, one from a Farsi language Mossad account, the other from former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Both were swiftly weaponized as proof that the protests were foreign-backed. The largest engagement surge occurred after January 8th, precisely as protests expanded and the crackdown intensified. The same language, the same accusations repeated across networks.
By putting out some statements, whether it was Pompeo or the CIA, that basically put this idea that, you know, the Israelis were on the ground, the regime really was leapt at this to justify, you know, their actions and to make it seem like this whole thing was just an outside cooked uprising, which it wasn't. As this crackdown continued or started, they started to seed the ideas that, you know, this wasn't really a crackdown. This was a defense of the Islamic Republic against the Mossad and against the CIA. So they really did kind of flip the switch, and you see a surge of online traffic.
As violence unfolded inside Iran, a second operation took shape online, one that shifted blame away from events on the ground. The result was doubt, debate, and delay. The regime did not rely on repression alone. It relied on attribution warfare. By shifting responsibility outward, a domestic uprising was reframed as foreign aggression, blurring moral clarity and weakening international response. In modern information warfare, control over who gets blamed may matter as much as control over the streets.
There you go. So, very important, very informative report. It's pinned to Iran International's X account. I'm sure you can also find it on their YouTube page. But here, let me just share the link with all of you. So I just put that in YouTube. Let me add that to Rumble and X. So there you go, guys. So now you have that on the various social media accounts. You know what? Let me play that one more time because, like, guys, this is really informative, and like this does not get as much attention as it should. So I'm going to play this one more time while we're waiting for President Trump to go live.
On January 8th and 9th, Iranians poured into the streets en masse, calling for an end to the Islamic Republic's decades-long rule. But they were met with bullets.
In this massacre, direct order was by Supreme Leader, and main agent was IRGC and IRGC branches, including Basij, paramilitary, or a special unit in the police.
What followed was a nationwide crackdown that left tens of thousands dead, with the true toll still unknown. As Iranians demanded freedom, the Islamic Republic pushed a familiar claim that the protests were not real, but engineered by foreign intelligence services by the Mossad and the CIA.
And another one is foreign ministry, Araqchi and his deputy. What is their justification about massacre, and tell a wrong story about massacre to war.
New analysis from the Network Contagion Research Institute, the NCRI, shows how this narrative was constructed, amplified, and circulated across online networks, transforming a domestic uprising into what appeared to be a foreign conspiracy. According to researchers, the foreign coup narrative did not emerge after the violence. It was present from the very beginning, seeded through regime-aligned media even before protests spread nationwide. What you're seeing here is not organic debate. It's a sequence. First, regime-linked sources frame protests as foreign sabotage. Second, online influencers across different political camps adopt that claim.
You know something? This is wild. The fact that this began on December 20th, this is wild because the protests didn't start until December 28th. So it's almost as if like the Islamic regime knew that Iranians are feeling frustrated and that Iranian people are going to start rising up. And so they actually began this narrative. Guys, that's not the NCRI you're thinking of. That's not the NCRI you're thinking of. It's a different one. No. That's not the one you're thinking of. This is a different NCRI. It's this, guys. It's the Network Contagion something Institute. Network Contagion Research Institute. This is what it is. So it's this organization that detects and responds to emerging threats in the information ecosystem. It reveals how foreign and domestic actors engage in malicious narratives and inauthentic conduct to destabilize institutions and divide communities. So that's what this is. Okay. Oh, wait, is Tusi on? Oh, okay, he is. All right. Oh, he just started. All right. Okay, let's go to 2C TV and I'll be back. Sorry, guys. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't realize. I was waiting for President Trump to go live. That's why. My bad. Thank you for letting me know.
Welcome to 2C TV. I'm Maya Tusi, and this is your global news channel. We come to you guys with some breaking news coming from the conflict in the Middle East. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps have kidnapped an American journalist. We also have confirmation that one of Iran's main nuclear facilities have now been struck by the Israelis and the United States. And we're going to give you guys the latest assessment of the situation 1 month into this war and what could and should happen the moment the strikes are ended, because this is just the first phase. And of course, we're going to have the second stage of this whole battle, the final battle against the Islamic Republic. Okay, we're going to get your reaction as usual during the live show, in the live chat. And let's talk about the information we have so far about Shelley Kittleson. Shelley is an American journalist, has worked with CNN and others. She has been around the Middle East for some time now, and she has been protected by the government in Iraq, in Syria, and elsewhere. She also did cover a lot of issues in Afghanistan in the past, and she survived that. Unfortunately, earlier today, she was kidnapped in broad daylight in the center of Baghdad by the IRGC. We have the CCTV footage we're going to show you. The United States and the US officials have confirmed this was carried out by the IRGC's branch in Baghdad, the Khatib Hezbollah. Let's have a look at the moment of the kidnapping. You can see to the right side, there's a car that's just stopped now. I'm going to also show you the zoomed in version of this. They're putting her in the car, and now she's in. The other guy is going to go to the other side, driver's seat, and they're off. Now, one big problem that we're currently facing, I'm going to show you the, as I said, the zoomed in version in a second. But Shelley has, as I say, she's done work as a freelance journalist for a huge number of press, print and broadcast media, including obviously CNN, but not just CNN, but also Politico and many others as well. She's been working with a huge number of also regional sources and outlets. She's done a great job in terms of covering a lot of dangerous issues. There we go. We now have the zoomed in version of this. You can see her. They are putting her in the car. Now she's in. Well, almost. Now she's in. And yeah, after years of brave coverage, the Iraqis couldn't protect her. Now, obviously, we have a huge problem in two specific countries when it comes to the IRGC militias on the ground. One is Iraq, because obviously a huge chunk of Iraq is occupied by the IRGC, and the other one is Bahrain, because the IRGC's branch in Bahrain are also causing a lot of riots and terrorist activities against the establishment and against the United States forces in Bahrain. That still continues as well. The situation in Iraq is escalating. We're going to show you some of the footage videos coming in from Iraq in regards to the attacks and the drone attacks from Iran. But Shelley, her last posts on X were actually reposts yesterday and the 29th of March, both of them about the situation in Iran. One of them was about Spain closing its airspace to the US planes. Since then, obviously, we've had the Brits and the Italians and the French also doing the same thing. The whole of the European side making a move against President Trump. And then the other one was about the strategic narrative of the war in Iran. Now, let's quickly go to the situation in Iran, and then we're going to talk about Iraq again. Tehran, huge explosions following the latest joint strikes by the Americans and the Israelis. Someone said, what are journalists doing there? Silly indeed. Journalists, they're doing their job as journalists. If we don't have them on the ground, including the 2CTV agents and other friendly journalists who help us on the ground, both in Iraq and in Iran, we would not know what is going on in the Middle East. There are brave people who are in the region right now, and they are risking their own lives to ensure that the truth comes out. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps operatives were targeted. Earlier on, we showed you a video of the Israelis hitting a huge number of buildings belonging to the IRGC. There is one of these videos, a zoomed in version of it again, shows one of the IRGC members, in fact, jumping from the building following the strikes by the Israelis. And I think we can quickly, I think we can quickly show you this. Yeah, there we go. So this is it. Goes down. Now, these are the people on the right-hand side. You can see the photo. These are the snipers and the operatives of the IRGC who played a major role in the January uprising by the Iranian people. Now, they were the ones taking out Iranian civilians, allegedly over 30,000 of them. One by one, they are being taken out by Israel and the United States. But again, we're going to talk about what can and should happen the day after the strikes are finished. For now, let's talk about the leadership or so-called leadership in Iran. So we have Ghalibaf, who they say is apparently still around, but if he's alive, he's clearly hiding. Now, what is going on with that? Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, it's fine. Ghalibaf, we haven't seen him in over a week, but he keeps posting on X. He said, I just read about Sarah and others in the US skipping meals because gas prices keep climbing. Sad. But this is what happens when your leaders put others ahead of hardworking and ordinary Americans. It's not America first anymore, it's Israel first. Now, this sounds very much like every single influencer that we have against President Trump. Anybody could have been posting something like this, like Tucker Carlson, like Nick Fuentes, so anybody, right? Candace Owens. Now, the issue with this is that Ghalibaf's account on X is not actually being operated from Iran right now. And no, that is not a VPN, because firstly, the Islamic Republic don't need to use VPNs. But the account on X for Ghalibaf is being controlled from the United States. Now, somebody is posting on his behalf. That is not his language, what he was posting, not necessarily because it's English, but the way that was worded, that is not what Ghalibaf would say. That's not how he speaks, or anybody in his team. Clearly somebody in the US. Now, there's a lot of conspiracy theories who it could be, but no, it's not going to be Tucker Carlson. It's actually an Iranian in the US. There are names being thrown out there. Obviously, I'm not going to accuse anybody directly because that will be slightly slanderous. But we know who he could be, let's just say. You guys could speculate if you want to, for those of you who are familiar with some of these pro-regime individuals in the United States. We also have some good news, despite everything else. Huge success for the joint attacks by the US and Israel. We now have a senior figure of the IRGC's aerospace, Ali Tavasoli, is now been confirmed eliminated. Another one bites the dust, and another Ali has also been killed, and he's no longer smiling, and he doesn't have to worry about his stupid face anymore. The Prime Minister of Israel also made a speech earlier tonight, following what we reported today about the new alliance being formed between the Arabs and the Jewish nation in Israel against the Islamic Republic in the region. He also confirmed that, and he also mentioned that sooner or later, the regime in Iran will fall. Let's go to the Prime Minister. We've got subtitles. If you can't read it, I'll give you a summary afterwards.
לא רק שחיזקנו את הברית עם ארצות הברית, אנחנו גם יוצרים בריתות חדשות עם מדינות חשובות באזור נגד האיום האיראני המשותף, ואני מקווה שבקרוב, אזרחי ישראל, אני אוכל לספר לכם יותר על הבריתות החשובות האלה. בעקבות עמק לביא והמחאה האדירה באיראן שבאה בעקבותיו, ובעקבות מכות המחץ על איראן, שהנחתנו עליהם בשאגת הארי, אנחנו זעזענו את המשטר הזה. ואני אומר לכם, שבמוקדם ובמאוחר, סופו ליפול.
Major announcement, of course, he said the conversations are happening, and I will soon give you guys more information about the cooperation between the Arab nations and Israel. He's again primarily talking about countries such as Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. At the same time, he also mentioned, of course, the goal that the Israelis have, not the Americans, but the Israelis, which is regime change, the fall of the regime. For the Americans, obviously, the goal has been quite clear from day one. and that was to eliminate the threat from the Islamic Republic. But for the Israelis, the prime minister has always said that he wants the regime to fall, because the longer they are around, the more of a threat they will continue to be. And so obviously the Israelis will continue their operation from their side. That's why he says sooner or later, I can guarantee you that the regime will fall. Speaking of the regime falling, the whole system is falling apart for now, including Natanz nuclear facility that has now been hit by the Americans and the Israelis. Now, this is major. Natanz was hit during the 12-day war alongside the other nuclear sites. And Rich says, what is the IRGC doing in Baghdad? So the question is, what is the Shia empire in the region that we say they have tentacles everywhere, right? The octopus. The regime that wants to expand not just across the Middle East, but the whole world. Why they have IRGC in Iraq? Same reason that we have IRGC in Lebanon. We had until recently in Syria. We have in Yemen and across, I mean, even in Qatar, although the Qataris are kicking them out, allegedly. And we also have IRGC in London. We have the IRGC in Canada. We have IRGC in Paris, France. They are everywhere. Their operatives work everywhere because they want to have a global Shia caliphate. That's why they are everywhere. And from their perspective, it makes sense, considering that their enemy, including the United States, the US, also has operatives across the world. We have CIA operatives in Iran. We have CIA operatives in everywhere, in Qatar and elsewhere. You do live in a globalized world, whether we like it or not. So obviously, we're going to have these things. Also, when it comes to Iraq, the IRGC, or the Islamic Republic of Iran, continues to occupy a chunk of Iraq. They are literally occupying the country of Iraq. So that's why they are there, because they have to protect the territory that they have basically seized from the Iraqi government. That's why the IRGC are in Iraq. Also, speaking of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, they have now sent another warning to the Americans. They talk a lot about warnings rather than actually doing things, but they've now said that they will be targeting several major American firms in the region. So we have a list of companies that the Islamic Republic have now named, a few of them. Obviously, we got Apple, Boeing, Dell, General Electric, Google, HP, IBM, Intel, JP Morgan, Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia, and Oracle, Tesla, Spire Solutions, and all the usual. So they've now said that we're going to be targeting. The Americans have said we're not worried about this because we now have extra resources for defending at least the Americans in the Middle East. So not just obviously the US bases, but also the companies. Obviously, they kind of do to get more help from, for example, the Emiratis to help with the air defense, and they are doing a good job compared to sometimes Kuwait. Kuwait have had some issues since day one. They are still continuing to intercept most of the drones and missiles from Iran, but every now and then the interceptors don't work properly in Kuwait. But we've had a lot of discussions about Kuwait. Unfortunately, a number of American soldiers lost their lives in Kuwait because of the mishandling of the defense system by Kuwaitis. Now, the IRGC, as you guys know, recently, because they are winning so much, they've had to not just get help from the Iraqis to invade Iran to help them, but also get child soldiers to come out. We have a video from tonight showing a kid, obviously as part of the Islamic Republic side, holding a rifle, I think, a weapon, as they are continuing their parades across the streets. Watch this. Now, obviously, over the last few decades, they have had their program to train up children. But over the last few days or a couple of weeks, they have accelerated the training program to ensure that it's not just symbolic, but these kids, anybody age 12 or older, would be able to actually fight. Now, obviously, these kids will not be able to fight against experienced, skillful adults. But the only problem with this is that obviously they are now being used. So it's a child abuse. Every time the Americans or the Israelis hit these bases, kids are going to be in there. And the Islamic Republic will just cry and say, oh, look, innocent children are dying. But that's exactly what they're doing this. We've had at least one that was confirmed yesterday, I think, which we reported on this channel, the kid who was killed at one of the Basij checkpoints in Iran. And so that's what happens. Someone says, kidnapped a CNN reporter. She wasn't just a CNN reporter. She also works with other media outlets. She's not... she's an overall journalist working with left-leaning, right-leaning, and non-leaning media outlets in general. Now, let's quickly go to the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic, because he keeps ranting and nobody is listening to him. He came out earlier tonight, actually, out on the streets of Tehran, because nobody cares about him. Nobody wants to kill him because he's not that important. And nobody really from the government, the actual government, not the regime. So the president or government ministers, they're not really important. And because they can be replaced. Their jobs are effectively temporary anyway. The people who are main targets are the regime. So the heads of the IRGC or people in charge of the nuclear program, or people who basically have the job for life. And not these guys, they only have a job for like a few years and they get kicked out anyway. And they're not really that crucial. But the foreign minister, Arakshi, says that there is no truth to the claim of negotiations with any party in Iran. So the Americans continue to say we are talking to people in Iran. The Islamic Republic keeps saying nobody's talking to us and we're not talking to anybody, which then creates all these rumors that President Trump is talking to somebody who's not part of the regime. Now, there is no guarantee. Or it could be somebody inside the regime who's betraying the rest of the regime. That's why nobody trusts anybody right now in Iran, inside the regime, because people thinking, who is betraying me? But the reality is that something is about to happen in the next few days, within the next week or so, in terms of the diplomatic part of this and the dialogue. And we will find out definitely within the next week. But for now, both sides are just talking. Not even with each other, but talking at each other. Now, the problem with the Europeans, the European leadership continues to be an issue for the global security. We've had the British government, the Spanish government, the French, and others who, obviously, until now, they didn't want to get involved, even though their governments made some U-turns, there was some flip-flopping. The French sent an aircraft carrier. The Brits were going to send, then they didn't, then they sent it. It went towards Cyprus, but then they said, we're not going to do anything, we're just there for show. All that aside, the Europeans have taken it to a new level, which is a direct intervention to help the Islamic Republic against the Americans and against the Israelis. And that's what we were talking about earlier today. The French, one of them, and the British government as well, helping the Islamic Republic by literally preventing the transport of equipment from the American side to the Israeli side. Nothing directly going to Iran, nothing directly departing to hit Iran. This is simply transport. And so the Israelis are hitting back at France, saying that we will now reduce the military imports from France to zero in retaliation to the French policy to help the Islamic Republic of Iran. Baram, who is the Director General of the Ministry of Defense in Israel, has decided to reduce the defense procurement from France to zero. And they are saying that we will always remember, we will never forget who decided to help the enemy. The same goes towards the British government. Of course, President Trump already earlier on made a huge statement, a very angry statement against both the UK and the Fifth Republic of France. But we will see how much of that is now going to be affecting the overall NATO alliance. Because again, as I mentioned earlier, without the United States, NATO will not exist. It's just going to be a bunch of European governments with little power, no power, to actually even defend their own continent. Now, going back to Iraq, the situation in Erbil, the US bases continue to be under attack. We've had a handful of IRGC drones that were launched tonight, and the CRAM system have been activated and intercepted. Also, in terms of the Arabs, the United Arab Emirates, we got an interesting guy here typing on his keyboard from the basement of his mom's house, Alex, who's so insecure, his profile picture has to be him standing in the middle of a gym with no friends, as you can see down here. Alex says, this guy, Chat S. If another country attacks my country, I will make sure my children can fight against evil, because this evil is the Epstein class, snakes in the grass. That's how he speaks, by the way, because, you know, he's in a gym, being quite homoerotic. Alex is a child abuser because he believes that instead of protecting his children, he says he's going to be making his children fight in a war. I hope Alex is not a father, and I hope Alex never becomes a father. You should always protect children, never make them fight. It's not the job of children to do that. It's the job of adults to keep the kids safe. Remember England during the Second World War? Everybody from the south, especially from cities like London, was sent up north towards Yorkshire, towards Scotland, to be in safety, while the National Socialists from Deutschland were dropping bombs on the capital. British government and Winston Churchill did not start getting kids to be brainwashed against National Socialism, because you don't have to be brainwashed against National Socialism. Also, to be fair, during before the current world order, especially during the First World War, we have had kids that volunteered in conflicts, and the difference between the Western civilization and the other side is that people in the West evolve and become civilized and realize, yeah, maybe it's not good to have kids even do any level of volunteering, even in desperate times. It's probably best not to do that anymore. We are no longer living in ancient Greece. Anyway, the UAE, as we said, they continue to say they reserve the right to defend themselves against the IRGC, but they still haven't really done anything. But they have done one thing. They have officially banned, they've introduced a travel ban for the Iranian nationals. About time. Finally. I don't understand why it took them this long. Yes, there shouldn't be any entry for anybody from Iran, because you cannot, right now, you cannot vet people's backgrounds. You don't know who you're letting into your countries. We've already had a lot of pro-IRGC people across the whole world who have infiltrated. Nobody should go to the UAE from Iran until the regime has fallen, because it is not safe. Now, if the UAE, those who don't care about the United Arab Emirates, they don't understand the situation. The UAE is in a very, very specific place, not just in terms of geography, but in terms of the global stage, economically, when it comes to e-commerce, and when it comes to the hub between Far East Asia and the rest of the Western world. It's still a massive international hub. You let that go down, there's going to be problems for everybody. Anyway, There are some unconfirmed reports, which again, we can translate it into rumors. So just a quick heads up, there's a lot of things on social media that's going around saying this idiot is dead. We've heard this before. This is Hossein Ajayi. He's one of the most evil individuals in Iran right now. Well, one of the most evil people that are still alive. Ajayi is the head of the justice system, the judiciary, and his job is to execute people, basically. All the Iranians who have been kidnapped and arrested by the IRGC, especially since January, but also before that. His job is to do 5-minute kangaroo court trials. No jury, no defense. You just stand there for 5 minutes. They read out the charges against you. Then he says, you're guilty, and then they kill you. So he's got more blood on his hands than a lot of other people. There is now, again, all this stuff being spread around on social media that he's dead, just because we haven't seen him or heard from him. Now, obviously, he could be dead, right? But we would get the indication first. Usually, you don't get the confirmation. It will take a few days. But you will get the indication when the Israelis or the Americans have intel. We always get it. So far, nothing. Now, obviously, technically, we could wake up in the morning and they say he's dead. But there's no guarantee, there's no indication so far that he is dead. Let's quickly go to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He's just released his latest statements about the situation.
Many Americans are asking, why did the United States have to attack Iran now? Well, let me explain. Iran wants to have nuclear weapons. Of that, there is zero doubt. If what they truly wanted, which is what they claim, is nuclear energy, well, they could have nuclear energy like all the other countries in the world have it. And that is, you import the fuel and you build reactors above ground. That's not what Iran has done. They build their reactors and their facilities deep in mountains, away from the public glare. And they want to enrich that material. The same equipment that they could use to enrich material for energy, they could use to quickly enrich it to weapons grade. So it is clear that they've been offered every opportunity to have a nuclear program that allows them to have energy, not weapons. And every single time they have turned it down. But why the attack now? Well, what was Iran trying to do? Iran was trying to build a conventional shield, in essence, have so many missiles, have so many drones that no one could attack them. And they were well on their way. We were on the verge of an Iran that had so many missiles and so many drones that no one could do anything about their nuclear weapons program in the future. That was an intolerable risk. Under no circumstances can a country run by radical Shia clerics with an apocalyptic vision of the future ever possess nuclear weapons. And under no circumstances can they be allowed to hide and protect that program and their ambitions behind a shield of missiles and drones that no one can do anything about. This was our last best chance to eliminate that conventional threat, that conventional shield that they were trying to build. And the president made the right decision to wipe it out now. That is the goal of this operation, to destroy their conventional missiles and their drone program so they can't hide behind it and finally have to deal with the world seriously about never, ever having nuclear weapons.
We're just going to quickly take you to the White House. We have the live footage from the president who is currently speaking, just in case he speaks about the situation with Iran. Let's go.
You know, we have smart governors, and one way to tell whether or not they're smart is how well they do. FEMA is a very expensive way of trying to put out a problem. But what I'd rather do is let the states do it and help them financially, but let the states do it. In other words, you'll have a hurricane in Florida, and people who come from Alaska, they haven't been to Florida. By the time they get used to it, you know, problem can be solved. So I've never been a big fan of FEMA. I like to keep it local. I like to see governors and neighboring states help each other as opposed to FEMA. FEMA is very expensive, and it really doesn't get the job done. You know, North Carolina, they did a terrible job until I became elected a second time, and I went, and, you know, we had that tremendous water flood. There was a water hurricane, the likes of which nobody has seen. Land areas that never had lakes all of a sudden had lakes that you couldn't even get to it. And actually, we were helped by Elon Musk with the communication, with his great communication system that worked very well. We're very lucky, saved a lot of lives. But no, we got to do things right. And if you don't do them right, we shouldn't do them at all. Yeah, please.
Thank you, President Trump. After you said today that Iran were in the suit.
Iran, there we go. Question about Iran.
Do you have thoughts on that? And also, a judge just ordered you to stop construction of the ballroom. Are you planning to stop?
Well, we'll appeal that, but it's not, I don't know, it's basically, I mean, I wrote a part of his opinion, but basically he's saying I need congressional approval. And he's so wrong. This is being financed privately. It's a donation that's being given by companies, very rich people, so that for 150 years they've wanted a ballroom here. We're going to have the finest ballroom, I believe, anywhere in the world. And he said, we need congressional approval. Well, they don't get congressional approval from the White House when they do things. They don't, especially when we didn't ask for any tax money. We have no tax. This is taxpayer free. We have no taxpayer putting up 10 cents. And I see right here, I just wrote it out. He said, we need congressional approval. Well, we built many things at the White House over the years. They don't get congressional approval when they build in the White House. It's totally separate. And especially when it's a donation. I mean, the ballroom is a donation. It's gotten great reviews. People love it. And presidents for 150 years have wanted this ballroom to be built, because when we have President Xi, other presidents or prime ministers coming, we don't have a big room. We have the East Room, which is very small. And he said we need congressional approval. He also said, but this is positive for us, I'm allowed, that meaning we are allowed to continue building as necessary to, let's see, what is that? To cover the safety and security of the White House and its grounds. So it says here very carefully, the safety and security have to be protected of the White House grounds. Well, that's what we're doing, because everything's bulletproof glass, et cetera, including the ballroom. And then it goes construction and all of the things necessary. It says personal safety of the president and his staff are a part of that. So it talks about that we're allowed to continue building. In other words, he put an order on, and even that he gave 14 days. We don't need it, because that's what we're doing. He's allowed to continue building as necessary. And when it talks about the safety and security of the White House and its grounds. So just so you know, I wrote some of the thing down. We have a drone-proof roof, and it talks about the president and his staff. Well, we don't have a lot of bulletproof glass. The White House was built a long time ago. This has the highest level of, in fact, they call this grass, the glass, it's bulletproof and it's ballistic proof. It's very thick. It's like that. And it's going 45 feet high, and every window is covered, every door is covered. The roof is drone proof. We have secure air handling systems. You know, bad things happen in the air if you have bad people. We have bio defense all over. We have secure telecommunications and communications all over. We have bomb shelters that we're building. We have a hospital and very major medical facilities that we're building. We have all of these things. So that's called, I'm allowed to continue building as necessary. So think of that, for the safety of the president. So we have all these things. So on that, we're okay. Where he's totally wrong, and he made, a statement that's fine, but I'll give you an example. You have
still talking
right here, $300 to $400 million, depending on finishes. If I use very expensive marble, if I use very expensive wall coatings, if I could bring it up to 400. Otherwise, we're right now ahead of schedule, we're under budget. But depending on finishes, from $300 to $400 million are being given by great people, people that you all know. Rich people, rich companies, big companies. They wanted to see this built because every president, literally for 150 years, has needed a space like this. Many of you have gone to the tent when we have a president of a big country or
We're gonna
somebody
wait
being
for
honored of great distinction. And they sit in a tent, and if it rains, you get
Gonna wait
soaked
for the next
because the
question.
grass gets wet here very fast. It's a very wet area.
Hang on.
They used to call it a wetland, but I guess they don't do that for the White House, but it's essentially a wetland. And when it rains, you're in trouble. The water can go up to 3 to 4 inches over their
Okay.
shoes.
Okay, well, we'll wait for the next questions. He didn't address the Iran thing. We'll wait for the next question, see what they will ask, and then we will get.
Armin, welcome back. Armin! Oh, there you
Hi,
are. Hey,
hi.
How was your group
Hey.
discussion?
It was really good. It was really good. We were discussing the analysis of the people who disagree with us on how the military operations are going, to see what our responses to them would be. Like all the
Ooh.
people who come up with the points against why us. So we were going over that.
Listen, Tusi's in his live stream right now, so I found a way that I'm gonna troll him tomorrow. I look at this video that I made. Tell me what you think about it.
الله الرحمن الرحيم إلى إخواتنا المسلمين في المنطقة وإلى أحبائنا في أرض فلسطين وإلى غزة سابرة خاصة نخاطبكم اليوم من الجمهورية الإسلامية في إيران بكلمة صادقة نابعة من القلب كلمة وفاء ومحبة وأخوة لقد ظلت الله الرحمن.
So I mean, it's basically I put Tusi's face. I mean,
Oh my god! Wait, how did you do that? I didn't even know that. Oh my god, that's Tusi. How did you do that?
I used
amazing.
like some okay, so this is what I used. I used like some AI face swap, like free thing, but it's not like the greatest, right? So his mouth isn't moving properly.
Yeah, okay.
But I just
I was waiting for all of a sudden his picture to come up at the right side or something, so I wasn't looking at his face. That's him.
So I'm thinking, and then I added like 2CTV at the top. So I'm thinking like tomorrow I'm gonna troll him somehow with this, and then I added just like random stuff at the bottom. So I want to be like, breaking 2CTV is. Can you give it 2 seats? Guys, I'm so new with AI.
The new speaker of Khatam al-Anbiya.
Oh yeah, I could be like, oh, Mahir Tusi is the new speaker of Khatam al-Anbiya.
Yeah, no, you should start like, guys, headline news: Khatam al-Anbiya speaker was taken out by the Israelis, and then now they have a new one. Like, he was killed. Khatam al-Anbiya speaker is killed, but they're taken up by the drones, and now they have a new speaker. So there we go. That's good.
And you know, like the fact that it's terrible, right? Like you can obviously tell that like the mouth isn't moving properly. It's okay, guys. It's okay. I'm not giving away the battle plan because Tusi's live streaming right now, so he's not lost. He doesn't know.
Don't tell him.
So I have to get him back because Armin, I got like an angry call from my, like not angry, but I got like a worried call from my father. And then I got a worried call from my mother. So apparently a lot of Iranians, especially in Canada, didn't realize that he was pranking me. So the way that he started the prank, and he's like, you know, we haven't heard from Goldie in 14 hours. And now we have an update from the IRGC. People were freaking out because I have a death threat, right? Like there's a bounty on my head.
Oh
so,
no!
Yeah,
oh no!
Yeah, so my mom was at work, and then she called me a couple hours ago, and she's like, "Njayana Tusi Chie," and I'm like, "Mama, no, it was just an April Fool's prank." And she's like, and then she was not impressed. She was like, "My phone has been blowing up with messages from people wondering if Goldie's okay, if she's safe." And I'm like, "Oh, geez." So, anyway, so I have to get Tusi back now. I have to get Tusi back for that. But,
oh my god!
I think the Khatam al-Anbiya thing is good.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I mean, that's worse than going with Cenk. That's bad, but like being the speaker of Khatam al-Anbiya is like the worst. Yeah.
Yeah. So you know what? I actually do want to go to President Trump's update. But before I do that, have you seen this video from Iran International? The one where they're talking about it's like a 7-minute video, and it's all about how like influencers were sort of feeding into the January 8 and 9 thing is like Mossad or whatever.
Oh, to spread
Yeah.
that propaganda. Okay.
Yeah. And then after this, President Trump is speaking live about Iran, but I was waiting for you to come back so that we could watch it from the beginning together.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So let's watch this really quickly and then we'll go to President Trump.
On January 8th and 9th, Iranians poured into the streets en masse, calling for an end to the Islamic Republic's decades-long rule. But they were met with bullets.
In this massacre, direct order was by
Wait. I'm speaking English. Chat, remember I told you that, like, Armin, so when Morad started speaking English, I paused and I was like, what? I've never heard Morad speak in English. And then a lot of the viewers on your channel, a lot of the Iranian viewers commented in Persian. They were like, Morad Vaisi İngilisi balade? So,
I mean, he
we were
lived
like,
there, so
yeah,
I'm.
we,
Yeah.
so
Wow.
so we were appreciating this, and then I basically said to everyone, I was like, when Armin comes back, we have to play this for him, because when Armin hears Morad Vaisi speaking English, he's also going to be like, what? And guys, that's exactly what happened. Hashtag Goldie is always right.
Oh wow. I'm not used to this. Okay.
I know none of us are. None of the Iranians are, right? So all right, let's go back. His English is so cute. I've never heard him speak English.
Decades-long rule. But they were met with bullets.
in this massacre, direct order was by Supreme Leader, and main agent was IRGC, and IRGC branches, including Basij, paramilitary, or special unit in the police.
Guys, so listen, we have a lot of respect for Morad Vaisi. Like Morad Vaisi is pretty much our number one, right? Like he's our number one. We respect him, we love him, we protect him. He's just such an amazing voice for Iranians. And I have zero doubt that when Iran is free, he's going to be like our number one news anchor, right? Like he is just that respected and loved and appreciated. But he only ever speaks in Persian. We've never heard him speak in English. So that's why like a lot of us are like, wait, what? English?
What?
That's why Armin's laughing. It's not because we're making fun of him. It's because it's sweet. It's like, oh, look at this. Like, this is so nice that he's speaking English. It's just like a nice surprise because we haven't heard this. I don't know if I can get him on the show. I mean, I don't know because his English, like, again, like he's more comfortable speaking in Persian. But I mean, if you want, like Armin could definitely translate some of his live streams for you guys because his live streams are excellent. But I have to say that his live streams, because Armin, I watch his shows like every day after we're done Iran Revolution Live, and everything that you and I talk about, it's the exact same thing that he's talking about in Persian as well, especially when it comes to like translating President Trump, right? Like, guys, he is also an expert at translating what President Trump says from, English to, from politics to English, basically. But he does it in Persian.
In this massacre, direct order was by Supreme Leader, and main agent was IRGC, and IRGC branches, including Basij, paramilitary, or special unit in the police.
was a nationwide crackdown that left tens of thousands dead, with the true toll still unknown. As Iranians demanded freedom, the Islamic Republic pushed a familiar claim that the protests were not real, but engineered by foreign intelligence services by the Mossad and the CIA.
And another one is foreign ministry, Araqchi and his deputy. What is their mission? Justification about massacre, and tell a wrong story about massacre to war.
New analysis from the Network Contagion Research Institute, the NCRI, shows how this narrative was constructed, amplified, and circulated across online networks, transforming a domestic uprising into what appeared to be a foreign conspiracy. According to researchers, the foreign coup narrative did not emerge after the violence. It was present from the very beginning, seeded through regime-aligned media even before protests spread nationwide. What you're seeing here is not organic debate. It's a sequence. First, regime-linked sources frame protests as foreign sabotage. Second, online influencers across different political camps adopt that claim. Third, engagement surges, often surpassing official state media. And finally, Iranian officials cite that online discourse as validation. The narrative travels outward and then returns with legitimacy. Among the high engagement voices identified in NCRI's analysis were figures like Nick Fuentes, pro-Kremlin amplifier
Goldie.
Megatron Ron.
This is why before Iran
Wait.
Revolution Live.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about NCRI because people were freaking out about NCRI.
No.
NCRI
No,
is
no.
Network Contagion Research Institute. I just want to make that clear. Okay, sorry. Please continue.
Yeah, no, this is why before Iran Revolution Live, like remember how like Armin, why are you making shows about Nick Fuentes? This is why before Iran Revolution Live and this round of revolution, I was making back-to-back videos responding to the BS from Nick Fuentes because I saw him as an asset and also a major threat to our cause. You can see that this was, yeah.
So I didn't know that, but thank you guys. So everyone needs to go back and look at the videos that Armin made about Nick Fuentes before we started Iran Revolution Live, because Iran Revolution Live didn't really come together until after December 28, because the first day of protests was December 28. And what this report is saying is that this narrative was coming out on December 20th, so 8 days before, Armin. But good point.
Narrative travels outward and then returns with legitimacy. Among the high engagement voices identified in NCRI's analysis were figures like Nick Fuentes, pro-Kremlin amplifier Megatron Ron, network node Adam Media, progressive commentator Omar Badar, gray zone journalists including Aaron Mate and Max Blumenthal, alongside Iranian.
You know what's really interesting? Oh, okay, look at this.
Regime-aligned commentator Mohammad Marandi.
So what's really interesting about these people, literally the worst people. So Nick has attacked Iranians. Megatron has been identified by CENTCOM recently as like a Russian asset. This account has like attacked me and blocked me. This account has attacked me and blocked me. I have no idea who this person is. I'm going to block them. This account, Max Blumenthal, has attacked me and I've blocked them. So like most of these I've blocked on X. And then of course, this is the, tip of your finger, right? This is the guy that I was like, when we catch you, the biggest piece of your body left will be the tip of your finger, right? So these are like terrorists. And these are the biggest amplifiers of Islamic regime narrative. Not even because someone is saying this is a wall of shame. Not even the wall of shame. This is the wall of jihad and terrorism. Jihad and terrorism. That's what this is.
And Goldie, look at their followers. Nick Fuentes is the most biggest one. This is why he should be our target. Look at that. He's the most influential one among all of them.
I mean, but Armin, here's the thing. Like, he's not influential amongst American policymakers. And I don't know if you were here yesterday when we played Mark Levin because Mark Levin was speaking about all these like podcasters who have a lot of followers, but they're completely inconsequential, and President Trump doesn't actually pay attention to them in any way, shape, or form. And these people think that just because they have a big following that they're qualified to speak on these topics. I think you were in your group discussion when we spoke about that. Yeah. So that's like a very important point. So yeah, I mean, sure, these people have a big following and they might, dominate the social media sphere, but X is not reality. And, President Trump has made it very clear that these people, like, they have no influence on what he says or does. But this is very dangerous because this radicalizes people.
That is true. What you're saying is completely true for now. Because they have people like Nick Fuentes, they have a huge influence on Gen Z, for example. And if we don't respond to them, like what you're saying, which is true, in the near future, once the people who follow him grow up, they're going to be their own voting bloc. And if we don't, fight back against them, they might, at some point, they might become much, much more influential than they are right now.
Yeah,
in the future.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Aligned commentator Mohammed Maradi. Many of these voices disagree on nearly everything else politically, yet arrived at the same conclusion about Iran. Different politics, one narrative. Researchers describe it as a convergence, a system where decentralized actors amplify the same narrative because it fits existing political grievances.
I wrote an essay about a year and a half ago. It's called Khamenei's Soft Power in America, where I talk about the influence that they have created in academia, in media, in cyber jihadists. They have a very sophisticated network, and they operate very, as you say, both in a coordinated manner and in a diffuse manner. Somebody sheds doubt about the number of killed. Somebody sheds doubt on who the ones who are killing.
Two provocative posts became the catalyst, one from a Farsi language Mossad account, the other from former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Both were swiftly weaponized as proof that the protests were foreign-backed. The largest engagement surge occurred after January 8th, precisely as protests expanded and the crackdown intensified. The same language, the same accusations repeated across networks.
By putting out some statements, whether it was Pompeo or the CIA, that basically put this idea that, the Israelis were on the ground, the regime really was leapt at this to justify, their actions and to make it seem like this whole thing was just an outside cooked uprising, which it wasn't. As this crackdown continued or started, they started to seed the ideas that, this wasn't really a crackdown. This was a defense of the Islamic Republic against the Mossad and against the CIA. So they really did kind of flip the switch, and you see a surge of online traffic.
As violence unfolded inside Iran, a second operation took shape online, one that shifted blame away from events on the ground. The result was doubt, debate, and delay. The regime did not rely on repression alone. It relied on attribution warfare. By shifting responsibility outward, a domestic uprising was reframed as foreign aggression, blurring moral clarity and weakening international response. In modern information warfare, control over who gets blamed may matter as much as control over the streets.
Goldie?
Yeah.
This is why I keep telling our audience that they are soldiers in this battle, because this is not just military warfare, this is information warfare and psychological warfare. And this is why every single one of you in the chat that every single one of you that are watching us right now, you could actually participate in this battle for liberty.
I agree. Okay, Armin, I'm going to send you the link to President Trump's executive order so that you can stream it on your screen.
Okay.
And I think you might have to I haven't watched it, but I think you might have to skip through a few parts in the beginning. Okay. But I think the volume might be a little bit low. So I know that you have like the volume boost thing. So if people need like the volume to be higher, you're able to do that because I can't.
Okay, let me just prepare my screens for that then. Close. Okay. Close. Don't save. All right, thank you for the link. Okay, so go down, come up. Let me actually do the volume boost first. Wait, is this muted or something? Or does it just take us some
No,
time?
I think it's just you have to just go forward a little bit until it starts. Go forward. There we go.
We had that tremendous.
There.
Up very proudly by us, having to do with voter integrity. And
You might have to skip forward a little bit because he does speak about Iran, but I think his executive order is about like voting and mail-in ballots and stuff.
Okay.
Great legal minds, they looked at the various documents and everything that was going on. They assume the only way they can win is to cheat. When you have men and women sports, it's fine. It's wonderful to understand. You know, an interesting stat is that 2% of the people create more than 90% voting in our country, because if you don't have honest voting, you can't have. We were helped by Elon Musk with the communication with his, put it out. He said, we need congressional approval. Well, we built many things at the White House, a drone-proof roof, and it talks about the president and his staff. So think of that, for the safety of the president. So we have all these things. So which is King Charles, who's a great guy. We don't want him to sit in a pool of water. And they've been wanting. So we feel, and we don't feel, we know that congressional approval is not necessary to put up a borough. And many things have been built on the site they've never gotten. When the stock market broke all records just a few weeks ago, when it hit 50,000 on the Dow, 7,000 on the S&P, I said to the American people, it's time that we have to make a little detour because we have a madman that wants a nuclear weapon. And if we didn't knock him.
Oh, there we go. We're here. So should I go back a little bit or it'll just play from here? I think it should just play from here.
Up to you. I mean, you can use the arrows to go back. The arrows are more, I think, precise.
Yeah. Questions for you on Iran, but first one that affects Americans here at home, gas prices. Today they hit $4.
We have $4, yeah, and we have a country that's not going to be throwing a nuclear weapon at us in 6 months.
Of course, but Americans are feeling the effects in the interim of this
and they're also
operation.
feeling a lot safer.
What is the plan to bring them back down?
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon, and they'll become tumbling down. And stock prices were up today almost to a record. because they know two things. Number one, we have a safe country. We had to take a little detour because we had a madman named Khomeini, who sadly is no longer with us. And we had regime change already. We've knocked out one regime, then we knocked out the second regime. Now we have a group of people that are very different. They're much more reasonable. I think much less radicalized. We have had regime change. We're dealing with people that are much more rational, and it's amazing what we've done. We had to make a little detour. So when the stock market broke all records just a few weeks ago, when it hit 50,000 on the Dow, 7,000 on the S&P, I said to the American people, it's time that we have to make a little detour because we have a madman that wants a nuclear weapon. And if we didn't knock him out with a B-2 bomber, we would have a nuclear weapon right now. It would have been used before today. And you may not be standing there asking that question, okay? So I think we have a country that understands that. I see CNN did a poll and they talked about voters or MAGA voters, and my poll came out at 100%. Nobody covers that poll. They had another poll where it's at 92% approval. I think that the people understand it. We'll be leaving very soon. And if France or some other country wants to get oil or gas, they'll go up through the Strait and Hormuz Strait. They'll go right up there and they'll be able to fend for themselves. I think it'll be very safe, actually, but we have nothing to do with that. What happens to the Strait, we're not going to have anything to do with, because these countries, China will go up and they'll fuel up their beautiful ships and they'll leave and they'll take care of themselves. There's no reason for us to do it. We hit them hard. We got rid of a lot of the radicalized lunatics along the Strait. But if they want something, but I would say that within 2 weeks, maybe 3, we're hitting them very hard. Last night we knocked out tremendous amounts of missile-making facilities. As you probably read or wrote,
We'll be gone.
we knocked out. Excuse me.
Pardon me for interrupting. The U.S. will be gone or done with the war?
I think with 2 or 3 weeks.
Not 3 weeks. If it is,
We'll leave.
Within 2 or 3 weeks, Goldie. He's saying within 2 or 3. What do you think about that?
I mean, every time he says within 2 or 3 weeks, it's always sooner.
Oh my God. Okay.
Like remember he said he's going to make a decision about attacking the nuclear facilities within 2 weeks, and then he attacked within 24 hours.
So you think in less than 3 weeks, all of this will be over and the
Yeah.
Islamic regime will fall?
Yep.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
That's how I see it. I mean, based off of the way that President Trump has been sending messages and signals for the last, like basically since December 28, it's following the same pattern. Like at this point, it's pretty much pattern recognition.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Let's continue then.
Because there's no reason for us to do this. Look, problem with the Strait, a guy can take a mine, drop it in the water, and say, oh, it's unsafe. It's not like you're taking out an army or you're taking out a country, or they can drop it. Or you can take a machine gun from the shore and shoot a few bullets at a ship, or maybe an over-the-shoulder missile, small missiles. That's not for us. That'll be for France. That'll be for whoever's using the Strait. But I think when we leave, probably that's all cleared up. Today, I heard tremendous numbers of ships were sailing through. We're negotiating with them right now. We have had regime change. Now, regime change was not one of the things I had as a goal. I had one goal. They will have no nuclear weapon. And that goal has been attained. They will not have nuclear weapons. But we're finishing the job. And I think within maybe 2 weeks, maybe a couple of days longer to do the job. But we want to knock out every single thing they have. Now, it's possible that we'll make a deal before that, because we'll hit bridges, and we've hit some. We'll hit some bridges, got a couple of nice bridges in mind. But if they come to the table, that'll be good. But it doesn't matter whether they come or not. We've set them back. It'll take 15 to 20 years for them to rebuild what we've done to them. They have no Navy. They have no military. They have no Air Force. They have no telecommunications. They have no anti-aircraft systems. They have no leaders. You know, their leaders are all gone. That's why we have regime change. We have nice new leaders. Peter?
Thank you, President Trump. You talked about how the ballroom needs to have a drone-proof roof.
Right. Roof with other things in it. If you need, you can,
The country just spelled it out.
things all over the place. Really, we're able to take them out.
Just there was a viral video this week. I don't know if you saw it, of Army helicopters hovering near Kid Rock's house in Nashville. Did you see that
I
video?
didn't see it, no, but I'm sure they had a good time.
Well, so the Army just said the crews of these helicopters have been suspended. What do you think of that?
Well, it depends. Are they? Well, they probably shouldn't have been doing it. When we feel that they are, for a long period of time, put into the Stone Ages, and they won't be able to come up with a much more accessible. They are right. You know, they said, we have a present for you, Mr. President, out of respect.
All right, let's go back.
Make a deal for the U.S. to end its operation.
There we go.
Look at it. They like Kid Rock. I like Kid Rock. Maybe they were trying to defend him. I don't know.
Does Iran have to make a deal? Does Iran have to make a deal for the U.S. to end its operation in Iran? And
No,
have you spoken?
no.
And have
Iran
you
doesn't
spoken
have to-
directly? with
Iran
anyone
doesn't
in
have to
Iran?
make a deal. No. Yeah, I've spoken to a lot of people. It's a new regime. They are much more accessible. They are right. You know, they said, we have a present for you, Mr. President, out of respect. And they said, wait a minute, you want me to answer the question? You're a fresh person. You know, we've had a lot of problems with you, haven't we? No, they don't. You asked me a question. No, they don't have to make a deal with me. When we feel that they are, for a long period of time, put into the Stone Ages, and they won't be able to come up with a nuclear weapon, then we'll leave. Whether we have a deal or not, it's irrelevant. Now, it's possible that we'll have a deal because they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal more than I want to make a deal. But in a fairly short period of time, we'll be finished. They will not be able to do a nuclear weapon for years. And when they are ready, maybe in a long time from now, able to do a nuclear weapon, you'll have a president that will be like me and that he will go there and he'll knock the hell out of them again because they cannot have a nuclear weapon. They are very radicalized people. They're very sick leaderships. And I will say, though, that the leadership we're dealing with now, with the new regime, because we have a new regime, and the new regime is much better than the past. Yeah.
Mr. President, the Iranian government threatened a bunch of U.S. companies today in the region, including Google, Apple.
With what? What did they threaten them with? PB guns? Or?
Well, that's a
They don't
good
have much
question.
left to threaten.
My question for you is,
I
is
don't
the
know.
U.S.
I mean,
talking
what
to
did
those
they?
companies?
You made a said. What did they threaten them with? I don't know. Go ahead, tell me. How did they threaten them?
Well, all I know is that they threatened them, sir.
What does that mean?
Fair enough.
They said something
Do
nasty.
is the government in touch with these companies? Are you helping to backstop them?
You don't even know what the threat was. What was the threat? I haven't heard it. What was the threat?
I'll get back
Did
to
they
you.
say they're going to blow them up? They're going to hit them.
Is
They're
that
not.
Iran's
You know what they're not going to
ICC?
do? They're not going to hit them with a nuclear weapon.
Is it something you're concerned about, sir?
No.
Iran's IRGC issues a warning that they will target 18 U.S. technology companies if the U.S. continues targeted assassinations of Iranian leaders beginning on April 1st. Those companies included
really?
NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft.
Most of those
Google.
people are dead already. Yeah, Peter.
I got one. Your son Eric posted a photo of what will be the Trump Presidential Library. It's a huge skyscraper. Is that?
Okay.
A 747 Air Force One children, or 59 children in one case, or 10. And if you take a look, slaves.
That guy in the suit is asking President Trump's favorite questions.
Citizenship papers, they all happened right in. Bringing people in and saying congratulations.
We keep going from, possibility of a nuclear war to ballroom and then back to stopping a nuclear war.
Your whole family is billionaires. Bring the date of when this was enacted. The opening of the Supreme Court in the last administration. I don't care how good your case is. You can have the greatest case ever. They're going to rule against you. They always do. Go along that line. You can have the greatest case in history. But stupidity, some people would call it disloyal. Some people would say they're right in doing it. And I don't mind being right, but the other side almost never does it. almost, I think you could find maybe a couple of instances, almost never does. When a Democrat appoints a judge, and I'm talking about judges, not just justices, you go before some of these, it's the craziest thing. The Democrats are totally against it. Again, they're unified. Democrats are used to, a person wouldn't vote for, think of it, for identification. We added no men and women sports, different subject, but we added that, and we said no transgender. Voter identification, right? When you think
I'm actually very surprised that in the most advanced country in the world, the idea that you need ID to be able to vote is actually something that needs to be debated. I don't know. I don't know how we got here.
Honestly, it's so weird because like in Canada, like you have to have ID to vote. So I don't know what the issue is in the United States. Like with the Democrats, it's very bizarre.
Yeah,
I don't
know.
understand it.
I don't understand. I don't understand how that's even a debate. Yeah.
everything, it had their picture, and if you didn't have that card, they threw you away. In New York City recently, we had a big snowstorm. Mayor Mandemi he called out for people to shovel snow, but you had to give identification with picture. If you didn't have, and it wasn't one identification, you had to have two. So to shovel snow in New York City, you need identification, double with picture. But to vote, which is maybe our most cherished thing, you don't need. They don't want voter ID, the Democrats, because they want to cheat. The problem is we need their votes. In order to get it, you need their votes. And look, they know their policy is so bad. They know that if they gave those votes, they might never win another election. So they're fighting like hell. They're actually fighting for their survival because their policy, the Republicans have great policy, smart policy, strong borders, low interest rates, low taxes. We just gave you the largest tax cut in history. All these great policies, you know, we want a strong military. Look at our military. We have the strongest military. Look what happened in Venezuela. It was so incredible. People said the greatest military maneuver they've ever seen. Look what's happening in Iran. We're totally unchecked. Everything's been bombed out. They have no anti-aircraft protection. They have no nothing. They don't have anything. Look at our military. The Democrats don't want that. And when I read the fake New York Times, you take a look at it, it's like, oh, they're putting up a good fight. They're not putting up a fight. They're not even shooting at us, okay? We have planes are just ruling the sky. We have airplanes. Those two. Those two. We have airplanes. Nice, right? Lincoln with a little modern touch. The great Benjamin Franklin with a little modern touch. But think of it. They are roaming the skies over Tehran. They're not even being shot at because their equipment's been totally decimated. They have nothing to shoot. They have no Navy. They have no anything. And just think about this. They have no Navy. They have no military. They have no nothing. They're losing. They admit they're losing. They're begging to make a deal. And if you read the fake New York Times, a corrupt newspaper, where I'm suing them and I think I should do very well, but you would almost think, who's winning? It's so fraudulent. But just to finish up with the New York Times, if you read the New York Times prior to my election victory, including the first one and the second one too, I won 3 times. I won 3 times convincingly. But let's go to the third victory. If you read the New York Times, you would say, oh, Trump's going to lose. But I won in a landslide. I won the popular vote. I won the Electoral College in a massive number, right? Massive. I won the counties, 86% of the counties I won. All of these different things. Winning the popular vote for a Republican is, pretty amazing. But if you read the New York Times for months and months and months, you were hearing, oh, Trump, he's doing so badly. We have to straighten out our media. The reason their circulation is way down, the New York Times circulation, has gone way down. Washington Post is almost extinct. the papers that are being dishonest, papers generally, people don't believe the media. And to finish, I got 93% bad publicity. Some people say 97, but between 93 and 97. A person that gets 97% of bad stories, maybe Caroline's doing a poor job. I don't know. She's my representative. You're doing a terrible job. Should we keep her? I think we'll keep her. But I get 93 to 97% bad press, fake press, all fake. I won in a landslide. When you get 93 to 97 bad stories, bad press, and you win in a landslide, you know what that says? People don't believe the press. And when people don't believe the press, that's a very bad thing for our country. And when you look at, let's say, the New York Times or the Washington Post, the stories are so fake. Wall Street Journal, too, a lot of bad stories. I don't know what happened to them, but they're bad. Their circulation went way down. Wall Street Journal, I don't know if you saw the numbers that came out yesterday. New York Times, way down. Wall Street Journal, way down. Washington Post, #1, way down. Because people don't believe them anymore. And until they get, it's not the paper, it's not the big, it's that they have no credibility anymore, which is a very sad thing for our country. Thank you very much. Everybody.
All right, that was it.
Interesting.
What do you think?
You know what? He seems very calm. He seems very calm. He seems very confident. He's giving me the same vibes that he was giving me prior to initiating the attack on February 28th. So, I mean, it's very obvious that President Trump knows that something is up. Of course, he's not going to share what that information is because, you know, he's not going to give away whatever's happening. But President Trump is very calm. Meanwhile, the Islamic regime, they are freaking out. And to the people in the chat who are like, so someone is like, I don't like it when he said new regime. He should have said new government backed by the people of Iran. We don't have a new government yet. We don't have a new government yet because the remnants of the Islamic regime are still in power. But I think it's really important that we have to remember what President Trump said on February 28th. So, and that should be like the guide, right? That should be the guide, Armin, because on February 28th, when President Trump announced that he is going after the Islamic regime, he made it very clear that when he is done with the military strike and the military actions, Iran will be there, and that will be the opportunity for the Iranian people to reclaim their country and get rid of the Islamic regime. Because ultimately, it's not the responsibility of the United States or Israel to affect regime change. The responsibility of Israel and the United States is to keep their citizens and their country safe. However, what people seem to forget here is that right now, the interests of Americans, Israelis, and Iranians are aligned, right? So when our interests are aligned, we're in an amazing place where we're all naturally working together, right? So the United States and Israel understand that when they have sufficiently weakened the Islamic regime, the Iranian people will have an opportunity to rise up and the Iranian people will reclaim the country. And because the Iranian people have already said that they only support His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi to lead the transition, this has given a lot of faith to President Trump and, of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu. They're not going to come out and say this publicly. There's no way that they're going to say this publicly. Because if they say this right now, if they acknowledge this, the woke left, the jihadis, the Islamists, they're going to attack President Trump. They're going to attack Prime Minister Netanyahu. They're going to attack the Iranian people. And they're going to try and delegitimize our right as Iranians to self-determination. So that's why President Trump is saying what he's saying in the way that he's saying it, because it's meant to confuse the Islamic regime. It's meant to confuse the media. It's meant to keep everyone guessing and in the dark. However, everything that he's saying and the way that we have explained it and translated it for you guys, that's how it's happening. یکی داره میگه چرا میگه رژیم عوض شد این رو من ببین فقط منظورش اینه که مثلا چی میدونم خامنه ای مرده the Guardians whatever اونا مردن یه فقط همینجوری داره حرف میزنه که رژیمو what's the word like they want to confuse them. Armin, how do you say that in Persian? میخواد
سردرگمشون کنه.
آره میخواد سردرگمشون بکنه. ولی مهم اینه که همون صحبتی که پرزیدنت ترامپ اول جنگ کرد اون خیلی مهمه که وقتی که به ملت ایران گفت که وقتی که ما کارمون تموم شد ایران توی شرایطی میفته که شما میتونین برین و کشورتون رو پس بگیرین. اوکی؟ یعنی همون صحبتای شاهزاده که شاهزاده هم میگه ما ایران رو پس میگیریم، پرزیدنت ترامپ هم همون شب گفت ما میخوایم یه شرایطی درست بکنیم که شما بیان کشورتون رو پس بگیرین. همین. و حالا که پرزیدنت ترامپ اینجوری داره میگه مثلا رژیم چینج، این به خاطر رسانه‌های چپگره، این به خاطر خود رژیم، این به خاطر خب چپولای و مجاهدین که خودمون داریم باشون مبارزه میکنیم که میخوان حالا بیان و بگن که مثلا like this is not legitimate. I don't know. Does that make sense, Armin? That's how I interpret it anyway.
So just so that we could respond to the countering viewpoint, what would you say to somebody who says that what it sounds like to them, okay, is that President Trump is saying that regime change has already happened because he's trying to find a way to get out of this. So by saying the regime change has already happened, he's just basically saying, well, mission accomplished, we're done here, is because he underestimated how easy it is for the Islamic Republic to continue closing the Strait of Hormuz, so they don't want to deal with this mess anymore. So he's saying, well, we already did regime change, so that's why we're out of here. So how would you respond to that?
I would say he's basically just trolling the Islamic regime and pitting them against one another, because if President Trump is saying regime change has already happened, the people within the Islamic regime, they're going to start looking at one another and pointing fingers and going, okay, wait, who agreed to what? Especially since the IRGC has become very vicious and they're going insane. So he's doing like a classic psychological warfare. That's how I see it. It's also very similar to what he was saying back in January when people were asking him about the massacre that happened on January 8 and 9. And he didn't want to give away how much information he knew. So he would just say, well, we've heard that some of the deaths were caused by a stampede, but, we're monitoring the situation and we're just going to keep track of it. And everyone was like, what are you talking about? What stampede? The video, the footage is right there. So I think this is just a way for President Trump to just, it's psychological warfare. It's keeping the Islamic regime guessing.
Yeah, it might be the interpretation of the Islamic, so the most optimistic way of looking at this is that if some people are thinking that, the Islamic Republic might also be thinking that. So as American troops are gathering for a ground operation, the Islamic Republic, because of the kind of wording that is coming from President Trump, that some of them might think like, well, maybe he's not going to attack, so this is one way to keep to catch them off guard, like he did the last two times.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, so that's what some people are saying. So these are the two sides of guys looking at it. So now you've seen both sides of it.
Yeah.
I mean, the troop activity does suggest that there might be a ground attack, not invasion, just ground operations. But the White House also mentions that they are there just to increase President Trump's options. So we'll see.
I agree. Anyways, that's what I want to share with you. I'm not sure if you have like more footage or videos, but there is like a lot of interesting news coming out. I don't know what you've seen or what you want to share, but I've noticed that the Islamic regime is now sharing footage of Arakchi apparently coming out. They've shared
Oh, with the
footage.
hoodie.
Yeah, with the hoodie. And then they've also shared footage of Musavi as well. Have you seen that one? Like
No.
the
Show.
missing aerospace commander. So why don't you share Arokchi and explain that one, and then I'll find the other one because that's very interesting.
Let me bring all.
And then you heard about the journalist that was kidnapped in Iraq, right?
No.
Oh my gosh.
Show me that one.
Okay, yeah, I will. I'll send you the link so you can share them after you share Arokchi.
Oh, I'm on the wrong account. Let me switch my account. And now, there we go. All right, let's look at all the stuff that I've liked. So, Tusi, I think, shared this, but we should watch this again.
We should, yeah, absolutely. I don't think he played the
There
full
we go.
thing.
All right, let's watch this one first. Guys, look at this. He knows he's not the target, so he comes out with a hoodie to show that they're very brave. So Iran International is saying a video released by Iranian state media shows Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi attending a nighttime rally of Islamic Republic supporters wearing a hoodie. By the way, he's in the middle of civilians, so he also knows that he's going to be safe here because Israelis don't
What a
bomb.
coward.
Yeah. Wait, is there no audio? There's no audio.
Ew, he's so gross. What a coward.
Yeah, human shield and all. But this is their way to demonstrate that they're being brave and everything is okay from their end.
You know what's really crazy about this? Let me just share this really quickly because there's another like update from Iran International about like Abbas Araghchi. Look at this. So apparently he said Iran has not responded to the 15-point US proposal and no decision has been made on entering negotiations. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi told Al Jazeera, downplaying ongoing contacts as message exchanges rather than formal talks. So even now, like they're still acting like they're these like strong, bullies or, whatever, which is crazy because like they're literally hiding in tunnels. This guy is so afraid he comes out with like a hoodie covering his face, but like, he makes these statements to the media and then the low IQ like jihadis are like, oh, durka durka, right? And every time he speaks. It's just so messed up.
Yeah, this is for internal consumption. They're trying to have it both ways. Privately signal to Trump that they're willing to negotiate, but for internal consumption to their own followers, they want to make sure that they don't look weak. So they are publicly announced that we're not actually talking to them. President Trump is lying. We're actually very comfortable and we don't need to negotiate with the Americans. And we could keep doing this forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Let me play this and I'll while I'm playing this, I'll just go off screen for just a little bit. I'll be right back. But I'm listening.
Many Americans are asking, why did the United States have to attack Iran now? Well, let me explain. Iran wants to have nuclear weapons. Of that, there is zero doubt. If what they truly wanted, which is what they claim, is nuclear energy, well, they could have nuclear energy like all the other countries in the world have it. And that is you import the fuel and you build reactors above ground. That's not what Iran has done. They build their reactors and their facilities deep in mountains, away from the public glare. And they want to enrich that material. The same equipment that they could use to enrich material for energy, they could use to quickly enrich it to weapons grade. So it is clear that they've been offered every opportunity to have a nuclear program that allows them to have energy, not weapons. And every single time they have turned it down. But why the attack now? Well, what was Iran trying to do? Iran was trying to build a conventional shield, in essence, have so many missiles, have so many drones that no one could attack them. And they were well on their way. We were on the verge of an Iran that had so many missiles and so many drones that no one could do anything about their nuclear weapons program in the future. That was an intolerable risk. Under no circumstances can a country run by radical Shia clerics with an apocalyptic vision of the future ever possess nuclear weapons. And under no circumstances can they be allowed to hide and protect that program and their ambitions behind a shield of missiles and drones that no one can do anything about. This was our last best chance to eliminate that conventional threat, that conventional shield that they were trying to build. And the president made the right decision to wipe it out now. That is the goal of this operation, to destroy their conventional missiles and their drone program so they can't hide behind it and finally have to deal with the world seriously about never, ever having nuclear weapons.
Can I, is it okay if I keep mentioning the points that other people who might disagree with us make?
Yeah,
So that
100%. Yeah, of course. You don't need to ask me. Yeah, of course. It's okay to mention
Okay.
anything. As long as you're not
So-
like push. But just remember,
Okay.
Armin, I still haven't seen your rant from the other day. So whenever you're
okay.
done, I'm going to be like playing your rants because I still haven't seen
Okay, okay. Sounds good. So, again, I'm playing devil's advocate because if somebody listens to this and they might get concerned because they're not mentioning the enriched uranium, right? So somebody might be concerned like, okay, everybody is getting on the same page to just leave Iran because the way that Marco Rubio is speaking might sound like to them is he's giving the list of objectives that right now looks like they have achieved it. When it comes to the missiles and all the things that they needed to destroy it. So, for example, he didn't mention that we need to get the enriched uranium out. It seemed like the messaging that they're receiving seems like to be justifying why they started it, but also why it's already mission accomplished. That's what people are hearing. I mean, I know what the response is, so let me just see. The response is like this is if even if that's the case, that might be for might be for just confusing. These are mind games on for the Islamic Republic to give them some hope, but there are people might notice that certain things are being removed from the objective. Certain things are being removed from the list of what President Trump and Marco Rubio are saying. So some people might see it as a way to suggest that this is why we started it, and now we're almost done, and we could end it without actual like regime collapsing. Because also part of the things that both Marco Rubio and President Trump are saying. By the way, guys, I know in the chat a lot of you hate me for saying this. I just want to make sure that I play devil's advocate so that we don't have an echo chamber here, so that you also guys practice. We don't want to just repeat, like when I practice responding to these devil. Let me know in the chat if you want me, if you agree with me mentioning the devil's advocate as well, or do you want me to just say, because I see some of you get angry that I mentioned these things, right? Because I know that other than the narratives, what we have to look at is the fact that the Marines and so many other forces are moving towards Iran. So I know that. I know the counters. But I also want to mention that, what other people might be talking about, because both President Trump and Marco Rubio are might sound to some people as if they're talking as if mission is already done, and we don't need to. This is other people's problems. This is now France's problem, UK's problem, other people's problems. We did what we wanted to. Also, because part of their language also includes their new languages that we set them 20 years. Like we delayed their ability to rebuild 20 years. So that might seem to some people a switch from we want to make it permanently not ever be able to do such a thing to the world, to instead we have delayed it for 20 years. like we're good for the next 20 years, because delaying it for 20 years means that we're going to still have to deal with the Islamic Republic 20 years from now once they rebuild these things, which if the goal was to completely get rid of the regime, then there wouldn't be 20 years, it would be forever, it would be solved forever. Let me see if you guys are. And also another thing that other people might suggest is that the new calculation is that the Islamic Republic, even if you get rid of like most of their capabilities, even if they have just a little bit capability left, it's actually very easy to control the Strait of Hormuz with just a few drones and missiles and just a few little mines. So if you basically remove the Islamic Republic's ability just 95%, that remaining 5% is enough to be able to close not close it, just manage the Hormuz Strait and basically cause economic trouble for the rest of the world. And the Islamic Republic is learning how easy it is for them to, cause problem in the Strait of Hormuz, even if all of their air defense is gone, even if all of their navy is gone, even if all of their air force, what air force, but whatever they had is gone, even if like their proxies are, beheaded, even if all of that is gone, it just takes us, from the Islamic Republic's perspective, it just takes us a few drones and missiles that they don't even need to be accurate. They just need to be there. Commercial ships are very risk averse. So even if they don't hit their target, they're still scary enough. Just a few mines in the Hormuz Strait, under the Larak Island, but not between Larak and Qeshm Island. We're going to leave that open so that we could use that as a toll booth, collect $2 million from every ship, which adds up to billions of dollars. And the oil prices have gone up, so our revenue has gone up. They're not selling oil at a discount anymore. So all of the money that now is going to the Islamic Republic with the toll that they're collecting from the Hormuz Strait and the increase in oil prices, that's going to be enough for them to keep building as many drones needed to be a threat to the Hormuz Strait. So, and given that maybe like some people's interpretation might be, given that the Americans are realizing that even with all of the destruction that they have caused on the Islamic Republic, these very limited ability that the Islamic Republic maintains is enough to be able to, for them to have this much control over the world's economy. Maybe it's not like that last remaining few percent, it takes a lot more. So it was so easy to take 90% of it or 95% of it, but that taking that 5%, that can only be done with full regime change, right? So maybe the Americans, some people's interpretation is that the Americans are like, you know what, this is too much. We already done what we needed to do. So bye-bye, right? But again, that's the devil's advocate point. I know the counter to that. The counter is like, don't watch what they say. Don't listen to what they say. Look at what they do. And what they're doing is that ground forces are moving towards the area. And if this is confusing a whole bunch of people, well, it's also confusing the Islamic Republic people. And this is all just mind games. This is what happened. This is what happened during the 12-Day War. This is what happened before Operation Epic Fury started. And then everybody was panicking that, oh, why are they negotiating? Or have they given up? And then all of a sudden, boom. So some people are suggesting that given that this is what happened last time, this is what's happening here again. But then the counter to that counter is that just because this happened twice, that doesn't mean necessarily the third time is going to be the same. 2 data points are not enough to come up with that's not enough data to come up with a trend analysis. That's just 2 data points. And also talking about the troops moving into the region, people saying that's not just because they're moving close to that area, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to use it. They might just go there just so that the President Trump has all the options at his disposal. But it doesn't mean that they're going to be used. So these are all the narratives and the counter narratives and the counter to the counter and then the counter to the counter to the counter. These are all the things I could come up with. But anyways, we'll see. What do you guys think? Like, was that a good overview of all sides of this argument? or did I miss anything, or was that is it good that sometimes I do the devil's advocate here in the chat, or no? Because some people might be like, Armin, you're making us feel sad and lose hope, and you're supposed to give hope. Oh, yes, it was. Oh, thank you, Skish. Sketch art therapy. You should. By the way, Sketch, you should join our discussion group. Absolutely. Okay, good. Yes, it's fine. Okay, good. Because sometimes I feel like I don't want to. Because I don't want to take away hope, and sometimes because guys, I consume a lot of content from people who are on the opposite side of us, including, the worst people, right? And so also some well-meaning people who disagree with us. So I try to not live in a bubble, like in an echo chamber. So I try to, if you guys sometimes want, I could just give you a summary of the things that might go against us. Oh, yeah, you're saying understanding other perspectives make us better prepared to disarm them. Oh, good. Thank you. Fantastic. So you guys appreciate that. All right, let's go. Let's go to this one. I have something to share here. Let me see what we have. So Iran's President Pezeshkian says the country is ready to end the war, but only if there are guarantees against future attack. What do you mean? That is... Oh, wait, let me see. What do you mean? How could you get guarantees? Like, even if they gave you guarantees, you could then, like, you wanted them to do pinky promise? Oh. But let me actually finish this because Goldie just sent me something. Same. He also said the U.S. does not believe in diplomacy and warned that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed to aggressors. He doesn't really hold power. He's an IRGC puppet. Yeah, he's irrelevant anyways. Anyways, let me look at this. So President Trump just posted this. Approve, disapprove. President Donald Trump's decision to use military force in Iran to remove Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and his terrorist regime from power in order to stop their nuclear weapons and ballistic missile program. And this is what President Trump posted. Approve 89%, strongly approve 70%, somewhat approve 19%, disapprove 8%, somewhat disapprove 4%. So guys, these two is, if you add these two together, that's what you get, this approve one. So this is all of the approves, and then you cut it into two pieces. So all the disapprove says is 8%, and then you cut it into two pieces of somewhat disapprove 4%, strongly disapprove 4%, and then 3% unsure. Okay, so okay, so here's the thing. This looks very good. Again, if I put my devil's advocate hat on, the wording of the question is in a way that you will get more approves on. I'm just being devil's advocate. Let me know if you want me to stop, because look at the way that the question is framed. It says, and his terrorist regime from power in order to stop nuclear weapons. Like, the question is not posted in a neutral way. It's really hard to say no to that. Right? They're like, what? Are you for terrorism? You want terrorists to have nuclear weapons? Right? So, yeah. So, I mean, I see, like, this looks very good, but the question is framed in a way that you would get a lot more approve anyway. It's not being asked neutrally. So there's that. Let me see what we have here. It says, by the way, this is a very clever strategy to put this at the beginning of your tweet. So instead of just saying what's happening, you start with like, alarm, holy crap, exclamation mark. This gets you more retweets. I don't know if I should do that or not in my tweets. And then you just say, holy crap, all caps, alarm. And then you start talking about what's happening. Saying, just like he does that with every single one of his posts, by the way. This guy, it works. Saying, it's just like President Trump promised. More oil boats are going through the Strait of Hormuz as negotiations with Iran continue. The experts doubted when Trump said that Iran agreed to send more boats this week, but it just happened. So let me look at this.
We have emissaries, but we also are dealing directly. And as you know, they've agreed to send 8 boats 2 days ago, and then they added another 2, so it was 10 boats. And now today they gave us as a tribute, I don't know, I can't define it exactly, but they gave us, I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait. And that's taking place starting tomorrow morning. Over the next couple of days, a lot of boats.
Yeah. So that he said that's happening, and it did happen. Princess of Pahlavi just posted this. Let's look at that. Princess of Pahlavi posted saying, the bloodthirsty regime in Iran is preparing to commit yet another unforgivable crime. Oh, no. Reports confirm that at least 5 sons of Iran who courageously took to the streets on January 8th and 9th, Muhammad Amin Begleri, Shaheen Wahed Parast Kolur, Abulfaz Salehi Siyavashiani, Amir Hossein Hatami, Ali Fahim, and potentially more have been moved from their ward and transferred to an unknown location for likely execution. These are their pictures, guys. These young men are condemned not for anything they did, but because of what they represent. The regime's sham courts do not seek justice. They seek to terrorize Iran into silence. They will fail. I call on Mai Sato and the United Nations Human Rights Council. Let me make sure I follow this. And other international human rights institutions to urgently intervene to save the lives of these innocent young heroes. So it says خطر اجرای قریب الوقوع حکم اعدام 5 معترض زندانی. So these 5 people are going to be executed very soon unless something happens. That's crazy. This is why I understand why so many Iranians lose their patience and they're in a rush, because every day that goes by, we lose more of our people like this. This is why so many Iranians get so. I completely understand. But so many times, sometimes we tell Iranians inside Iran to wait, be patient. But how could they be patient when this is happening? Oh, look at this. Ayatollah Javid Amoli, who not so long ago gave a fatwa, which is a religious decree, that shedding the blood of Trump.
Armin, I'm like on the phone. I'm like on hold for something, but this is important. But I sent you a second link right after this. So this was him apparently on March 4th, where he was like threatening President Trump in the United States. So like share that and translate that, and then go to like this one that I sent you after, because this is crazy. Like these are the mullahs, right? These are the savages who've been murdering Iranians and threatening Americans.
Yeah, so this was on March 4th. And then the later one that I'm going to go share after, this is more recent, but let's go to the March 4th one. This is a Grand Ayatollah. Okay, Grand Ayatollah, it means like it said like a marja.
So
Marja
Armin, what makes an Ayatollah grand? Because I know what makes an Ayatollah like a supreme, right? Because like
supreme.
when you have a supreme dictator or a supreme leader, that
Right.
means you add tomatoes and sour cream. But what makes an
Right.
Ayatollah a grand Ayatollah?
The joke. You want the joke answer or the real answer?
Both.
Okay. The joke answer is extra toppings.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, but the real answer is that enough recognition by other ayatollahs to the point that they recognize you as somebody who needs to be emulated and followed, and it's not somebody that just know like it, so this is the hierarchy, right? So Hujjatul Islam wal Muslimin, and then after that a mujtahid. Mujtahid is somebody that doesn't need to look at others to figure out what's Islamic or what's un-Islamic. He himself could be able to. He has enough credentials to decide that himself. And then Ayatollah is you get to the point where you have done teaching of religious, of fiqh and other Islamic jurisprudence to the point where and to other ayatollahs recognize you as a major source. And you get a lot of recognition from other ayatollahs because of your high level Islamic teachings. And then a grand ayatollah, or to the point that you become a marja, is that your base of following and the other ayatollahs who recognize you has gotten to a point where now people could emulate you. Like basically you could have a huge base of following of people who, when you say to them, you issue fatwas and you could tell them that if something is haram or halal, and if your followers, by following you, even if they do something haram that you said is halal, there will be no sin upon them because they were following your marja, and also the other way around. So you will be forgiven by God even if you make a mistake, as long as you're following your marja. So that's the level of authority and influence you have on your base of following. The people have picked you as a marja. They could just follow your guidance, and even if it's wrong, God will forgive them. So that's what and this is why when they issue a fatwa, it will be taken seriously, because there are certain Muslims that consider this ayatollah to be their marja, meaning it means that it's mandatory for them to follow what he has to say. So that's what a marja or a grand ayatollah in Shia Islam is, which is the highest level that you could get. All right, so it's kind of like Hogwarts, guys, different levels. All right, so Iran's grand ayatollah Abdullah Javadi Amoli issued Amoli in Persian. Amoli issued a jihad fatwa saying shedding the blood of Trump and the Zionists is obligatory. So, guys, this is above permissible. So this is a key. It's not saying it's permissible. This is one level higher. You're obligated to do it. So you can't be like, that means that it can't be like, okay, maybe I'll do it, maybe I won't. No, you have to do it. That's what he said. By the way, for YouTube, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. This idiot, this terrorist is saying it. So, okay, we're anti-violence here. Let me play this.
بار دیگر شهادت گرانبار
Oh my God.
و تحمل ناپذیر رهبر معظم انقلاب را به پیشگاه امت اسلامی و خاندان مکرم و معظم این بزرگوار تعزیت عرض می‌کنیم.
So he gave condolences for Khamenei's martyrdom to the people and also his family.
تعزیت عرض می‌کنیم. ما الان در آستانه امتحان بزرگ هستیم.
Okay, he's falling asleep. He's saying we're right now in the middle of a huge test.
و باید مواظب باشیم این وحدت را کاملا حفظ بکنیم.
And we have to be careful to keep our unity.
این اتحاد را کاملا حفظ بکنیم. اگر مختصر رنجی هست، گنج بیشماری در پیش هست.
I think if we are going through a temporary pain right now, there's a treasure, there's a limitless treasure after this that we are going to be rewarded with after we go through this hardship.
ما باید بدانیم بیگانه قصد این آب و خاک کرد. قصد
So we have to know that there are these foreigners who are trying to take our land and our water.
تجزیه کرد.
And they're trying to do separatism. They're trying to basically challenge the border integrity of Iran.
قصد تقطیع کرد. خاک ما، آب ما که
They're trying to invade our land and our waters.
آبروی ماست.
Which is our land and our water is our reputation, so we're not going to let that go.
خاک ما که جان ماست.
Our land is our life.
وقتی از امام صادق می
What?
I was just saying, like, yeah, okay, like, guys, like, these are the Muslim Nazis. These are the invaders. They have the audacity to take over our country, and now they're like, oh, this is our land. Our land is pure. Blech. Right? Like, this garbage needs to be eradicated. Like, this is the cancer that has terrorized and ruined our country of Iran for the last 47 years. They need to be eradicated. They need to be, like, removed from the face of the earth, because these people are pure evil. Pure evil.
Yeah. And it's very interesting that everything he's saying about land and water goes into like he's acting like patriotic, which goes completely in contradiction with Khomeini's teaching. Yeah, they're pretending to be patriotic because they need the people right now.
پرسند کسی قصد مال ما، سرزمین ما و خاک ما که هر چه کنیم فرمود فقط
Like whoever comes and tries to take our property and our land, we have to respond. Is he falling? Why is his eyes closed? Is his eyes? He seems like he's half sleeping.
صلح دمه علی خونش باخته من امام صادق خونش بریز.
Oh, he's quoting Imam Sadiq, which is Imam number 6. Imam number 6 of Shia Muslims in the 12 of Shia Islam. He's quoting them. Imam Sadiq, he's saying that Imam Sadiq said, whoever does this, you can shed their blood. And don't worry, if there's any sin with shedding their blood, it's on me. Just shed their blood.
Guys, just remember something as well. Remember, all the imams, they're not Iranian. The imams are all Arab warlords. So, like, the imams have nothing to do with Iran or Iranian history or land or boundaries or culture or anything.
Yes. And he's saying, shed their blood. Oh, look at this part. He's saying the blood of a Zionist. She's saying spilling the blood of a Zionist. ریختن خون Trump. Spilling the blood of Trump.
الان حرف امام زمان این است با صهیونیست بجنگ خون.
So the Imam of our time, this is the words of the Imam of our time, which is basically Imam Mahdi, by the way. This is the words of the Imam of our time is this: shed their blood of the Zionists and Trump. Okay, this is actually Islamically questionable as well, because how do you know the words of the Mahdi? I thought only the Wali Faqih is in contact with the Mahdi. Are you in contact with the Mahdi as well?
حرف امام زمان این است.
حرف امام زمان این است. Wait, are you also talking to the Mahdi? How does that work? I thought only the supreme leader can do that.
Armin, because like this is after Khamenei was killed, but they hadn't like officially appointed Mujtaba. So for him to sit there and pretend like he's speaking with this weird dead imam that's like stuck in a well, right? Like, isn't this like treason according to these people? Or do you think he was saying this because he was like trying to like make the case for why he should be the next Ayatollah or whatever, the supreme dictator?
Maybe. I mean, if I was him,
this is blasphemy. This is blasphemy.
Yeah, blasphemy. We're offended as on behalf of
I mean, I'm offended by his existence as a non-Shia, but I'm sure the Shias were offended by this. But yeah,
I mean, Goldie, if you want to talk about blasphemy, the most blasphemous person based on even Shia ideology in Iran was Ali Khamenei. Because a couple of years ago, he came out and said that when I was speaking, it wasn't my words, my mouth and my tongue was moving, but God was speaking through my mouth. Which is basically, he said that, which is the punishment for saying that in Iran under the Islamic Republic is death, because not even Muhammad even claimed that. Like, that is a higher level of connection to God than Prophet Muhammad. Like, even Muhammad had an intermediary, which is like Angel Gabriel. This is some Sufi stuff. Like, not even this is not Shia stuff. This is Sufi stuff, which is blasphemy. Yeah. Anyways.
یونیس بجنگ خونش باده من حرف امام زمان این است که با آمریکا
Oh, wait, what? Imam Zaman?
امام زمان این است با صهیونیسم بجنگ خونش
Yeah, the word of the Imam of our time is to fight the Zionists.
باده من حرف امام زمان این است که با
So guys, the Imam of our time, the time Imam, what does that mean? Time Imam. Okay. So the Imam of our time is basically among all the 12 Imams, the one that is living while you're alive. They say the Imam of our time. So if you were alive when Ali was alive, Ali would be the Imam of our time. When Imam Sadiq, the sixth Imam, when he was alive, if you were alive back then, that would be the Imam of your time. Right? But for the past, I don't know, 1200 years, the Imam of our time apparently is the 12th Imam, which is Imam Mahdi. So during all of this time, when they say Imam of our time, that's the same thing as saying Mahdi, because he's the one who's supposed to be, who's alive. Like when he fell down the well, he didn't die. He's just been hiding. He's playing the longest game of hide and seek with us for 1200 years. And yeah, so that's what that means, Imam of our time. So he's saying just like Imam of our time, when Imam Sadiq was alive, the sixth Imam, when he said, shed their blood, let it be on me, I take your responsibility. When Imam Sadiq said that, so he's basically saying, he's basically coming to the conclusion that the current Imam of time, which is Imam 12 Imam Mahdi, he would be saying the same thing, to kill the Zionists, kill Trump, and the responsibility on their blood would be on him. Oh, fight the cruel Americans. The salutations of God be upon you. The salam of God. The salam of the Prophet be upon you. The salam of Ali, Imam Ali, Ali ibn Abi Talib, the first Imam, be upon you. The salam of Imam Sadiq be upon you. The salam of Imam Zaman, the 12th Imam, be upon you. Guys, nobody gives it. Let me tell you, okay? From the 12 Imams, let me tell you the irrelevant, the ones that are the least irrelevant, okay? So number one, Ali is important. Number two, not that important, Hassan. Number three, Hussein, the most important. Number four doesn't really matter that much. Number five doesn't really matter that much. Number six becomes somewhat important, Imam Sadiq. Number seven is, I think, one of the most irrelevant ones. Number 8 all of a sudden becomes very important because he's buried inside Iran in Mashhad, Imam Reza. So all of a sudden, because his shrine is in Iran, all of a sudden becomes very important. Number 9, irrelevant. Number 10, irrelevant. Number 11 becomes a little bit relevant just because he's the father of the 12 Imam, but he's very irrelevant, not very important. And then number 12, very, very relevant. So the only ones that matter is 1, 3, 6, 8, and 12. The other ones are not important. Okay, to be fair, Imam number 2 becomes important when you're trying to capitulate. Every time you're trying to run away and you're trying to come up with an excuse for why you're bending the knee, then only those times you mention Imam Hassan, which is Imam number 2. But that's the only time. Anyways, let's go to...
Wait, why is Hassan irrelevant?
Hassan is usually irrelevant because he didn't go into battle against Muawiyah. He basically made a peace with him. He took money from him and he didn't fight with him. And he didn't do anything. The only thing he did is had sex with women. That was the only thing he would do. A lot of women. But every time Khamenei wanted to basically convince people why they're not going into battle, they were like, oh, well, Imam Hassan negotiated, so we negotiate. He's the Imam of negotiations.
So why is he an Imam if he didn't do anything?
Because he was the son of Imam Ali. The first son of Imam Ali.
Oh, it's like a hereditary thing. So he's just
Yeah.
an Imam because he just happened. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
His father was Ali.
Good to know. Okay.
But Goldie, I kid you not, he was having so many relationships with so many women.
Okay.
That it's actually no, I'm not going into detail. That even his father warned people not to give your daughters to him. Like, this is in Islamic Shia hadith that Imam Ali came out like, guys, my son has a problem, hide your daughters.
No way, really?
Yeah. He was like, if you give him your daughter, he's going to divorce very soon and just move on to the next woman very fast. Okay, so
no.
Yeah. He was a womanizer, and he just like is famous for that. Yeah.
Wow, I had no idea.
Imam Hussein was the radical jihadi Durka, I will fight for Islam one. Imam Hassan was, just give me some money, I'll go home and just have fun.
So he was like, I'm a lover, not a fighter. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So Muawiyah just gave him some money and it was like, that's good enough for me. I don't need to be the caliph. I don't need to be the Islamic ruler. I'm good. Right. All right. Let's look at the new video from this guy. Okay, so this is now a new video from him. Ayatollah Amali, who not so long ago gave a fatwa, which is a religious decree, that shedding the blood of Trump and the Zionists is obligatory, is now groveling to the people in the state, in a state of fear. The Islamic Republic is done. It just needs one last flick. Let me see what he says here. I haven't seen this video. Oh, people are saying, what's a Haydar? Haydar is just like, it's like a lion or brave person. In Arabic, Haydar, which Shias, when they say Haydar, they're referring to the first Imam, Imam Ali. Okay, Imam Ali. And you say Haydar whenever you want to like show strength. You know how Sunnis are obsessed with Allahu Akbar? Shias do also say Allahu Akbar, but referring to Imam Ali, the first Imam, they like that even more when they want to be like, like we're strong, we're gonna kill our enemies. It's like Haydar. Yeah. Okay, let's watch this. Oh my God, don't die. Are you going to be able to finish this? Okay, so wait, hold on. Oh my God. What the hell? Oh my God. Oh, what's happening?
من هر وقت این صحنه شبها رو میبینم واقعا احساس کوچیک میکنم. اگر ما برای شما اظهار کوچیکی میکنیم بی خود نیست، چون خیلی بزرگید، برای تقدیر نیست.
Oh my God.
برای اظهار کوچکی است.
Okay. He repeated himself multiple times, but basically he was telling the people, their own followers, that, oh my God, the only reason why we're being so humble in front of you, we're not just being nice, it's because you're so great. You're so great. I'm assuming that this is to this is to tell the Iranians who follow the Islamic Republic that, oh my God, keep fighting for us. You're so great. You're so big. We're humbling ourselves in front of you. The only reason why we're so humble is because you're so great. He's basically begging their followers to continue to fight by basically telling them how amazing they are, how great they are, how awesome they are. They're like, oh my God, we're humbling ourselves in front of your feet. We're so small. We're calling ourselves, we're basically saying we're so small because you're just so great. Next to your greatness. By the way, is this a real cry? I don't see look at this. Is this fake or real? Listen to this again. I'm not gonna interrupt anymore.
ما اگر در برابر شما خضوع میکنیم، اگر در برابر شما اظهار کوچکی میکنیم، برای این است که شما خیلی بزرگید. من هر وقت این صحنه شبها رو میبینم واقعا احساس کوچکی میکنم. اگر ما برای شما اظهار کوچکی میکنیم بی خود نیست، چون خیلی بزرگید. برای تقدیر نیست، برای اظهار کوچکی است.
He says, when I see the scenes from these nights, like basically the Iranian people, the regime supporters in the streets, he said, when I see the scenes coming out of the streets, I feel so small because you guys are so great. And he's basically saying, I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed by what you're doing. Okay. Let's go. Oh my God. It sounded like he's going to poop himself in the middle of it. But here, let me go here. Here's another video of him saying, senior Iranian cleric Ayatollah Abdullah Javadi Almoli openly calls for just Almoli is enough. Openly calls for the shedding of the blood of President Trump and Zionists in a religious ruling using radical Islamic rhetoric to legitimize murder. This is the true face of the Iranian regime. I think we already played this one. Oh no, this one comes with English subtitles. So let's play it.
ریختن خون صهیونیست.
ریختن خون صهیونیست. This is how he talks. ریختن خون صهیونیست. My God, I think he should
ریختن خون صهیونیست، ریختن خون ترامپ، امثال ذالک. الان حرف امام زمان این است با صهیونیست بجنگ، خونش به عهده من. حرف امام زمان این است که با آمریکای ستمکار بجنگ، خونش به عهده ریختن.
So yeah, that was the one with the English subtitles, so you can see I wasn't making it up. I was not making it up. Now you have proof. Anyways, that's... Oh, wait, let me watch this one. I just saw something new. Let me bring this up. Whenever I see something from state TV, I want to see what's happening. The Islamic Republic of Iran is saying we will assist Iranian residents in the UAE to return them and save their assets. This is not help. We are happy in the UAE. We are not crazy to come back to the hell you created. Okay, that's not very important, so I'm not going to play that. Let me see if I have anything else. Anything important here. We already played that one. So France Israel ends all defense deals with France. The Israeli Ministry of Defense has suspended all defense procurement from France and terminated existing contract. This decision follows Paris's refusal to allow U.S. aircraft carrying military supplies for Israel to transit French airspace. Well, good. Okay, wait, let me see. What else do we have? I already played that. Okay, so this one was by Israel. Is this in English? Prime Minister Netanyahu.
80% of the Iranians want to throw out this regime.
I
which
hear they
oppresses
cheer
them.
your name outside their apartment windows at night.
بزن عمو بزن بیبی دایی دمتون گرم هم نتانیاهو.
You can't fault them, and I don't, having faced machine gun against unarmed protesters who are saying we want freedom. We just want to be able to live a free life. I think this regime will collapse internally. Right now, what we're doing is just degrading their military capacity, degrading their missile capacity, degrading their nuclear capacity, and also weakening them from the inside. I think that Iran is coming out of this a lot weaker, and we're coming out of this a lot stronger. 80% of the Iranians.
Do you guys want me to translate the parts that were Persian? Yeah, let me do the Persian parts.
Want to throw out this regime.
I hear they cheer your.
By the way, guys, this was posted by the official account of Israel in Persian. Look at this. They see us.
80% of the Iranians want to throw out this regime.
I hear they cheer your name outside their apartment windows at night.
بیبی جون فدات بشم دیگه خستم بدون تو بیبی جون. So they're saying like بیبی جون I love you, or like my life, بیبی جون, my life for you, بیبی جون, I'm so tired without you, like I can't live my life without you. It's like a love message from this woman to Netanyahu.
بزن عمو بزن بیبی دایی
Yeah, hit them, uncle Bibi, Uncle Bibi, hit them.
دایی دمتون گرم هم نتانیاهو.
You can't fault
Like, great job, Netanyahu, great job.
them, and I don't, having.
Yeah, I know it's a famous song in Persian, but now that song is that they're using it to refer to Netanyahu instead.
Faced machine gun against unarmed protesters who are saying we want freedom. We just want to be able to live a free life. I think this regime will collapse internally. Right now, what we're doing is just degrading their military capacity, degrading their missile capacity, degrading their nuclear capacity, and also weakening them from the inside. I think that Iran is coming out of this a lot weaker, and we're coming out of this a lot stronger.
Hopefully, it will end the regime. Hopefully, it's enough to basically topple them. Okay, what is this? Journalists are saying America is all set to deploy ground troops in Iran. And then the Iranian ambassador is saying, oh, well, the Islamic Republic ambassador, let them come. Let them come. We are ready. They won't be able to attack us and flee like they do in fighter jets. We welcome them. Okay, let's play this.
We are ready for the arrival of American soldiers. Right now, the Americans are attacking us from the air and then fleeing, and we do not have access to them. We know how to access the Americans. If they come, it will be good and appropriate, because then our war will become land-based and manly. In a land war, the Iranians are zealous. Iran will not allow its territory to be in the hands of anyone else, and the Americans will definitely cause many deaths.
Wait. You're saying you welcome? I'm hearing you say that you would almost welcome a U.S. invasion of Iran. Is that what you're saying?
Our answer is that if you want to enter Iran, it is no problem, but we will definitely fight you like men. We are not telling them to come. We are not looking to kill. But if someone invades our land and thinks that they can easily take Iran, they are mistaken. Iran is not a conquerable land, and American soldiers will definitely suffer a great calamity. And I do not know if they will be able to remove the bodies of American soldiers from the region. This decision is up to the Americans. Iran does not joke with anyone.
So, guys, let me tell you something. Do you guys want me to do devil's advocate again? Devil's advocate, yes or no? Let me know in the chat. Because do you guys want that in the chat? With regards to the ground operations, because I'm gonna check something with you guys. Do it? Okay. All right. So this is what I'm concerned about when it comes to ground operations, right? So obviously, American soldiers are very well trained, and they know what they're doing. Each one of them is worth, I don't know, 100 soldiers of the Islamic Republic. Okay, but here's what I'm worried about. If American soldiers come into the region, either in the islands or the southern shores of the mainland of Iran, they're not going to be able to, they're not going to bring the Patriot system with them. They're not going to be able to bring the THAAD system, all of the air defense systems that we had that protects the US bases around the region, and I don't know, Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Israel. That's not going to be there anymore. And these drones could come out of everywhere, anywhere. Like, it's going to be very difficult. I mean, I don't know. Is it or is it not? I'm really concerned for the American soldiers' lives. That's what, let me just put it that way. Because none of those defense system is going to be there. I mean, guys, for example, you know how we lost so many American soldiers in the ground invasion in Iraq? Those were with IEDs. These are IEDs on the road, like roadside explosions that they just put there beforehand, and then the American soldiers will drive past them, and then they will explode when they get close to them. We didn't have cheap drones back then. Now we have IEDs that fly, basically. These are IEDs with wings, right? So I'm just concerned how easy is it going to be for the Islamic Republic? Because, guys, this is not going to be like Venezuela. Venezuela, you go in, you go out in such a short amount of time, you're not going to stay there. And you come in when it's dark, you leave before there's light. Any type of military operation that we're looking here with America's, special ops, boots on the ground, even at a limited level, it's not going to be in and out. It's going to be, we're going to be there for at least we're going to go through, daylight, while they're there. So I'm just saying, how difficult is it going to be to protect American soldiers' lives when they get there without all of the defense system there? So this concerns me. Somebody saying you're confusing drones and missiles. You don't use those systems to intercept drones. You sometimes do, actually. You sometimes do. When you're, because yes, you're right. Well, I mean, the two that I mentioned is not used for drones, but there are some most of the time, but there are some other air defense that are specifically used for drones. For example, the new laser system that Israel just came up with. But whatever defense that you use. So, by the way, when you said you don't use those for drones, well, I wasn't talking about attacking American soldiers only with drones. The American soldiers would be targeted. Like, imagine if they come to Qeshm Island or Khark Island, they might be targeted with both drones and missiles. So if you're saying you're confusing those defense systems because they're only for missiles, well, yeah, they might be attacked by missiles as well, like low range missiles as well. They might target them. And if you say they won't do that, like in Khark Island, because they have all of their infrastructure there, the Islamic Republic doesn't care. If they think they're going to be toppled, they're willing to risk losing their own infrastructure if it means that they might stop the American soldiers from coming in. And if, for example, if they go over Larak Island or Qeshm Island, they will, what's stopping them from missile throwing a lot of missiles at American soldiers. Because guys, from the perspective of the Islamic Republic, if they could take a lot of American lives, so they might use a lot of their missiles just so to bombard wherever part of the island that the American soldiers are. Because from their perspective, if it gets on the news that so many American soldiers are dying, that would put pressure on President Trump to basically stop the whole thing. So they will rain whatever missiles or drones they have on that island. And I know drones often are used to confuse. So you're saying those defense systems are not used for drones, but I do know that drones are used a lot of times to confuse and overwhelm those defense systems so that the missiles could hit their target. So I do know that as well. Anyways, Goldie's back, so I'm going to stop talking.
No, I was enjoying that. I just wanted to share this. So President Trump actually posted this on his Truth Social. It's a poll that's like an approve disapprove poll, and it shows so President Donald Trump's decision to use military force in Iran to remove Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and his terrorist regime from power in order to stop their nuclear weapons and ballistic missile programs. 89% strongly like approve. This is like a little weird because 89% is approve, 70% strongly, 19% is somewhat, 8% disapprove, 4% somewhat, 4% strongly, and then 3% unsure. Oh, you know what it is? Okay, I see what's happening here. So the 89% approve is broken down between 70% strong and 19% somewhat. Okay, now that makes sense. So look at this. It's like 89% approve, 8% disapprove, and 3% unsure. So, I mean, this just goes to show all those people who are claiming that like President Trump, like his base is upset and they're fragmented or, like whatever. Obviously, it's not true, right? That's just like propaganda. And a lot of that is being promoted by the Islamic regime, right? So there's like a concerted social media campaign and effort and attack against His Royal Highness as well. Oh, sorry, not against His Royal Highness, against President Trump, to make it seem as if like he's the enemy.
So, Goldie, can I do a devil's advocate on this poll and see how you respond?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So the way the question was framed, it makes the approve a lot more likely, because look how the question was framed is President Trump's decision to use military force in Iran to remove Ayatollah Ali Khamenei and his terrorist regime from power in order to stop their nuclear weapons. Like, that's not a neutral framing. Like when you do, like, because I studied polling and stats in university, that's not a neutral question. That's a question that is hunting for people answering approve.
But
So it would
Armin,
be biased.
Yeah. I mean, he posted this on his Truth Social. So I think, President Trump is making a very strong statement here, right? Like, so by him posting this poll on his Truth Social, he's basically calling out all of the podcasters and like the Tucker Carlsons, whoever, right? All the people that are attacking him. And I feel like he's making a statement to them, basically saying that you guys are irrelevant and no one cares what you have to think. That's just how I see it with what President Trump is doing by posting this on his Truth Social. Like he's base supports him, right? Because there are some people out there who are claiming that they're more MAGA than Trump, but the reality is that President Trump created the MAGA movement. So you can't be more MAGA than Trump because Trump is MAGA.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if you disapprove of this war, you wouldn't be MAGA anymore. So that would be by definition, MAGA would be 100% supporting this military operation.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, okay. Well, I know it's getting late and it's been a long day, but thank you so much, Armin, for being here. And as always, your insights are invaluable. especially your translations. Everyone always appreciates your translations. So there you go.
Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna. Are you gonna? Oh, you're gonna be doing that. Okay.
I'm going to be watching your. Listen, everyone's been telling me to watch your rant. So
Okay.
that's what I'm going to be doing for the rest of the
Okay.
evening. Like I'm gonna be watching your rant to see what I missed.
All right.
So I
Sounds
don't know if
good.
you want to
Sounds
be
good.
here for that because I know you have things to
No.
get to. So
Yeah, and that will, and you know what you said. There will be too many of me. Yeah, you know how you leave when you play.
Yeah,
Arminception. So I'm gonna
Arminception.
go. So I'm gonna
So
go.
yeah, everyone's been telling me to watch, and I literally have like 2 hours worth of Armin rants that I need to watch
Wow.
and catch up on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. All right.
And
All right, guys.
everyone's been insisting that I watch this. So
Okay.
I don't know what to
Okay,
expect.
so-
I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch your reaction to my reaction later because I want to see. Okay, all right, guys, and I'm gonna leave you to it. I'm Israel Chai. Long live America. Javisha Payande Iran. See you guys tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Armin. Okay, guys. I don't know what to expect. I really don't know what to expect. And I'm feeling a little bit nervous right now. So, what do I do? What do I do? Okay, I'm going to start playing this and then I have to take care of something and I'll be back momentarily.
Let me read the Persian.
Oh, wait. I paused because I thought Armin was speaking. Okay. I think he's already starting to like yell here. Where'd we go? Okay, yeah, this is where I got my birthday flowers and then I had to go. And then this is where Armin starts his rant. And I'm like, Armin, I'm watching you.
This one, I don't want to share that one. Okay. All right.
But I'm listening and I'm watching, Armin. Oh my
Okay.
gosh. This
Okay.
happened.
Okay, mom. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So, I mean, we already saw this one, so let's move on. Ooh. Let's go through this one. Okay. Guys, I really like the following Israel's account, Israel in Persian. They have a lot of good. No, I already shared this one. So let's go to
Armin?
Iran. Yes.
Wait. Armin?
Yes.
به آرمین بگو من حواسمو دارم بهش میدم.
Wow. So we got an actual mom now. Okay. I said, okay, mom, and mom actually showed up. Wow. Okay, mom. Okay, mom. Okay, maman. Wow. Okay, guys. I've just been told by Goldie's mom to be careful. She's watching me. Now, Goldie's mom is now monitoring me. Oh, no. Okay. You know, okay. No pressure. So, Goldie is watching me, and now Goldie's mom is watching me. Okay. Hi, Goldie's mom, or Maman. Hi, Maman. All right. Oh no. Okay. Guys, I have to be on my best behavior now. Anyways, let's go. Guys, when it's my time to share stuff with you guys, what I like to share is stuff from the Islamic Republic, okay? Because we get so many information, I don't know, from, United States, from Israel, but something that we don't in other places that don't cover is what the Islamic Republic itself is putting out there. So it's good. I think that helps you guys see things from the Islamic Republic's perspective, because you need to. It's really when you're in a battle, you need to understand your enemy. Okay, you need to study them, and the more you understand your enemy, the better you're going to get at defeating them. Especially because you are, guys, you are part of this battle, right? Throughout history, it has usually been like this: like your army of a nation goes into battle, and then we have the civilians, like, oh, wishing the best for their army. Okay, in modern times, it's not like that, because we have also because of social media, every single one of you are participating in this battle, especially in the narrative side, in the psychological warfare side as well. So you have the soldiers in the field, but all of you guys here are participating in the battlefield of ideas, okay? And the humiliation tactics, the psychological warfare. The memes are actually like missiles here in this battle that we're in, and this is why every single one of you is a soldier in the battlefield of ideas, right? So because you're soldiers in this battle, knowing the enemy helps you be more effective in helping all of us win this fight, right? So this is why I'd like to, when it's my time, I like to sort of share more information from the Islamic Republic's perspective and their propaganda. Okay, so let's look at this video from so Samantha in the chat is like 100%, study the enemy, right? So this is what we're doing right now. We're studying the enemy. Okay, so Mohsen Zangane, the representative of, let me read the Persian version, Torbat Heydariye, okay, in the parliament, stated at government rally regarding the attack on the office of the leader of the Islamic Republic that after Ali Khamenei's death, his son Mushtaba only sustained minor wounds in a few places on his body and was hospitalized only briefly. He added that Mushtaba Khamenei is leading the country's affairs. So let me play this and tell you why this is so important. So this is a member of parliament here is telling the crowd that Mushtaba is fine. Mushtaba Khamenei is fine. So let's listen to this. So he's telling the crowd that Mushtaba has been injured only very slightly injured. He's saying, well, it's very natural that if somebody is under bombardment, and so it's natural that in his body, only in 2 or 3 places he has been injured. And the injuries are very, very like surface level, very surface level. They're not like deep wounds. And he's saying even within the first 2 hours, he was healed, like he recovered from his wounds. And he told me, like Mushtaba apparently told him to tell these people from on his behalf. So he's saying basically that Mushtaba Khamenei is fine, and the supreme leader he's in good condition. So guys, why this is significant? Because that shows that this is a weakness for them, right? First of all, the question is that if he's fine, where is he? Why does he not put a video or a recording or a message? Like, why is every message that is coming from him in writing? If he's fine, then why is he a no-show? Why is he hiding? Why is he not showing his face? Like, is it that hard to record him where he is in a video message and then release the video? Like, even if he wants to stay in, he doesn't even have to come out. He could stay, like, if he doesn't want to come out for security reasons, he could stay in his hiding and you could just record him giving a message and then you could bring out and play that. Why wouldn't you do that? So this is very suspicious. Like, but more importantly than that, the fact that they're coming out and telling their own followers that he's fine, to me, it communicates that him being dead or severely injured is really bad for them. So, yeah, exactly. They got a super chat. No serious injuries. It's just a flesh wound. Exactly. But this, guys, this is serious because you never know what works for the Islamic Republic, what helps them, until you see their propaganda. Because with these people, it could go either way. You don't know. You can never be sure. Even though I have studied them for so many years, you know, you might argue that, I don't know, like an injured supreme leader might be good for the narrative. Like, oh my God, look how injured, like it helps them make him sympathize with the supreme leader. Or maybe if he's dead, like saying like he's a martyr, maybe that helps with the narrative. Or no, would a healthy, alive version of them, would that help with the narrative? You can never really tell. They have better information. The Islamic Republic has better information for what helps them more than we do. And that's why when you listen to their propaganda and you see what they're pushing for, then you would know. First, you're guessing, and now you know. So given that they're insisting that he's alive and healthy, now we know that humiliating Mujtaba, like we used to guess, but now we know that humiliating him, saying, where is he? Where is he hiding? Is he dead? Is he injured? Is he paralyzed? Is he like, what is happening to him? Is he just cardboard? That is doing damage to them. Like if it wasn't doing damage, they wouldn't come out and try to insist that he's fine and healthy. Okay. This is why we listen to these videos, to understand what they are pushing for, so that we are prepared to do the exact opposite of what they're trying to do. Remember, humiliation is key. Humiliation is the way that you topple the Islamic. Humiliation is even more important than killing these people, right? So let's go to this other video from Islamic Republic State TV. And okay, so this is Pezeshkian out again. Okay, look at this. Watch this. So this is a president of the Islamic regime, Pezeshkian. They sent him out to go visit different places, and they're recording him just publicly being out there. And I'll tell you what I think about it. So let's just watch him. So the message from this video is supposed to be like, look, he's not in a hole, he's not hiding, he's brave enough to go around and visit places and basically give away his location, showing some bravery. That's the point. But I'll tell you what the real message I'm getting from it is. So people are saying hi to him, and so a woman told him like condolences to him because of, I don't know, Supreme Leader dying. And now the reporter saying like, oh, the president just arrived visiting a place without announcement, just surprisingly visiting a place.
رئیس جمهور در بازدیدی بدون اطلاع قبلی و میدانی از یکی از شعب فروشگاه زنجیره‌ای از نزدیک در
So this is a store that he's visiting.
جریان چرخه توزیع کالاهای اساسی به اقلام زیستی مورد نیاز مردم قرار گرفت.
So he's visiting to see if people are getting the supplies that they need, if the stores are filled with supplies. Like he's saying, do you have everything? He said like, well, we have everything.
در این بازدید آقای پزشکیان رو استاندار تهران همراهی می‌کرد.
Anyways, I don't want to go through the whole video. He's just basically, this is a PR video. Like, let me know if you guys want me to translate this whole video and their conversation. But first of all, to me, this communicates that he's not an important asset. Okay, so why is Ghalib? Think about this. Okay, Ghalibaf isn't hiding. Many of the IRGC commanders are in a hole hiding, but Pezeshkian is out about and he's like walking around publicly in places that he could easily be hit. Okay, to me, this suggests it could be a few things. First of all, they know how insignificant he is, and he's not even worth killing. Okay, nothing is going to change by killing Pezeshkian. Okay, he's so like, well, nobody was going to bother wasting a drone on him. Right, like, why would you waste, like, he's not right? So send him out there. Okay, that could be one interpretation. Or another interpretation is like the IRGC is forcing him out there to die. Like, they're just like, every time they want to Well, okay, there's three interpretations. Number one is that he's not important, so nobody's going to kill him. Number two is he could be. We need somebody to put out there to act like the Islamic regime is brave, but we can't put important people out there. So let's put Pezeshkian out there. And he's like, every time we need to show some bravery and strength, let's not send important people out there. Let's send Pezeshkian out there. So if they kill him, our important people are not dead. That's the second interpretation in my mind. Third interpretation is that they actually want him to die. Okay, they're just putting like, hey, Israel, like, you want this guy? Take this guy, right? So that's the third interpretation. But again, the regime needs to show some strength, need to show some bravery, but they don't want to risk killing Ghalibov. So they're putting Pezeshkian out there, which they don't mind losing. Yeah. So there's that. Also, I saw this. Goldie posted this, and I already shared it on Goldie's account. But I wanted to also read the Iran International caption on this video. Iran International posted this saying the video posted on social media shows a motorcycle. What is this? Motorcade of vehicles, is that how you read that? And motorcycles belonging to pro-government forces in the streets who are armed and carrying the flag of the Islamic Republic. Let me also learn how to properly pronounce this. Anyways, let's watch the video. Guys, look at this. This is intended, as Goldie said, motorcade. Okay. As Goldie mentioned, this is intended for killing the Iranian people. It's not for the drones. It's not for Americans. It's not for Israelis. They're showing this heavy military presence of the regime inside the streets of Iran is a clear demonstration that they are worried that at any point the Iranian people might want to do their uprising.
ایران ایران شهادت ایران ایران شهادت
As Goldie says,
ایران ایران شهادت ایران.
Wait, somebody in the chat is saying, hold on, I should pay more attention to the chat. Yes, I'm saying, yeah, Pezeshkian looks like he lost his zest for life. Yeah, I think he has given up. It's like, just tell me what you need me to do. Like, you want me to go out, kiss some babies, visit a hospital, visit a store? I mean, like, sure. I mean, like, Pezeshkian is wondering whether he's going to be killed by Israeli drones or IRGC. And he's wondering which one is more humiliating. So he's like, I don't think Pezeshkian himself thinks that he has a lot longer to live. He's just wondering if it's going to be a drone or IRGC that kills him. Anyways, we have a new video from Arakshi. Let's watch this video. Oh my God, this is 5 minutes. Wait, no, wait. Oh my God, hold on. Made a mistake. Hold on. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's go back. All right. So, yes. Here. Do we want to translate this? This is 5 minutes. Let me see. Yeah, hopefully it's in English.
Distinguished delegates, dear.
Oh my God, thank you so much. It's in English. I don't have to translate. Okay, so, this is the Islamic Republic Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi's speech at the UN Human Rights Council session. By the way, guys, let me know in the chat if you're appreciating me showing so many perspectives from the Islamic regime, because I'm following a lot of other YouTube channels and analysis by other experts, and I'm seeing that they're not, like, a lot of the analysis is based on what's happening in the US and what's happening in Israel, and I feel like there's a lacking of looking at the Islamic Republic narratives and propaganda and their side of things. And that's why when I get a chance, I want to cover that here, because I want you guys, like you guys in the chat, you guys are like our army. Like Goldie and I, we're raising an army here in this battlefield. You know, and you guys are being, you know, we're giving you ammunition to go into fight, and I want you guys to be more informed than other people regards to the nature of the Islamic Republic. And that's why when I get a chance, I want to basically share a lot of content from the Islamic Republic with you guys, right? So yeah, okay, you guys are saying yeah, that's good in the chat. Well, thank you. Okay, great. Okay, good. Yes, you guys are. Somebody's saying, Armin, we are Garda Javidan. Yes, you guys are also Garda Javidan. You guys are also the immortal guards. You guys, yes, you don't have to be Iranian to be Garda Javidan. By the way, guys, all of you guys are participating in this battle to liberate Iran. So all of you are all Garda Javidan. You're the immortal guards. We're expanding it. We're expanding it to non-Iranians. Oh no! Don't make don't. Okay, somebody's saying Supreme Leader Armin. No, please don't do that. Okay, don't do that to me. Why are you doing this to me? No. Okay. All right. No. I reject that. Oh, thank you. Somebody's saying we love you, Armin. Okay. Wait. Why don't I have the side chat on? We should have the side chat on. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, guys. Sorry, I should have had the side chat on all this time. Anyways, let's watch what Arakchi has to say. And I haven't watched this, by the way. I'm watching it for you guys. So, guys, this is his speech at the UN. So I'm assuming that he recorded. This is his video recording from inside Iran, sent to the United Nations as his speech. So let's watch this.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Okay, guys, I'm so sorry, guys. When I hear Bismillahir Rahman, okay, I did it again. It's just like this thing. I can't stop it. When I hear Sallallahu Alaihi, oh my, see, every time.
Guys, I literally like leave, for like 10 minutes and I'm not even gone. Like I'm here. I'm just dealing with some personal things. And I leave for, a few minutes. And Armin's just like imitating me. He's like, oh my gosh, look at Armin. Wow. I think we're going to have an interesting night. Watching Armin. Yeah, this is Friday. I started it a little bit earlier. I think this is the part. Oh yeah, I think this is the part where he's about to start ranting. So look at him. Okay. All right, guys, Armin's not here. Armin's gone for the night. Wait, I need to check Discord. Wait, what am I checking in Discord? Guys, the Discord is for you guys. Oh, whoa, Navajo! Navajo! Oh my gosh! How did you do that? Navajo, are you able to like make the video in high quality? Oh, a teaser from what is to come from Project Vendetta. Oh, I see. Oh my gosh. You guys are amazing. Oh my gosh. Honestly, you guys are the best. Okay, guys. This is why everyone needs to join my Discord server. But the Discord server is private because we were being attacked by Durka jihadis. So you have to like make a proper application. And I have some amazing mods and members who like keep an eye on these things. But oh, Project Vendetta. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Should I show this? This is I just saw this. Oh my gosh. Like, this is way better than what I could have done, but you guys, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, we are going. You guys are amazing. Yes, we're gonna troll Tusi so hard tomorrow. We're gonna troll him so hard. How do we do this? How do we do this? Okay. Let me pull it up. Like this is so good. This is way better. This is way better than what I could have done. Oh no. Oh no. You guys are so amazing. This is gonna be so good. Oh no, guys. This is savage. This is way better. This is way better than I could have ever done. Guys, we're gonna get him back so hard for what he did today. Oh my gosh, this is so good. I don't know. So I don't know if his mouth is gonna move properly. So one of our amazing members, you know, here in the YouTube live stream and also on Discord. By the way, let's give a shout out to Project Vendetta. Everyone needs to subscribe to Project Vendetta on YouTube. Let me pull it up here. So guys, Project Vendetta. So Project Vendetta did, you know, This Is the Final Battle song. That's him. And then he also did the Chunky Yogurt song. So guys, the song that you guys all, you know, love, here, I'll play it for you because I haven't played it today. But this is this is Project Vendetta, and let me share the link to this video. It's also available in my, you know, in the Iran Revolution live playlist, but let me just share the link on Rumble and X as well. So yeah, so apparently Project Vendetta is making a video. Oh no, this is gonna be so good. This is gonna be so good. Guys, we're gonna troll him so hard. Okay, so but you guys know Project Vendetta because, oh yeah, Project Vendetta need, like, this. I think this is just a sample, but you guys know this song, so let's share this song. And then Project Vendetta also had like that amazing Chunky Yogurt song. So everyone, make sure that you subscribe to Project Vendetta because like they make the most amazing videos, and I'm going to share the one that you guys are already familiar with. So here you go. Oh my gosh, this is insane. So you know that the video is going to be good because Project Vendetta is really good at doing like AI videos and stuff. Oh my gosh. This is fantastic. Everyone go subscribe to Project Vendetta and support. Be right back.
این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده صدای ایران بلنده حق به حق دار میخنده اینا تو خیابون رگبار و شلیکه آینده این جانی‌ها تاریکه فقط برای حقمون خواستیم داد بزنیم نمیذاریم این که شروع به فنا بدیم اینترنت و برق و آب رو قطع کردن توی دل تاریکی جنایت کردن چراغا رو خاموش کردن که خون بریزن مال دیگه از اینا خوندا گریزن ایران بی پادشاه بی قانونه دنیای ما از این درد و غرق خونه تا پادشاه برگرده این کشور بیماره ایران بی پهلی همیشه گرفتاره خامنه‌ای گم شو از این خاک ما حکومت اسلامی برو از پاک ما حکومتی که بیگانه و بدذات توی خاک ما نیست وقت مجازات تا شاه پهلوی برگرده به ایران شما تروریست و قاتل و دزدید گلوی ملت رو با بیراه می جزید با خون ما این کشور رو دزدیدید از خشم این ملت مگه نترسیدید ما یه زندگی ساده و آزاد میخوایم صبح بدون ترس و فریاد میخوایم دوباره بیگان و مستی و لبخند بدون سانسور و زور و این بند خورشید و شیر دوباره تابان میشه پرچم واقعی توی جهان میشه ایران دوباره پارس و پر روره تا این شب تار نزدیک نوره مردم ایران مدام بدین راه رو برای شاه باز کنین این ویروس رژیم رو پاک کنین جا بدیم به عصر طلای ایران روی پا میمیریم نه روی زانو آزادی حقمونه اینو میدونیم تا آخر میجنگیم بدون ترس ایران آزاد نزدیک میبینیم این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده صدای ایران بلنده پهلوی برمیگرده با بازگشت شاه ایران بهش میشه تقدیر ما از نو نوشته میشه عدالت و افتخار زنده میشه دشمن ایران شرمنده میشه
So guys, this song is like a staple for the intro for Iran Revolution Live from Project Vendetta. I like, unfortunately his YouTube account isn't monetized yet. So I'm trying to figure out if he's got like a donation link or something, because, you know, one of the things that I like to do, I think it's really important to recognize and honor you know, artists. And this in and of itself, this is art. Like, sure, it's AI, but it's art and it's incredible. So guys, everyone subscribe to Project Vendetta and watch his videos. Give him the views that he needs so that he can like monetize his YouTube account. And yeah, Project Vendetta, let me know like how we can support you, because the fact that you're doing this, this is incredible. This is not something that I can do. And so, you know, I think it's important to appreciate the artwork and effort of people who know how to do this. So yeah, everyone go subscribe to Project Vend. Oh my gosh, guys, look at this. This is so good. Oh my gosh. Listen. Tusi might have a production team. Sure. Tusi might have a paid production team, but Iran Revolution Live, we're a grassroots movement. We're a grassroots movement, and we are Legion or, you know, whatever. So yeah, Tusi has no idea what's coming tomorrow. Oh my gosh. Oh, people want the link to the Discord server? Sure. I'll share the link to the new Discord server. The only thing I just want to remind everyone is that this is the new Discord, and the reason that we have a new Discord server is because the Durka jihadis were attacking the old one. So if you want to join the new one, there is a very serious questionnaire that you have to take seriously, because the Discord server, it's not run by me. It's run by an amazing group of admin and mods, and they have been super active, and I'm so grateful to them, because I'm not a Discord person. I don't really know how it works, but they have been super fantastic. I'm so grateful to them. So here's the link to the Discord server. I'll put it in all the channels. But take the application process seriously, and also know that you know, it's the mods are always watching. The mods are always watching. It's not about like swearing or anything like that, but it's like if someone comes in and they're sketchy or weird, they're just, you know, the mods are not going to tolerate that, because we're building a community of people who can trust one another, and it's basically like an anti-jihad, anti-Durka community. So there you go. But yeah, the Goldie Show Discord is basically where to be. That's where the party is at. The before party, the after party, and I'm watching the general chat right now. Unfortunately, I can't respond because I'm live streaming right now. But yeah, and all this is because of Rosie. So Rosie is the one, guys. The only reason that we even have a Discord server is because of my sister. So everyone thank my sister Rosie for being like the OG. And yeah, she pops in once in a while on the Discord server. Armin pops in once in a while. I try to pop in a little bit more, but God, this is so good. Oh my gosh, this is so good. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, this is gonna be so funny. It's gonna be so funny tomorrow. And yeah, it's pretty late in the UK right now, so Tusi has no idea what's going on. So we're gonna troll him so hard. Revenge. Remember, guys, my mom, not only my dad, my mother called me. My mother called me in a panic. Like, how many hours ago? She called me in a panic 4 hours ago. She's like, and I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? She's like, that's it. And I'm like, wait, what? She's like, people are, because my mom was at work all day, and then like she checks her phone after, and then she's like, people are saying that Tusi reported that the regime got you and they made an announcement about you. And I'm like, oh my gosh, Mom, it was an April Fool's. It was an April Fool's prank. He did a prank on me. And my mom was not impressed. She was like, that's kid. And the only reason that happened is because, I do have a bounty on my hands. So when guys, I was watching live when Tusi did the prank, and I was just like, oh no, this is not going to go well because people are going to be worried, right? And that's exactly what happened. No, I'm not mad. I thought it was hilarious, but when I saw that, I was like, "Oh no!" Because I actually do have like a bounty on my head, and I was like, people who are not in on the inside joke are gonna freak out, and that's what happened because my mom is like, "She showed Gonsa," and I'm like, "Cause like, listen, Tusi is very, very well respected in the Iranian community. Everyone watches him." Everyone loves him. Everyone respects him. So he was being a little bit too serious. Oh, there should be a cardboard cutout of Tusi behind me. Okay, you know what? I will see if I can try to arrange that for tomorrow. Okay. Okay, I'll see if I can arrange that for tomorrow. But you know what? I actually, guys, that might not be a bad thing. Look, listen. Look. Wait, let me show you what I just got. Wait. You know, I might actually be able to make a cardboard cutout because I actually got like an Amazon delivery package today. So I got 2 of these boxes. So I might actually have enough cardboard to make like Tusi cardboard cutout and put it behind me. I love that. Okay. Yeah, see? I got the cardboard. I got 2 boxes of this. Okay. Okay, that's a very, very good suggestion. But here, why don't I share this let me share my reaction video with you, like my original reaction video, and then we'll go back to Armin's rant because I really do want to see Armin's rant. So okay, so this is where like, you know, I listen, I always watch Tusi. Like even when I'm not live streaming, like I watch Tusi because, you know, he has the best news. Everyone needs to like follow Tusi and share Tusi and watch all his videos, right? So this morning before I started the live stream, I was watching Tusi, and then right away he was like, "Oh, we have like an important announcement on Goldie," and I'm like, "Oh my gosh!" And then right before he started this part, Tusi actually he messaged me and he's like, wait, what did he say? He said, "You may want to watch 2C TV live in the next few minutes." And I responded, "I've been watching from the beginning, LOL." And I'm like that. Like I send the emoji where it's like that. And then he just sends me the ... And then this is what happened.
With Goldie of Canada. Now, Goldie, for those who are familiar, has a YouTube channel as well. Until now, obviously, she's been pretty proactive with the support for the Iranian people against the Islamic occupation.
I'm like, oh no, what's he gonna do? Oh no.
You might be wondering why you haven't seen her or heard from her over the last 14 hours or so.
What?
We can now.
I'm like, what? What? I'm right here. What's going on?
Now confirm. Let's go to the actual announcement by the IRGC, and you'll find out more.
بسم الله قاسم الجبارین با توجه به شرارت‌ها و اقدامات تروریستی دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونیستی و هدف قرار دادن منازل مسکونی مردم ایران در شهرهای مختلف
So he knows that I'm watching because he messaged me before. He's like, "Are you watching?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm watching your live stream." So he's trying so hard to keep a straight face here. Oh my god! Oh no! glasses. And I'm like yelling at my TV screen. I'm like, what?
Goldie has now surrendered to Tutsi TV. Unfortunately, she's now in an official alliance with a chunky yogurt of the Young Turks.
Oh my god.
Don't worry.
Oh
That's
my
a counter
god.
prank. That
was so
for
good.
Tutsi TV, Goldie. Now the whole world knows that's the whole thing.
No, not chunky yogurt.
With the Young Turks. We're going to print this. We're going to clip this moment. I'm not going to explain the rest of it. We're going to post that and see what happens. No,
That's so funny.
Yes, Goldie's new alliance with Chunky
Oh
yogurt,
my gosh.
not too well, right?
Oh, no.
Anyway, this is what you get for pranking me. The main prank, counter prank was
I
actually
deserve that.
the build up to this. Everyone was
I
panicked.
deserve that. I deserve that.
Let's quickly go back to the latest updates and away from.
There you go. So that was literally my live reaction. Oh my gosh. I told him. Yeah. Listen, both Bubba and Maman called me. I've been saying it all day. I'm like, both my mom and my dad called me because they didn't realize that Tutsi was pranking. They thought he was being serious. And then my parents, not just my parents, but like thousands and thousands of Iranian Canadians thought that the IRGC actually made like some sort of statement about me. So they were calling my parents to make sure that I'm okay. No, they didn't scare me. They scared my parents. Like, I knew it was a prank, but I was just like, oh no. My mom was so upset. I feel terrible. That's why we have to get him back with the Khatam al-Anbiya thing. We have to get him back with the Khatam al-Anbiya thing because, like Tutsi didn't just, like, you know, that was like 30 seconds of hilariousness for me, but Tutsi scared like half of the Iranians in Canada because all the Iranians in Canada were like, wait, what? What is this Islamic regime statement about Goldie? It was too good, and my poor mom and dad, they were so upset. Oh my gosh, they were so scared, and I feel terrible. So we're gonna get him back good. We're gonna get Tutsi back good. So guys, that's why like this. But you know what's missing? So we need like the Tutsi TV logo in like the top right. Because you know, like Tutsi always has the logo, right? Like if when you look at like the Tutsi thing, so he's got like the Tutsi in the top right logo. And then at the bottom, he has like the scrolling banner, right? So he's got like the scrolling banner there. So we need the scrolling banner. And then I don't know if I don't know if this is possible or not. But you know how the QR code is there? If someone could like make the QR code to go to like Rickroll, that would be great. Oh no, guys, people in my Discord server got scared. Like it's not just my parents. Like, because I went to like the Discord channel after, and like people this morning, they were watching Tutsi before I went live. And when Tutsi was like, we have an important announcement, you know, we haven't heard from Goldie in a while. It has to do with the IRGC. Even people in my Discord server were freaking out, and then they got mad at Tutsi for a little bit, and now they're okay. So yeah, like that was an epic troll, but it was so funny. It was so good. It was so good. But no, Tutsi's really funny. I'm not mad at him. I just appreciate how everyone really cares, you know, and is worried about my safety. So much love and appreciation for all of you. But we will get him back, guys. Guys, so remember, this video is like the random version that I made, right? Like because I don't know how to make it. But Project Vendetta, it's gonna make like a much better, more realistic version, and this is the preview. So it's gonna be good. We're gonna get him back. Oh yeah, You know what? And it is April Fool's Day, so we can make it very realistic. And because it's April Fool's Day, people will know it's a joke. But there you go. All right, let's go back to the live stream because we were still watching okay, so let's go back to Armin. Oh no, there might be Tutsi spies in here. No, Tutsi's not gonna know. He won't know. Tutsi spies, don't tell him. Don't ruin it. Okay, so let's continue because you guys were telling me that this is where Armin starts his rants. Like I've already seen him like hold his head and do whatever. So check my Discord. Okay, you keep on saying check the Discord. Which channel am I supposed to check? I don't even know. Wait. What am I checking? Oh, yeah, I see that. Thank you. That's very sweet. You should add the photos to the meme channel. Don't put it in the general chat. Put it in the meme chat so that because the meme chat is where like all the all like the meme photos are. But I actually really do like this. Guys, look at this. So it says, what is with the jihadi Durka laser logic here? Oh no, that's so good. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah. Put it in the meme chat. Put it in the meme chat, and then that way I can like refer to it later, and I'll share some memes later. But guys, if you guys want like, you know, jokes, memes, whatever, make sure you join my Discord server. But there is a vetting process because no jihadi durkas are allowed. Okay, let's go to Armin's rants because I'm very excited to see these rants. And I'll be right back in like 5-10 minutes.
To the United Nations as his speech. So let's watch this.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Okay, guys, I'm so sorry, guys. When I hear Bismillah ar-Rahman, okay, I did it again. It's just like,
wait, I was supposed to go for 10 minutes and he already started.
This thing, I can't stop it. When I hear Sallallahu Alaihi, oh my, see, every time. I don't know. It's like I can't stop it. I just can't finish it. Every time somebody says that or I hear that, this is just my knee-jerk reaction every time. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, you know, Goldie goes, blah, blah. This is my reaction. Okay, let's continue. Like, look at, guys, he starts with Arabic. Look at
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Okay, sorry. Anyways. Like, at least if you want to say in the name of God, just say Benam Khoda or something. Like, you're Iranian, the language of your country is supposed to be Persian.
Yeah, like he, you know what, Armin's right. Like he could say like Benam Khodavand something mehraban, right? Like he could say the equivalent of like Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim in Persian, but he doesn't. He says it in Arabic, and that's actually, you know, nothing against Arabic, nothing against Arab people, nothing against the Arabic language. It's beautiful, but you know, when someone is trying to pretend like they're an Iranian national, but then they start their speech with Arabic, it doesn't make sense, right? That's like the equivalent of, let's say, I don't know, let's say like Nazi Germany is in France and they're pretending like they're France first, but they start their speech with German language. Like, it's just weird, right? It's weird. It doesn't make sense. It's not a thing. And yeah, Arakchi is he's not even Iranian. He's from like Iraq. Aren't there in Ahvaz? Yeah, guys, I'm from Ahvaz. I'm born in Ahvaz. There are Iranian Arabs in Ahvaz, but the Iranian Arabs are Iranian first, and they speak Persian, right? Because we all have our own different dialects, right? Like I'm Lor Bakhtiari, so I have my own dialect, right? Like Shushtari, Desfuli, Bakhtiyari, whatever. But we all speak Persian because the Persian language is what unites the Iranian identity. And Iranian Arabs are some of the most loyal Iranians out there. In fact, Iranian Arabs were the ones who helped us win the war against Saddam Hussein. So remember the Iran-Iraq war? Yeah, we Iranians, we could not have won the Iran-Iraq war without the help of the Iranian Arabs who went in and infiltrated Saddam Hussein's army and gave us all the info we need, because even though, they might be, Arabs from thousands and thousands of years ago, but they're still Iranian first. And that's because we have, we're very culturally and ethnically diverse, but we're united by our Iranian identity. Oh, someone's like, we're Zionists first. Oh, 100%. Oh, yeah. Iranian Arabs, they're 100% Zionist. Iranian Arabs, they hate Palestine. Iranian Arabs, like they poop on your Palestine. Iranian Arabs love Israel, and they poop on, or boob, whatever it is, on your Palestine. So like you can take your jihad and go back to whatever like garbage country you come from. Don't insult our Iranian Arabs, because our Iranian Arabs are Iranian first. And I don't even like to call them Iranian Arabs. The only reason I point it out is because people are like, oh, what about the Arabs? And I'm like, well, they're just as Iranian as everyone else, right? So yeah. And Iranian Arabs speak fluent Persian, right? I actually, because I'm from Ahvaz, a lot of my extended family members are Iranian Arab, and they're incredibly loyal. They're Iran first, right? Because they've been living in Iran for, I don't know, like thousands of years. So it just like this separatist narrative, it doesn't work. Yeah, but Arakchi is not an Iranian Arab. Arakchi is from Iraq. Even his last name, Arakchi, literally means from Iraq. So that's why we don't like him. Even like Iranian Arabs don't like him. Even Iranian Arabs look at him and they're like, look. So there you go. Anyways, let's continue with Armin, because Armin is now starting his rant.
Why is it the first guys? Look at this. Like the flags behind him, supposed to be flags of Iran. It's not. It has an Allah, which is Arabic. It has these Allahu Akbar, which is Arabic. I saw this retarded channel. I forgot what that channel is. Like, this is not Arabic because that font is Kufi, and the font Kufi.
Oh no, is he speaking about Shahzadeh? Look, the like idiot Shahzadeh. What a loser! I've blocked Shahzadeh for years.
Comes from Iran, so that's Persian. Kufi channel is like, this is not Arabic because that font is Kufi, and the font Kufi comes from Iran, so that's Persian. You like, oh, you guys are uneducated. That's in the Kufi font, so that's Persian. Are you goddamn retarded? The font being Kufi and that being part of the Persian Empire, that doesn't make this Persian, you idiot. Allahu Akbar is Arabic. You guys see this? This is the Allah in the middle is Arabic, and you can see all of these words here on the side. This is Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, and all of the.
Wait, someone is asking about the pronunciation of Qatar. So the proper pronunciation of, I mean, I don't know what the proper pronunciation is, but in Persian, the Persian pronunciation of Qatar is Qatar. Are there any Arabic speakers in the channel that are watching? Are you able to confirm? I think the pronunciation is the same, right? Because no, it's not Qatar, it's Qatar. You guys just don't have that sound in English. That's why people say like Qatar. It's definitely not Qatar. Oh, is it the same? Okay, perfect. Yeah, see? So that's the thing. Like the pronunciation of the Arabic countries in the Middle East, the names, there's not a lot of differentiation between the Persian language and the Arabic language because, of course, like for us Persians, we just pronounce it the same way. So, for example, Egypt is Misr, Misr. And for our Arab viewers, is it the same thing? I think it's also Misr, right? Like I know it's Misr. I just yeah, Misr. There you go. And then I don't know how okay, is it Masr? Masr? So do you guys have like so that's interesting. So there's like two syllables. Two syllables because for like in Persian, it's just like one word. It's just Misr, right? Um It's not Qatar, it's q. It's guys, it's the same sound as my last name, which is Qamari. But like there's no English letter for q. So we just say like we just write it as GH, which is Gamari. Um but like it's like we say Qatar. Um Let me see what else I can think of. So Egypt is missed. Oh, Saudi Arabia. Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, and this is what like a lot of people don't realize. Like various regions in the Middle East, like have their own Arabic dialects, right? And so, guys, like my father, he actually speaks fluent Arabic because again, the area that I was born in, Ahvaz and Khuzestan, there are a lot of Iranian Arabs there. And so growing up, my father, and my father's family, even though like they're not Arab, they're Iranian Lorbakhtiaris, they had a lot of Iranian Arab neighbors. So my father grew up with a lot of, Iranian Arab friends. So, my father like speaks fluent Arabic, but he speaks, I guess it's closer to like Iraqi Arabic, right? So I think that's the difference between like what is it? Mashriq and the other one. Oh my gosh. Armin would know this, but I don't. But there's like different dialects of Arabic, but like the main dividing point is pretty much like I think it's like Saudi Arabia. So the Arabs, Arab speaking peoples who are east of Mecca, they speak Arabic with like a different dialect than the people who are west of Saudi Arabia, and then they speak Arabic with a different dialect and accent. And even then it's like it's still diverse, right? But and like I don't speak Arabic, but I do have a lot of like Arab friends and Arabic speaking friends. And what I have been told is that within the Arab speaking community, Arab speakers are able to identify where a person is from based on the Arab dialect that they speak. So like, I have a friend who's from Kuwait, a good friend of mine. I have another good friend who's from Syria. They're both fluent Arabic speakers. Another good friend in Egypt, another good friend from Morocco. And they're always able to tell like, okay, if someone's speaking Arabic, where they're from. Right. Oh, and I also have like a lot of Lebanese friends as well. But yeah, so guys, Arabic is more diverse than people think, but my father does speak Arabic fluently. My grandmother, my mom's mom, she also speaks Arabic fluently because she had a lot of Arab friends, Arab Iranian friends growing up. I don't because I was raised in Canada, but yeah, like guys, every area has their own distinct dialect, culture, personality. Guys, the Middle East is more diverse than you think. The Middle East, I would say, is one of the most diverse places in the world. There's a lot of beauty, there's a lot of culture. The problem is that unfortunately like Islamic terrorists have sort of taken over and they're trying to colonize and they're trying to just like make us all into one thing. So, that's why there are a lot of Middle Eastern people in this channel who are watching, because pretty much every single, normal, rational, peace-loving Middle Eastern person, regardless of religion, like we're all invested in this, because there's a difference between religion and, jihad. And, Armin has his own, opinions. That's fine. I have my own opinions. But you guys also have to recall, when we're saying stuff, that's because the Islamic regime has made their religion the government policy of Iran. So because the Islamic regime has made their version of religion the government policy of the country, of course, we have the right to criticize, call it out, whatever. But at the same time, I never talk about people's personal religion. I don't criticize that. Like, I don't care what people do. I believe in freedom of religion. Do whatever you want to do. Just keep it at home, right? Like, I don't talk about my religion. I don't want to talk about anyone else's religion. It's just live and let live type of thing. So when Armin and I are criticizing the Islamic regime and their ideology, that's because they have made their religious ideology government policy. And so we want to get rid of that. And thankfully, the vast majority of countries in the Middle East are now backing the United States and Israel, because they have also recognized and realized that the Islamic regime is a cancer, and the Islamic regime is basically just, these Muslim Nazis that need to be eradicated, right? Like we're advocating for separation of church and state in occupied Iran. So that's what it is. But, I have a lot of respect for the Arabic language, Arabic culture, Arabic food. Guys, I spent like 4 days in Morocco in the summer. Best time of my life. And by the way, one of my favorite singers of all time is Nancy Ajram. Like, I love Nancy Ajram. I love Arabic music. I love Arabic culture. I love Arabic food. Everything about it. Like, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Like, what's there to not love about it? So, when Armin and I are criticizing, Tagine. Yeah, Tagine is fantastic. Oh my gosh. We had so much tagine in Morocco. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. And like I love Arabic culture. It's so beautiful. And Nancy Ajram, I know I'm like totally what's that song that she has? I think it's this one. Yeah, I think this is like the song. So here's like a random story about me, being in spending one of my summers in occupied Iran. So of course, you guys have seen Islamic regime state TV, right? Like, Islamic regime state TV is pretty much 24/7 durka jihad, right? Let me share with you what I mean. Let me go to my playlists here. So, oh man. So wait, let me go. Okay, so this is Islamic regime state TV, like right? Like, I mean, it's just like literally, right? And guys, I'm not even joking. The vast majority of Arabs in the Middle East, they actually think that like we Iranians are like extremist terrorists, right? Because for a lot of the Arab people, the vast majority are normal. They're normal people. And then they see like this durka jihadi nonsense and they're like, what the F is going on in Iran, right? Because, just like everyone else, they've made them, they've assumed that, we're just a bunch of like, Allahu Akbar, right? Like people, which is insane because, it's not us, it's the Muslim Nazis that are occupying us, right? But this is the image that the Islamic regime has portrayed. And then, of course, Armin has exposed a lot of the Haydar nonsense, where the Islamic regime is like singing about how they're going to like send missiles to like Saudi Arabia and the Sunnis, you know, anyways, like it literal insane nonsense, right? Insane nonsense. So this is what this is what, people in the Middle East see whenever they tune into Islamic regime state TV. Now, on my end, when I was, younger and I was visiting, occupied Iran, of course, I'm not going to watch Islamic regime state TV because this is garbage. This is nonsense. Thankfully, some of my family members, they actually had satellites. Remember, satellites are illegal, but they had satellites. So I was able to tune in to the Arabic TV channels in the Middle East. So I actually spent, a lot of my summers. I spent a lot of my summers watching Arabic music channels, Arabic TV channels, Arabic talk shows, right? No idea what they're saying, no idea what's going on because I don't speak Arabic, but that was like the closest thing I could get to like normalcy, right? Because as someone who's in Canada, no, I didn't watch, you know what? I didn't really watch Iraqi TV. I don't know if I did. The TV channels, it was more like Lebanon, Egypt. I mean, it could have been Iraqi TV. I don't know, but I feel like it was more Lebanon and Egypt, which is what I was watching. And, there was like this one, wait, is this a song? Oh yeah, okay. And then so there was like this one, oh, and then there was also a lot of like European TV as well, right? European satellite channels. So I remember like fashion TV. Fashion TV from like Europe, I would watch that a lot. And then there's like a lot of like just random like satellite channels, I think from like, I don't know, like that area-ish. But anyways, so but I fell in love with Arabic music videos. And of course, Nancy Ajram is my favorite. So this music video from like, a long time ago, this is like the music video of my childhood. So guys, I'm telling you. Oh yeah, you guys know fashion TV? Yeah, it was like this weird European channel, fashion TV. Yeah, for us Lebanese, Iranian alphabet looks familiar, but the words make no sense. Yeah, you know what? It's the exact same thing. So for us Iranians, like when we read Arabic, the letters, like, so, okay, so let me tell you what I see here, right? So like I can read the letters, but it doesn't mean anything to me, right? Because it's just the same letters, similar sounds, but it doesn't mean anything. Oh, I love that. Guys, see, we're more united than ever. Okay, so like I can read this. So, okay, now I know what this is. This is Nancy Ajram. Hasmak, and then it's ikhraj Nadine Labki, right? So I'm looking at it's Nancy Ajram. Well, okay, I know this is Nancy Ajram because that's I know her name. Hasmak, and then ikhraj Nadine Labki, right? And then this is in touch. Ah, okay. Akhraj. Sorry, I'm terrible with pronunciations. Guys, I can't even do like a Persian accent in English because sometimes people are like, "Oh, Goldie, can you speak English with a Persian accent?" I literally can't. I'm terrible with accents. But okay, like this is in touch. Megastar relax in. Right? So yeah, I can read Arabic. I just don't know what I'm reading because the letters are the same. Anyways, okay, so guys, let me share with you the song of my childhood, and I love this song. And this was like the main. Oh, Intaj's production. Oh, I love that. Okay. Oh man, guys, look at all the Arabic speakers in the chat. I love that. Ahlan wa sahlan. Wait, ahlan wa sahlan. There we go. Ahlan wa sahlan to all of our Arabic speakers in the chat. Love you all. Love you guys. And you know what? We don't speak enough about Lebanon, but we love Lebanon and we cannot wait until the Islamic regime falls because that's going to be amazing news for Lebanon and Lebanese people. We hate Hezbollah and we cannot wait until Hezbollah is eradicated. So we love you guys. Ahla wa sahla. Love that. Love that. Love that. Oh man. Okay. Okay, so let's watch the music video from my childhood and then we'll continue with ARMIN rants. Because I just want to make it very clear that I love Arabic. It's a beautiful language, beautiful culture, beautiful people. It's just the whole thing is phenomenal. Guys, we only have an issue with jihad and terrorism. That's what we have an issue with. And jihad and terrorism knows no bounds, right? Because people who are affiliated with the Islamic regime, they're Iranian, they're Arabic, they're Pakistani, they're Palestinian, they're, Afghani, whatever, right? So we're fighting an ideology. We're not fighting a culture. We're not fighting a language. We're not fighting a religion, like nothing like, I mean, Armin separate, but I'm not, right? Armin has his own views, but we're here fighting terrorism and we're all united in our fight against terrorism. All right, guys, let's watch this music video. I'll be right back. And I love her.
أخصمك أسيبك لا وجوه الروح هتفضل حبيبي اللي أنا بهواك بحبك وفرقك لا ملكني هواك ولا أقدر حبيبي في يوم أنساك.
Was it copyrighted? Was it copyrighted? Oh no. Okay. I don't think it'll be copyrighted. I'll be right back. I think it'll be okay. I'll be right back.
حبعد بعيد يا غدا مستحيل حنيني يزيد انت حبيبي ومنى يلي دوبني وانت اللي بعده عن هوايا بيتعبني انت حبيبي ومنى يلي دوبني اللي بعده عن هوايا بيتعبني خصمك اسيبك لا وجوه الروح هتفضل حبيبي.
Sorry, guys, we are breaking the Arabic dance music because I just saw a comment.
Reject or delay, and that's not going to happen under President Trump. He's not going to allow Iran to become a nuclear power on his watch and threaten America now or in the future.
Mr. Secretary, I guess the ideal situation would be a negotiated settlement. The president gave and had said publicly over and over again before Midnight Hammer and before Operation Epic Fury, and he's saying to the people that the fourth, fifth tier, whatever level of leadership remains, he's saying to them now he would prefer a negotiated settlement. Now, apparently they have some power because they promised the president that they would allow 20 specific tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. And my understanding is those tankers made it through. So they must have some degree of power. The difference here is, will the fourth, fifth tier level of leadership, will they be smarter than tier 1, 2, and 3? And will they make the deal, or will they be facing, death themselves in the near future?
Well, first of all, we can't ignore the 47 years they've avoided and rejected any effort to negotiate. That doesn't mean we're going to stop trying. President Trump always would rather have negotiations than war. And he will always, we gave him 60 days early last year. We gave him additional time to negotiate after Midnight Hammer again earlier this year. But each and every time those things have proved fruitless. But we're going to keep trying. There are messages being exchanged. There are talks going on. There is the potential for direct meeting at some point. We're always going to be open for that. But what President Trump is not going to allow is he's not going to allow fake negotiations to be used as a delay tactic, to buy more time, to buy them space. That's what he's not going to allow. The Biden administration spent 4 years trying to resurrect the Obama nuclear deal with Iran. They spent 4 years trying to talk to the Iranians, and they strung them along for 4 years. And I think they thought they could string this administration along for 4 years, but they're not going to string along President Trump. He's not going to fall for their games. He hasn't fallen for their games. So we'll always be prepared to talk. But we're not going to allow that, or the failure of talks, to impede our ability to defend this country and to protect this country from a real threat. It's a threat to the world. It's not just a threat to America. Yeah. The difference is President Trump is the only leader in the world with both the capability and, frankly, the guts to do something about it.
Mr. Secretary, let's go back to the 60% enriched uranium. Clearly, that can never end up in the wrong hands. That would be an existential threat to the world, to the United States specifically here. So either they're going to give that up willingly, or
they won't give it up willingly.
Can we entomb it? I've been reading a lot of articles about that possibility.
Do you think like the
or is it something if they don't agree to give it up willingly, that we will just have to take possession of on our own?
Well, I'm not going to discuss tactics or options that are available to the president. I will say that there's a very simple. There's no use for 60% enriched uranium. I know we're getting a little technical here, but there's no use for it. You don't use it to create electricity. You don't use it to create anything for medical purposes. The only reason to have 60% enriched uranium is to be able to enrich it to 90% and put it in a bomb. That's the only reason to have it. Iran has no reason to have it. They should give it up. They've been given multiple opportunities to give it up. They've had multiple countries, including countries they consider friendly to them, approach them and say, turn it over to us. They continue to refuse to do so. So why do they continue to refuse to turn over 60% enriched uranium? There's only one reason, and that is because they want to hold it and keep it to one day use it to build a bomb. That's the only way. And they were going to hide behind all of these missiles, all of these drones, the Navy and their Air Force. They were going to keep building those up to the point where then they would say to the world, you can't do anything about it because we'll launch these missiles against you and destroy you. Look, this is the weakest Iran has ever been. This is the weakest Iran certainly has been in 25 years. Right now, look at the damage they've been able to inflict on their neighbors at their weakest point. Imagine 2 years from now when they had the opportunity to build to double the number of missiles they had, to double the number of drones they had. Imagine that. That was not going to happen. The president was not going to allow that to happen. That's why he took action. And again, I want to remind, because I hear these news reports, and it's very frustrating that we don't know what the objectives are. The objectives are very clear. I want to repeat them again, and we're going to achieve all 4 of them. We're going to destroy their Air Force. We already have done it. We're going to destroy their Navy. We've largely done that. We're going to destroy their factories that make these missiles and these drones. And we are going to severely degrade their missile launchers so that they can't fire these multiple salvos against their neighbors and threaten us, threaten our troops in the region, and threaten our allies in the region. And we are well on our way to achieving all 4 of those objectives. Those objectives will be achieved. They'll be achieved here very soon.
Let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz. 20% of the world's oil supply passes through there on a daily basis. You have steadfastly said they will not be allowed to have a tolling system where they get to charge countries to pass through millions of dollars, number one. And number two, this is about the free flow of oil at market prices. This is critical to the world's economy, obviously, not so much the American economy. And that brings up the issue of NATO, which I'll get to in a second. How important and how do you determine whether or not that it will be okay for U.S. forces to withdraw, knowing and having confidence that the Strait will be open for the free flow of oil?
Well, the Straits of Hormuz, those are international waters, right? So anything Iran does to impede commercial traffic is illegal. For all these countries that love to talk about international law, it is a violation of international maritime law to impede the free flow of travel in international waters. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, it's illegal to bomb and hit and attack commercial shipping and sink them. I mean, that's what the Nazis did during World War II in the Atlantic. And that's what they're doing now to ships that from countries they don't like, that are flagged by countries they don't like. These are terroristic acts that they're undertaking. And so the United States gets very little energy through the Straits of Hormuz. Our allies ship out a lot of oil through there, meaning our Gulf allies. And certainly countries in Asia and Europe depend on it. We depend very little on the Straits. So this, if in fact Iran decides to set up a toll, if in fact Iran decides that they're going to illegally control the Straits of Hormuz or decide they're going to try to do that, look, I imagine that'll be the president's call, whether he wants to help. But this is a problem for the world. It's countries around the world should be stepping up and dealing with that and saying that's intolerable. And that's what we've encouraged them to do.
Let me ask you about NATO. You said that our NATO allies have been disappointing. Specifically, I know you're talking about Spain, Great Britain, France, even Italy now, and that after all of this is done, we will re-examine this relationship. And especially when it comes to, we pay 2/3 of the freight when it comes to NATO defense. And if it's just, quote, about us defending Europe, you said, at this point, how do we call that? And we can't have our landing rights in European nations, our allies, at a time when we need them. What good is that alliance? And is the NATO alliance at risk?
Sean, I've been one of the strongest defenders of NATO during my time as a United States Senator because I found great value in it. And it wasn't just about defending Europe. I said it also allowed us to have military bases in Europe that allowed us to project power into different parts of the world when our national security was threatened. If now we have reached a point where the NATO alliance means that we can't use those bases, that in fact, that we can no longer use those bases to defend America's interests, then NATO is a one-way street. The NATO is simply about us having troops in Europe to defend Europe. But when we need their help, not their help, we're not asking them to conduct airstrikes. When we need them to allow us to use their military bases, their answer is no. Then why are we in NATO? You have to ask that question. Why do we have billions and billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, over the years, trillions of dollars, and all these American forces stationed in the region? If we can only use, in our time of need, we're not going to be allowed to use those bases. So I think there's no doubt, unfortunately, after this conflict is concluded, we are going to have to re-examine that relationship. We're going to have to re-examine the value of NATO and that alliance for our country. Ultimately, that's a decision for the president to make, and he'll have to make it. We're going to finish the job here. As I said, we're very, very close to achieving our objectives on all of these things that I've outlined. But I do think, unfortunately, we are going to have to re-examine whether or not this alliance that has served this country well for a while is still serving that purpose, or is it now become a one-way street where America is simply in a position to defend Europe, but when we need the help of our allies, they're going to deny us basing rights and they're going to deny us overflight? I think these are very legitimate questions that we need to be asking, and these are going to have to be very carefully examined after this conflict is over.
We pay 2/3 of that budget. We spend nearly $1 trillion a year. I'd be negligent while I have you if I didn't ask for an update on Venezuela. You met earlier today with the Venezuelan opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado. Right now, Delcy Rodriguez seems to have been working well with the U.S. And if you can give us an update on Cuba, which seems its fall seems somewhat imminent.
Oh, Cuba's where he's from.
Well, on Venezuela, you remember we had a three-pronged plan. The first was stabilization. We didn't want the country having a mass migration. We didn't want civil war. We didn't want upheaval in the streets. That's largely been achieved. In fact, we have not seen any of that. The second is a phase of recovery. And that's where we're in the recovery phase right now, where you're seeing not just economic recovery going on in Venezuela, but you're also seeing an economic recovery in a way that's good for the United States. I mean, they are shipping all of that oil to our refineries. And that money's the profits from that is being deposited into bank accounts controlled by the United States Treasury. And the money is going to the benefit of the Venezuelan people, not being stolen. Part of that recovery is you've seen hundreds of political prisoners freed. You've seen this very infamous jail that they were putting all the political prisoners has been closed. It's only been 3 months. What's been achieved in Venezuela in just 3 months is nothing short of extraordinary. Ultimately, there will have to be a transition phase. There will have to be free and fair elections in Venezuela. And that point has to come. And that has to, it's not forever, but we have to be patient, but we also can't be complacent. And so I feel very good about the progress we've made in Venezuela in 3 months. And all the doomsdayers that were saying after Maduro was taken prisoner, as he should have been, and brought to justice, that all these things were going to go terribly wrong. Well, I think they need to admit that they were wrong. So far, so good over the last 3 months in Venezuela. The case of Cuba is actually tragic. Cuba has an economic model that wouldn't work anywhere in the world. They don't have an economic model. They don't have an economy in Cuba. There literally is no economy. And sadly, the people in charge of the apparatus of government there are both incompetent and unable to solve these problems. So I think Cuba's in need of two things, economic reforms and political reform. You cannot fix their economy if you don't change their system of government. And but they're in a lot of trouble. There's no doubt about it. And, we'll have more news on that fairly soon. We're working on that as well.
And you stand by weeks, not months, away from this conflict coming to an end, sir?
Yes. Yeah, I think we're very close to achieving our objectives. I don't want to put a timeline on it, but we can see the finish line. The finish line meaning we will have achieved all of the objectives that the president outlined, and those are important because if we achieve those objectives, we will make it nearly impossible for Iran to have a nuclear weapon anytime in the near future, and the world will be a safer place, and our country will be safer, which is the number one job the president has, to keep Americans safe. President Trump will always keep Americans safe, and that's what he's doing now. And thank God he's doing it because multiple American presidents had the opportunity to do something about it and either did nothing or made it worse.
All right, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, thank you for being with us. When we come back, Victor Davis Hanson will react to my interview with Secretary of State Rubio, plus a major update in the trial of the accused Charlie Kirk assassin, Tyler Robinson, and a big win for free speech at the U.S. Supreme Court as Hannity continues.
Camping World is America's used.
Okay, so that's pretty much it for Fox News Live. Thank you. I forget the person who told me that Marco Rubio is speaking on Fox News Live with Sean Hannity. I appreciate that, guys. Sean Hannity speaking about these things. This is where you get like your, the spidey sense tingles because I still have to find the clip. Oh, it was you. Thank you, Renzi. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for letting us know. This is giving me similar vibes to right before February 28th when Sean Hannity and Mark Levin and others were speaking about the potential attack, and then the attack happened, right? And now they're talking about full-on regime change. Yeah, guys, I have a very good feeling about what's happening. However, I'm going to reiterate this. What we as Iranians, so what the Iranian community needs to do, around the world, and especially in the United States, is we have to continue being a voice for Iranians in occupied Iran. We have to make it very clear. We support President Trump. We support the United States. We support Prime Minister Netanyahu. We support Israel. We do not want, the Islamic regime to survive. We want them completely eradicated. We want full-on regime change. We want reform. We don't want Islamists to continue and survive. Now, here's the thing. President Trump and his administration already know that. They already know that. But it's our responsibility to make it clear to the world that regime change is in our hands, and we only trust His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi to transition us from an Islamic dictatorship to a functioning, secular, democratic society. No one else. No one else. So we Iranians right now, those of us who are outside, because remember, Iranians in occupied Iran, their voices are silenced. So those of us outside, we have a very important responsibility. We have to be extra loud, extra noisy, extra out there, right? Because we have to be the voice of 90 million Iranians. And we have to make it clear that the only acceptable deal between the United States and the Islamic regime is unconditional surrender. And if they don't want unconditional surrender, then it's boom boom, right? It's boom boom. So either unconditional surrender or boom boom. And thankfully, President Trump has already said that, right? So now the ball is in our court as Iranians to support President Trump. And for people who are saying, who will President Trump back? President Trump has already made it very clear who he is backing. President Trump has said that he will back the Iranian people. President Trump will back the choice of the Iranian people. So President Trump is going to back the people of Iran. And that is why the people of Iran are going to make their voices loud, make their voices heard, and the person that we want to transition us from an Islamic dictatorship to a democratic society is none other than His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Iran, King Reza Pahlavi. So, President Trump, Senator Lindsey Graham, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, all of these amazing people have said that they support the Iranian people and they respect the choice of the Iranian people. Our choice, our voice. And like I said 3 months ago when this situation was starting, the most dangerous and volatile time during a revolution, during government change, is when one regime collapses and the other one starts taking place. That power void is very dangerous. Now, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi has a transition plan. He has an expert team in place. They're ready to go. But it is our responsibility and duty as Iranians to continue being a voice, right? To continue being a voice, to continue being loud, because there's a reason the Islamic regime has shut down the internet. There's a reason that the Islamic regime has silenced the voices of 90 million Iranians in occupied Iran. And that is why Armin and I, we have been doing Iran Revolution Live for 94 days now. 94 days nonstop. We have been doing Iran Revolution Live to be the voice of people in occupied Iran. And you would think that after 94 days, we would tone it down or make it smaller. No. In fact, we're increasing our efforts. We are increasing the hours that we are live streaming. Why? Because the people in occupied Iran are relying on us to be their voice. And for people who are saying, you know, we need you, marathon rest, not sprint. Guys, this marathon has been going for 94 days. 94 days. So if I wanted a rest, I would have had it by now. But we're continuing. We're continuing because it is our duty and responsibility to continue being a voice and to continue countering the Islamic regime propaganda. So I do want to go back to Armin's rants. I really do. I really do. But before I go back to Armin's rants, someone was asking me about like my other favorite Arabic song. And it's actually really, it's a pretty cool Arabic song. One of my favorites. And I want to play this in honor of all of our Arabic speaking friends, supporters, followers. This one is for you. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for supporting us. And, you know, thank you for tolerating us when, you know, like we attack the Islamic regime and, you know, we go after their Durka jihad nonsense. But thank you for understanding and recognizing that, you know, we're attacking our Islamic jihadi oppressors and they have nothing to do with you and your culture. We love you, Habibis and Habibtis. And we cannot wait until Iran is free, and we're all going to celebrate in a free Middle East. And remember, before 1979, when the Shah was still in power, Iran was a huge ally of all the like Arabic and you know Persian Gulf countries in the Middle East. So like there was no enmity. There was no enmity. Like all this jihadi Durka nonsense started when like the Muslim terrorists took over our country. And then not only were they attacking and murdering Iranians, but they've been attacking and murdering all of you. So yeah, this is a celebration for all of us because we're going to go back to the peace that we had. So having said that, okay, I'm going to share this one song, and then we'll go back to Armin's, you know, jihadi Durka rants. But as you guys know, he's referring to the Islamic regime and not to Arabic people or Arab culture, because we love Arab people, we love Arab culture, and this is one of my favorite remixes. And it was like a trend on TikTok. I just really like this one. It's such a good one.
I got it. على قد ما بسهر ليلك على قد ما بتسيبني بنار ترميني بأسوأ عيونك وتسيبني في وسط الطيار يرجع قلبي يغني لك ويجيلك علشان يختار وانت ولا انت هنا ده انا كنت بدوب غرامك وكلامك وسلامك يا حبيب عمري اللي رماني ولا دواني ولا نداني أنا مش هتألم تاني استنى أنا تعبان ضيعت عمري أنا لا جاية أقولك ارجع اسمع علشان أنا صبري قليل كل مرة تهرب قرب على إيه أنت مسهرني الليل مني روحي عمري عقلي وسايبني بقلب عليل اللي حبك أنت مغلبني مع الست موريني
I'll give it to you. I know what you want. You know I got it, baby. If you give it to me, I'll give it
to you as long as you want. You know I got it. أنا في بعدك يا حبيبي، أنا خلصت دموع العين. أنا مش عارفة أنت ناسيني وجرحني وسايبني لمين. بتحن عليا ثواني وتنساني يا حبيبي سنين، ومفيش ما بينا لقاء. هو أنا آخرتنا أتحمل في هواك تنساني وتخدعني، ولا مرة حبيبي صعدت عليك وأنت بتقسى وبتطاغي. كم مرة احتجت أنا ليك أناديك ولا إجرافك تسمعني. ارحم دموعي أنا لا جاية أقولك ارجع اسمع، علشان أنا صبري قليل. كل مرة تهرب قرب على إيه؟ أنت مسهرني الليل. مني روحي يا عمري يعني، سايبني بقلب عليل. لحبك أنت مغلبني مع الست موريني الويل. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. I know what you want, you know I got it. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. As long as you want, you know I got it.
All right, guys. So that was in honor of all of our amazing Middle Eastern, Arabic speaking, friends, followers, supporters. We love you. We appreciate you. We support you. We cannot wait until Iran is free and we can go back to being, the allies that we used to be. We love it. Like, Arabic music is amazing. We love Arabic music. I love Arabic music. I love belly dancing. I love everything about Arab culture. You know what? We're all fighting the Durka jihadis. That's why we make a difference. So yeah, thank you for being here. We love you all. Habibis and Habibtis. There you go. Habibi and Habib. See, I know the difference. Habibi and Habibtis. I know that. So we're just going to have an amazing party because we all know that, unfortunately, the Islamic regime is the biggest sponsor of terrorism around the world and in the Middle East. And so, yeah, we're going to get rid of the colonizers in Iran. That's also going to free your countries. And we can just go back to, we're basically just going, like, this is the plan, guys. This is a plan. We're going to erase the last 47 years and we're going to go back to the way the Middle East was before 1979. And we will just continue from there. Yeah, I know, guys, this is a thing. Many Arabs are on our side. And guys, we're on your side as well. We're in this together. And you know what? There are, some Iranians who are, upset and, they're feeling a lot of emotions. And, it's unfortunately, it just give them a little bit of grace. Give them a little bit of grace because we have been dealing with a brutal occupation, right? But, we're almost free. And this is actually, you know what? I don't think we've actually played this on our channel because it was in Arabic. But did you know that His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, he actually had a message for the Arab countries. And I think, wait, was it this one? Wait. He had a message, and I think, did he speak in Arabic? Was it this one? Wait. Well, let me go back because I know he had okay, maybe it was this one. Oh yeah, okay, guys, so this is really, really important. No, but I thought that he actually spoke in Arabic. Maybe not. Okay. But let me share this video because this is really important, right? So guys, and I want to say this to let me just say something in Persian. ببین همین هنان لطفاً به همسایه هامون توهین نکنین. این اصلا کار خوبی نیست، کار خیلی زشتیه. ببین قبل از اینکه ایران اشغال شد، شاهنشاه آریامهر با همه کشورهای عرب خیلی نزدیک بود و همه کشورهای عرب بهش احترام میذاشتن. پس لطفاً الان موقعش نیست که بی احترامی بکنین یا توهین بکنین. میدونم که خب به خاطر همین دلیل 47 سال پیش که حالا رژیم اومده و خب ببین با ایران چی کار کردن، ولی این نمیشه، این به ما اجازه نمیده که بریم و به بقیه کشورها حمله بکنیم. این اصلاً کار خوبی نیست و خود پادشاه هم گفته که ایران آزاد با همه کشورهای خاورمیانه دوست خواهد بود. پس اگه ما سرباز پادشاه هستیم، ما هم باید به صحبتهای پادشاه احترام بذاریم و با همون صحبتهایی که پادشاه میکنه همون جوری هم صحبت بکنیم. پس به سخنرانی پادشاه گوش بکنیم. Wait, sorry. Oh no! Oh no! Oh my gosh! Okay, guys, no! So I'm supposed to like. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. Normally I would never interrupt a speech or video. Yes, we love our Arab neighbors. We are brothers and sisters 100%. Normally I would never, ever I would not do this except, oh my gosh, tomorrow is April Fool's. Project Vendetta just posted a video. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Guys.
باسم اینترنت پرسرعت و وایفای پایدار، این یک اعلامیه بسیار مهم، بسیار جدی و کمی هم مضحک است. لطفاً توجه فرمایید. این جانب سخنگوی کاملا غیر رسمی اداره کل میم و شوخی پس از بررسی دقیق گزارش‌ها، منشن‌ها و پیام‌های صوتی بیش از حد طولانی، بیانیه زیر را صادر می‌نمایم. طبق اطلاعات واصله، واحد قدس طنز، نسخه‌ای کاملا طنزآمیز از نیروهای شناخته شده با همکاری آرمین سخنگوی گلدی در حال
Armin? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! But okay, wait. Let me go back so that I can oh my gosh. Because at this point he's like, with the help of Armin, Goldie's spokesperson. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Oh my gosh, Project Vendetta. This is amazing. Okay, listen, don't worry. I will add the subtitles. I will add the subtitles to this, but let me just. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Let's start from the beginning. And then ChatGPT will translate. Oh, the English is in the description? Okay, perfect.
باسم اینترنت پرسرعت و وایفای پایدار، این یک اعلامیه بسیار مهم، بسیار جدی و کمی هم مضحک است. لطفاً توجه فرمایید. این جانب سخنگوی کاملا غیر رسمی اداره کل میم و شوخی پس از بررسی دقیق گزارش‌ها، منشن‌ها و پیام‌های صوتی بیش از حد طولانی، بیانیه زیر را صادر می‌نمایم. طبق اطلاعات واصله، واحد قدس طنز، نسخه‌ای کاملا طنزآمیز از نیروهای شناخته شده با همکاری آرمین سخنگوی گلدی در حال مدیریت بحران خنده در فضای مجازی می باشند. لازم به ذکر است آرمین به عنوان عامل دو جانبه در داخل برنامه گلدی فعالیت می‌نماید. به طور همزمان گزارش ارسال می‌کند و شوخی‌ها را نیز تایید می‌نماید. بسیار حرفه‌ای. در خصوص خانم گلدی گماری به دلیل تولید بیش از حد محتوای خنده‌دار و ایجاد اختلال در تمرکز عمومی فتوای زیر صادر می‌گردد. اول 3 روز مرخصی اجباری از توییتر /X. دوم تماشای متوالی برنامه‌های دهه 90 میلادی صدا و سیما تا بازگشت تمرکز. سوم تأمین اینترنت رایگان برای جبران خنده‌های بی‌رویه ملت. چهارم هر گونه شوخی جدید تنها با مجوز رسمی اداره کل میم و شوخی مجاز می باشد. در صورت تخلف فرد خاطی موظف است در تمامی گروه‌های خانوادگی پیام سلام خوبی ارسال نماید بدون دریافت پاسخ. این حکم قطعی لازم الاجرا و کاملا طنزآمیز می باشد. ما هستیم مجاهدین خلق و من الله التوفیق. خدا نگهدار و خداوند مدل موی مرا حفظ کند.
Here's the accurate English translation that keeps the tone intact. High-speed internet and stable Wi-Fi. This is a very important, very serious...
Wait, why is that like speaking? Wait, why did he say Mujahideen at the end? Oh no! Oh no, we don't want to connect him to the MEK. That's too savage.
پرسرعت و وایفای
No, why is he connected to the MEK? That's terrible. Oh no. That's so funny. Oh my gosh. That's savage. That's savage. Okay, so we have to like we can't have the MEK part in there. The MEK part not cool because we all hate the MEK. The MEK is too much. The MEK is too much. But you know what we need in the background is Greg the goat. We need Greg the goat in the background. Oh my gosh. That is epic. That is savage. Oh my gosh. Project Vendetta, you're amazing. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we're blaming Navajo. Navajo wanted to include the MEK part in there. No, that's too savage. No, we can't do that. You know what? So this would be perfect without the MEK part at the end. The MEK part is too savage. But add like if you could add like Greg the goat in there somewhere, that would be great. Don't worry about the subtitles. Like I'll add the captions myself. If you have the captions in the description, I can do that myself. And then I can add like the 2CTV logo. I can add like just the random. Oh my gosh. Whoa. That is so funny. Oh my gosh, Project Vendetta. This is so good. Yeah, okay. Oh my gosh. No. Navajo is not Project Vendetta. Navajo is different from Project Vendetta. Two different people. But oh, this is so good. No. Don't worry about the intro music, guys. I can do it. I know how to like go from like da da da da, and then like I can just like I can add his like intro music because you know 2C has like the intro music, right? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh no. And you know what? You know he's asleep right now. He's totally asleep. Guys, like I know how to do this, right? So like you know how this part here where it starts, I could just like I'm gonna post this on X and I'm gonna be like breaking news from 2C TV. And then from this, I could just switch to this.
اسم اینترنت پرسرعت و وایفای پایدار. این یک اعلامیه بسیار مهم، بسیار جدی و کمی هم مضحک است. لطفاً توجه فرمایید. این جانب سخنگوی کاملا غیر رسمی اداره کل میم و شوخی پس از بررسی دقیق گزارش
Okay. Let me just read the translation for you guys. So I will add the subtitles to like the final version of the video. But look at this. So the English is like it. So you know how like the jihadis are always like Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, like in the name of Allah or like whatever. So Project Vendetta is like in the name of high-speed internet and stable Wi-Fi. This is a very important, very serious, and slightly ridiculous announcement. I, the completely unofficial spokesperson of the Department of Memes and Humor, issue the following statement after reviewing reports, mentions, and extremely long voice messages. According to incoming information, the Quds unit of comedy, a satirical version of well-known forces, alongside ARMIN, spokesperson for Goldie, is managing a national laughter crisis online. It should be noted, ARMIN is operating as a double agent inside the Goldie show. Oh no! Simultaneously reporting and approving the jokes. Highly professional guys. So ARMIN's a double agent here. ARMIN's a double agent. Regarding Miss Goldie Gamari, due to excessive production of humorous content and disruption of public concentration, the following fatwa is issued. 3 days mandatory leave from Twitter, mandatory viewing of 1990 state TV. Look, no. Free internet compensation for excessive laughter. Any further jokes require official approval from the Department of Memes and Humor. Violation will result in being forced to send "Hi, how are you?" messages in family group chats with no replies. That happens all the time. This ruling is final, binding, and entirely satirical. Okay, this part, this is the only part I don't agree with. Get rid of this part. Just don't say we are the Mech. Just say we are 2C TV. I think that's more fun. We are 2C TV, and success is granted by God. Goodbye. This is the best part. And may God protect my hairstyle. That's so good. I think this is incredible. All I would say, like this, just instead of saying we are the Mech, just say we are the media, or we are the 2C TV or whatever. But other than that, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Oh my gosh, this is so realistic. Project Vendetta. Okay, oh, thank you. So Project Vendetta is saying I can change the Mech part. I'll take it down for now. Thank you. Like that's epic. That is so good. And Project Vendetta, you can also take down like the 2C logo. Don't worry about like the 2C logo there. I can like embed that myself. In the corner or whatever. But actually, if you are gonna embed it, do it in like the top right, and then get rid of the subscriber portion because you just want like the logo there. But it's so good. Oh my god, this is amazing. This is scary good. Oh no, this is the perfect revenge. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Okay, so we're gonna wait for Project Vendetta to come back with the new version of this April Fool's meme. Oh my gosh. Okay, but having said that, let's now go back to Armin Rants, because we were supposed to watch Armin Rants and then we got distracted. But now we're back on Armin Rants and we're going to continue. And I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes.
This is Arabic. So he's see this and Kufi Arabic supposed to be flags of Iran. It's not. It has an Allah, which is Arabic. It has these Allahu Akbar, which is Arabic. I saw this retarded channel. I forgot what that channel is. Like, this is not Arabic because that font is Kufi, and the font Kufi comes from Iran, so that's Persian. You like, oh, you guys are uneducated. That's in the Kufi font, so that's Persian. Are you goddamn retarded? The font being Kufi and that being part of the Persian Empire, that doesn't make this Persian, you idiot. Allahu Akbar is Arabic. You guys see this? This is the Allah in the middle is Arabic. And you can see all of these words here on the side. This is Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. And all of this is Arabic. So his first words are Arabic. The flags around him are Arabic. By the way, guys, if you're Arab, this is not anti. My point is not being anti-Arab. I hope you understand this. Like, I would be offended on your behalf if somebody came to your country and Persianized things. Like, that is what? Like, that would be like, they shouldn't be doing that to you, right? So when we are against Arabizing our country, it's because our language, the official language in Iran is Persian. This is not an anti-Arabic statement. I would be supporting you if somebody came to your country and tried to force Persian on you, right? Does that make sense? This is resisting this occupation. This is being forced on us. That we're responding to this being forced. I'm not anti-Arab. In fact, by the way, guys, let me use this opportunity to mention how grateful I am. I've noticed that there are so many secular-minded Arabs right now, like young secular-minded Arabs right now on social media from the Persian Gulf, Arab countries around the Persian Gulf, from Iraq, from Lebanon, from Syria, even from Saudi Arabia, from the UAE. Like, these young secular-minded Arabs there, and they're saying Javid Shah, and they're saying we support the Iranian people, and we're anti the regime, and then we're not the enemies of the Iranian people. There's so much in Arabic on social media. Like, I love you guys. I really appreciate you guys. And even sometimes if we have some disagreement with some of your leaders, I see you, I notice you. I hope like all of the stuff that we're seeing against this forced Arabization on our country, I hope you guys don't think that we're seeing all of you guys as our enemy. Like, it's not like that at all. It's not like that at all. Okay. And I see your support, and I'm so sorry for what the Islamic Republic has done to your countries. It's not fair to you guys. And hopefully, once we Iranian people are successful, I mean, some of your countries have been occupied by the Islamic Republic as well, especially Lebanese people. I'm looking at you. Iraqi people, I'm looking at you. Okay. So, yeah, sorry about that. And hopefully we can fix this very soon. Right. By the way, guys, you guys agree with this, right? You guys agree with all of this? Like, we're not anti-Arab. We're anti-Arabization of a country that is not Arabic. Okay, that's what we're against. But we're not against Arabs. You know, true. Okay, fantastic. You guys agree with me, right? Let's go.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished.
Yeah, we're obviously. I'm obviously Islam. I am, right, but I'm also anti-Arabization. Guys, this is an important distinction. Anti-Arabization and anti-Arab are very different. Anti-Arabization, okay? I'm also anti-Persianization of a place, forced Persianization of a place that is not Persian. Like, I'm anti that as well. I'm not anti-Persian, but I'm anti-forced Persian. Like, that has not happened. But if it did happen, I would be against it. I'm not anti-Persian, but I'm anti-forced Persianization of a place, right? Yes.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues.
You know, he does make a very good point. Like, I'm also against like Persianization, right? So like if you know, Iranians were like going to take over a place and be like, no, you have to, like, we're going to force you to have a certain culture or religion or identity, I would be totally against that, right? Like, I am anti-Persianization. I mean, I'm you know, pro Iranian culture, civilization, but I'm anti Persianization for places where it doesn't make sense, right? Like, so yeah. Anyways, I appreciated Armin's little rant there.
Iran stands today amid the throes of an illegal war imposed by two bullying nuclear-armed regimes. The United
Okay.
چرا انگلیسی چقدر مزخرفه؟ Wait, someone's like, so you support places keeping the culture that's already there? Yeah, because that's literally the foundation of the Persian Empire. The Persian Empire created the concept of freedom of religion and, you know, I don't know, freedom of culture and freedom of language and diversity. So yeah, I do support keeping the culture that's already there because that's basically what the Persian Empire is literally founded upon. Yeah. And by the way, my culture isn't just Persian, it's Lor Bakhtiari. So yeah, 100% I support it. Because that's basically what the Persian Empire and the current Iranian identity is based off of. Like, we have we're very diverse. We're very diverse. I'm considered an ethnic minority, but my ethnic minority is so small that most people don't even know what it is, which is why they never like speak about it. But yeah, no, we're all Iranian first. All right, let's continue.
Should I, guys? Should I pause and respond to him, or we should just go through this once, okay? Because if I wanted to respond to this nonsense, I would have to pause every 5 seconds. So I'm not going to pause. Let's just listen to him. It's 5 minutes.
Iran stands today amid the throes of an illegal war imposed by two bullying nuclear-armed regimes, the United States and Israel.
Armin is struggling.
This war of aggression is blatantly unjustified and brutal. They initiated this aggression on 28 February, while Iran and the United States were engaged.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't have to respond to him. Okay, first of all,
I knew it. It's like, I'm not going to pause. I'm going to listen to the whole thing. And then he's struggling, and I'm like, oh, nope. He's going to pause. He's going to pause. Like, guys, we've been live streaming for 94 days now, for like 5 to 10 hours per day. I can tell I can tell, like, this right here, Armin, when he's like, oh, and he's like flexing, he's like, oh, like, that's, yeah, that's building up. He's about to explode.
Of an illegal war imposed by two bullying nuclear-armed regimes, the United States and Israel.
Look at his face.
This war of aggression is blatantly unjustified and brutal. They initiated this aggression on 28 February, while Iran and the United States were engaged.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No. Wait. Just this part. So he's like, oh, what do I do? And then, guys, okay, I'm translating Armin for you right now.
28 February, while Iran.
And then he's like, oh, like he's biting his lip. He's so in his head, he's like, Voy man chikar bokon, because you know he's thinking in Persian, right? He's thinking in Persian. He's like, man chikar bokonam, man nemitunam bayad ye chizi begam, right? So he's just like, I can't stop right now.
And the United States.
And then he's like, oh, what do I do?
States were engaged.
Okay,
he's like, all right, guys. He's like, all right, guys. I can't. I have to. This is so funny. Guys, he didn't even last like 10 seconds because, in 10 seconds, he's like, oh, guys, I'm just going to play the whole thing and then I'll go back and I'll translate. But after 10 seconds, he's like, nope, I got to say something. All right, let's enjoy. I will not accept. I am not Armin, okay? I am Goldie. I will not interrupt anymore. I will mute my mic and we will just watch the rest of this and enjoy because you guys have told me that this is the good part where Armin loses it. So let's just watch it together and laugh. But I gave you like the preview intro.
Blatantly unjustified and brutal. They initiated this aggression on 28 February, while Iran and the United States were engaged.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't have to respond to him. Okay, first of all, illegal war. What the are you talking about? Guys, isn't this rich? You guys wanted to wipe out Israel off the map. Is that legal? Is that legal? Are you effing kidding me? How is it illegal to respond to a direct threat of annihilating an entire country? Yo, we're for the past 47 years, we have promised that we're going to destroy Israel completely, as if it was never there. And now they're responding, and we're calling the response illegal. Your entire existence is illegal.
This is so funny.
Engaged in a diplomatic process to resolve Americans' alleged concerns over Iran's nuclear program. They betrayed diplomacy for a second time in the course of 9 months by torpedoing the negotiating table. Among the most harrowing manifestations of this aggression was the calculated, phased assault on Shajara Tayyib Elementary School in the city of Minab.
Oh my God, okay. Yeah, guys. This school, everybody is just talking about the Minab. And again, I knew the Islamic Republic loves the fact that their own civilians died. Israel and America never, ever, ever target civilians. And they never target the civilians. And again, we still don't know exactly what happened in that school. But again, the Iranian people knew that when Americans and Israelis start the military operations, we will have some civilian casualties. But what the civilian casualties that the loss of life, innocent life from these military operations is incredibly smaller than the loss of civilian life because of the Islamic regime. You're talking about those schoolgirls who died in that school in Minab. You killed more than 40,000 Iranians in 2 days. Your regime killed 40,000 civilians more than 47, not in 2 days, in 10 hours. How dare you talk about 190 schoolgirls when you killed tens of thousands in 10 hours? Are you kidding me? The Iranian people knew the price that they had to pay for these military operations. They knew it would come to this, and they were still asking for it because nothing is more devastating to the Iranian people than the continuation of the Islamic regime. Where is this? Where are you not talking about the people you killed? You keep talking about Minab. And the fact that they talk about that Minab shows that that's the only thing they could point out to, guys. In every military operations, there are always, in every military operations, there's going to be miscalculations and civilian casualties. But what we know for 100% guaranteed is that Americans and Israelis don't target civilians. the Islamic regime and its proxies always target civilians. In fact, if they kill any military personnel, that has been the accident because they mostly target civilians. Oh my goodness. It's really hard to deal with these people. I had to deal with this nonsense for 47 years, guys. Well, 41 years. But the Iranian people had to deal with it for 47 years. Oh, Sohail is here. Okay, let me finish this, Sohail, and then I'll get to that.
Out of Iran, where more than 175 students and teachers were slaughtered in cold blood.
They were slaughtered in cold blood, like were the Americans. Guys, this is the world that these people live in. Okay, in the world that them and the anti-Americans and anti-Israelis, the Americans were sitting, and in their bases of operations, like looking at the targets. They were like, "Oh, sir, there are children here. This is a great opportunity for us to kill some Iranian children." Like, oh my God, yes, let's go kill some Iranian children. Like, do they really live in that world that they think that the Americans were like, oh yeah, let's bomb a school, like a classroom filled with schoolgirls? Like, this is what they genuinely believe. Like, yeah, if that's how they operate, then we would have a lot more civilian casualties. We will have so much more civilian casualties if the Americans and Israelis operated like this. You know how many easy soft targets are out there for them to take out? Why is it that when Israelis and Americans do military operations, we get the lowest civilian to combatant casualties in all modern military warfare?
Barbaric attack is but the visible tip of a far bigger iceberg, one that conceals beneath its surface far graver catastrophes, namely the normalization of...
Oh my God, did he just pluralize catastrophe?
Wait, I just want to share a comment from one of our viewers. Durka. Durka in Persian. Yes, Armin is translating Durka for us right now. So I hope you guys are enjoying. Armin is okay. Now I can see why everyone was telling me to watch Friday night when I left, because this is very interesting, and I'm actually enjoying this quite a bit.
But you think catastrophes? Is that what he said? Did I miss that? Guys, what is he saying? Catastrophes?
Its surface far graver catastrophes, namely...
Is that a word? Catastrophes? Is that catastrophes? Is that the plural for catastrophe? I have not heard that. Is that...
I'm eating, but he doesn't know. So the word is catastrophe. The word is catastrophe, but Adolfchi is so idiotic and stupid. He doesn't know how to read or speak English, so he's like catastrophes. And I'm glad Armin's pointing it out. I'm glad Armin is pointing that out, because it's so embarrassing. Guys, we used to have very educated people who were our foreign affairs ministers, and now we literally have uneducated Durkas who don't even know how to pronounce catastrophe. Yeah, there you go. Guys, I promise you, we Iranians, we're not this stupid. These are the Durkas. Even I just love how Armin's calling him out on this. It's really funny.
Word? Catastrophe? But you think catastrophes?
In a far bigger iceberg, one that conceals beneath its surface far graver catastrophes, namely...
Catastrophes. Uneducated garbage.
The normalization of
Oh my God. Did he just pluralize catastrophe by saying catastrophes? Is that what he said? Did I miss that? What, guys, what is
Wait, someone is saying he's saying it in French. Okay, you know what? That could be a fair comment, except I speak French. Okay, je parle français. If he wanted to say catastrophe in French, he wouldn't say catastrophe. He would say catastrophe, right? Because he would say it with a French accent. So if he was speaking in French, he would say ça c'est une catastrophe. Ça c'est une catastrophe. But he didn't say that. He did not say that. So he is speaking Durka. He's speaking Durka. Because he is saying this is a catastrophe. And we're just like, what? So yeah. I do speak French. That I don't speak about it very often, but oui, je peux parler français. Je suis allée à l'école immersion au Canada. Mon français comme ci comme ça, je ne peux pas conjuguer très bien. I also forget what, like, you know, like the feminine and the masculine of like whatever. Like I can't remember. Like honestly, I can't remember if a chair is masculine or feminine. I think it's like la chaise, le chaise. I don't know, but generally speaking, quand quelqu'un parle français, je peux le comprendre. Je peux, I can sort of answer, but not really. But what I find is that when it comes to my French language, quand je bu le vin, mon français, it improves. Mon français améliore quand je bu le vin, especially le vin français. So, donne-moi some vin français et je peux parler français très bien. Mais je ne pratique pas beaucoup, alors ça c'est pourquoi mon français est comme ci, comme ça. Mais je peux le comprendre. Oh, quand je bois. There you go. See, this is what I mean. My conjugation is comme ci, comme ça. Mais quand je bois le vin français, je peux parler plus bien. But French is my third language. But what I can say is that he is definitely not saying catastrophe in French because he did not use the French accent. So there you go. But we'll continue now.
He's saying catastrophes?
Its surface far graver catastrophes, namely.
Is that a word? Catastrophes? Is that catastrophes? Is that the plural for catastrophe? I have not heard that. Is that a thing? What?
I also just want to say, as a Franco, as like a Canadian in Ontario who learned French in the 1980s and early 1990s, I learned French from a pineapple. Never forget Télé Français. Okay? So for all the Canadians here, yes, I went to French immersion and we would watch Télé Français. So yes, part of my childhood is a singing, dancing pineapple speaking in French. And I hope that other people, at least in this chat, know about Télé Français, because the singing, dancing pineapple was like a fever dream. Do you guys not know the pineapple? You guys don't know ananas? Oh my gosh! Wait, you've never heard about ananas? What? Okay, wait, yes, see? Listen, see, I'm not crazy. We found someone in the chat. Télé français, bonjour, allô, salut. Télé français, avec vous, right? See? Guys, we literally have someone, I don't think I've ever seen this user comment before. And as soon as I mentioned Télé Français, Télé Français, all the everyone comes out. See? You guys know about Anana. Oh my gosh, you're singing that too. Okay, guys. No, you don't understand. Télé Français was like a Canadian TV series. And the theme song, the theme song was like a wild ride. Oh yeah, I remember Pengu, but okay guys, let me share my childhood education with you. Wait. I lost the audio on my screen. Yeah, guys, let me share with you a staple of my childhood education. So you want to know, so if someone was like, what are you doing? If someone was like, what are you learning in school? What are you learning in school right now? I would be like, I'm learning French from a singing pineapple. And this show is funded by the government of Canada. Yes. So if you guys are wondering, why I'm strange, I went to French immersion in Ontario and I learned French from a singing pineapple. Here we go. And everyone who knows Télé Français, you know what? I'm so glad I'm not the only one, because sometimes I mention Télé Français and no one has no idea what I'm talking about. They're like, Goldie, you're insane. I'm like, no, there's Télé Français. So here you go. This is literally my childhood. I learned French from a pineapple.
Télé Français, bonjour, allô, salut. Télé Français, lisez parler avec nous. C'est formidable, exceptionnel, c'est excellent, sensationnel, c'est merveilleux, c'est magnifique. Télé Français, fantastique. Télé Français, Télé Français, Télé Français. Télé Français.
Yeah, welcome to my childhood. Oh man. That's the pineapple. Yes, that's the French pineapple that I learned French from. Is it a wilder ride than the DuckTales theme? Yes, because as a child, listen, when you're like learning French from a pineapple, yeah. There you go. So welcome to Canada. Guys, this is literally like 1980s, early 1990s, like Canadiana, right? Yeah. Just Anana was like one of our heroes. Teletubbies is after my time. Well, or like I was too old for Teletubbies. Teletubbies was like way out. Like guys, I'm 41. I turned 41 a few days ago. So Teletubbies is not like, that was way after me. This is like the original version of Teletubbies. We had the dancing French pineapple.
Bonjour, allô, salut. Télé Français, lisez parler avec nous. C'est formidable, exceptionnel, c'est excellent, sensationnel, c'est merveilleux, c'est magnifique. Télé Français, fantastique. Télé Français, Télé Français, Télé Français.
There you go. So yeah, that was my childhood. Anyway, Téléfrancais is amazing. So I'm just glad that other people are familiar and aware of Téléfrancais. But all that to say, yes, I do speak French. I understand French, and this jihadi is not saying catastrophe with a French accent. he's saying catastrophe because he does not understand and does not know how to speak English. So there you go. All right, let's continue with Armin, because Armin is doing oh, c'est catastrophique. Oui, yeah. Téléfrancais, téléfrancais. C'est catastrophique. No, téléfrancais is not catastrophic, but there you go. All right. So yeah, this guy's not saying French words.
Catastrophes.
Its surface far graver catastrophes, namely.
Yeah, catastrophes. We just did we just invent a new word? Far greater catastrophes. Catastrophes.
The normalization of the most abhorrent violations of human rights and humanity.
Guys, we don't discriminate on Iran Revolution Live. Yes, we talk about Iran, we talk about the revolution, we talk about Islamic terrorism, we talk about jihad, we talk about colonization. But you know what? We also talk about French pineapples that are teaching young Canadian children French. Yes, we do not discriminate. Yes, we learned French from a pineapple. Well, I mean, that's part of how I learned French anyway, so there you go. Oh no! Someone's like, Mag, bear the kitchen knife. Oh no, is that for the pineapple? Oh, justice for ananas. You know what's actually interesting is the Persian word for pineapple is ananas. So there you go. The Persian word for pineapple is inspired by the French word, which is ananas. So justice for ananas. There you go. All right, let's continue.
Law and the audacity to commit atrocity crimes with impunity.
Leave pineapple.
Mr. President, at a time when the American-Israeli aggressors, in their own assertions, possess the most advanced technologies and the highest precision military and data systems, no one can believe that the attack on the school was anything other than deliberate and intentional.
Wait. Sorry. Guys, I can't even eat my dinner now. Oh my god. Okay. I just saw some fighting words. Okay. So the person that said no pineapple on pizza, because I'm actually a huge fan of Hawaiian pizza. I love Hawaiian pizza, and I love pineapple on pizza. Wait, you've already had this debate? What? Wait, well, what was Armin's position? Well, wait, what was Armin's position? Does Armin approve or not? I need to know, because if Armin does not like pineapple on pizza, I'm going to ban him right now, and we'll never do Iran Revolution Live together again. Oh man, he said he liked it. Oh, thank God. Okay. There you go. Okay. All right, guys. All cool. Okay. Because Hawaiian pizza is epic. Pineapple and ham on pizza, like, you can't go wrong with that. Especially with like some garlic sauce or like Caesar sauce, Caesar dressing salad on the side. Yeah. Okay, we're not going to get into the pineapple on pizza debate because that is a very spicy debate. So, oh, wait, Armin دوست نداره؟ یکی گفت که آرمین دوست داره. داری الکی میگی میخوای من الکی آرمین رو بلاک بکنم؟ اوکی، آرمین دوست داره یا دوست نداره؟ Wait. Does Armin like pineapple pizza or not? Listen, pineapple on pizza is a very controversial topic, which is why we shouldn't get into. Oh, he said he likes it. Oh, wow. Okay. حالا دیدم. ببین من فردا به آرمین میگم که شما چی گفتی. Okay. Guys, everyone remember in server because in server is trolling Armin right now. خیلی شیطونی. دیدم داری چی کار میکنی. فردا به آرمین حتما میگم چون شما تو کانال آرمین هستی. Oh no! Whoa! Magbar pineapple on pizza. Guys, okay, I think we just started World War III in the chat. All right, okay. Guys, I will give you all clemency. So, clemency, you have your own opinions on pineapple on pizza. And that's fine. No banning, no nothing. You know what? It's my fault for bringing up pineapple in the first place because pineapple on pizza is very, very controversial. Some people love it, some people hate it. I'm just grateful that Armin actually likes pineapple. Magbat ananas. Oh no. Okay, that's fine. I know pineapple on pizza is a touchy subject. It's okay. But we will continue, and at least now I know that Armin likes pineapple on pizza. So at the very least, I don't have to ban him, right? Because if he woke up tomorrow and he was just banned, he would be like, "What's going on?" Poor guy. So at least we know we're on the same side when it comes to pineapple on pizza. Wait, what's my sister saying here? Wait, what's going on? Oh no! What is this? What? No! Oh my gosh, guys, I'm trying to get to the Armin rants, but this. No, guys. No. Oh no. No, not the télé français pineapple. No, my childhood is ruined. What is this? Not even doom scrolling. Someone sent this to me. Oh no, it's the télé français pineapple. Who made this? No. Did this? This is savage. My childhood is ruined. What is this? Oh, I see who made it. Okay, I know who made it. Wow. Whoever made it is epic. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I don't want to say it. My sister made it. So my sister made the télé français pineapple. No. Oh no. My childhood is ruined. No, what is this? Oh my gosh. Okay. You know, there was always something sketchy. There, you know what? There was always something sketchy about the Télé Français pineapple. Because you know what? Like, he was actually always super sus looking. Like, guys, look at this. Look at this and tell me if this does not like traumatize you. I don't know. So this is this is episode 1 of Télé Français, okay? Episode 1 of Télé Français.
The following program is a presentation of the Provincial Educational Media Center.
Wow! Alors, 5 secondes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Commençons. C'est l'heure.
Bonjour. Look at, like, guys, how weird is this? Like, okay, first of all, why is this kid like just biking in like a dump yard, right? Like, why is he like biking in a dump yard with like, I don't know, like a ruined car or whatever? And then, you know, he gets off his bike, and then as soon as he gets off of his bike, this random pineapple pops up behind him and he's like, bonjour, like, hello. And the kid's like, why is there a talking pineapple behind me? But it's like, why is he in a dump yard? Imagine like a 5-year-old child watching this. Like, I had so many questions. I had so many questions as a 5-year-old child. Look, like, the pineapple just pops up. So as he's coming up, the pineapple like just pops up from there and starts looking at him.
Bonjour.
And he also has like a cane. What's with the cane?
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Huh? Tu parles? And then the kid's like, tu parles? You talk?
Mais tu es un ananas.
He's like, you talk? Wait, you're a pineapple.
C'est vrai.
He's like, it's real. And then it's like, tu es un ananas. You are a pineapple. So imagine like as a 5-year-old child, like learning French, one of the first phrases that I learned in French was not like, you know, bonjour or whatever. One of the first sentences that I learned in French was, you are a pineapple. So imagine me as like a 5-year-old child going home to my parents and I'm like, tu es un ananas. My parents were like, why did we immigrate to this country?
Tu es un ananas.
Oui, c'est vrai.
He's like, oui, c'est vrai. That is true.
Je suis un ananas.
Je suis un ananas.
Je suis un ananas.
Et tu parles?
He's like, et tu parles? You speak?
Ce n'est pas possible.
Ce n'est pas possible. That's not possible.
Ce n'est pas possible.
Ce n'est pas possible. Yeah, so imagine me, like, you know, I go home. My parents are like, what did you learn in French today? And I'm like, tu es un ananas. Ce n'est pas possible. You're a pineapple. That's not possible. Because at some point in my life, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to, you know, have to use the phrase, you're a pineapple. Why are you speaking? That's not possible. Welcome to French Canadiana. Welcome to French Canadiana.
Oui, c'est possible.
He's like, yes, it's possible, right? So they're even like telling children that, yes, it's possible for pineapples to speak. Maybe that's why like Gen Z and like millennials are so messed up, because the, you know, 1980s, 1990s Canadian educational shows were teaching children that pineapples can speak French.
Non, ce n'est pas possible.
Oui, c'est possible. Bien sûr, c'est possible.
C'est possible. It's possible.
C'est possible.
Non.
Pourquoi pas?
Parce que les ananas ne parlent pas.
Les ananas ne parlent pas?
So now this is the next phrase that we learned. Les ananas ne parlent pas. Oh, pineapples don't speak, right? So the kid is like, pineapples don't speak. This is impossible. And then the pineapple is messing with the kid's brain. He's like, what do you mean pineapples don't speak? I'm speaking. I'm a pineapple, right? Like, can you see how this would, like, you know, I don't know, mess up like a kid's head, like a 4 or 5-year-old child?
Les ananas ne parlent pas.
Non.
C'est vrai?
Oui.
Oh.
Bon. Bonjour.
Anyways, there you go. So I'm not going to get into more of that, but there you go. There's like a glimpse of like my childhood. Nothing to do with Iran Revolution Live, but we were speaking about pineapples, and then we got into French language. So there you go. Yeah, so there's an entire like Canadian TV series funded by the Canadian government where there's a talking pineapple convincing children that pineapples speak. Yes, that was Pineapple Revolution Live. Yes. No wonder Canadians are so weird. Yeah, I mean, I can't justify that. You know, he kind of does look more like corn than pineapple. Is this why you cannibalize pizza? Yes, 100%. Like, I'm pretty sure the reason that we love pineapples on pizza is because we were traumatized by ananas. So this is like our revenge. We get revenge on ananas. All right, let's continue with the actual show because I still want to watch Armin's rants, and I'll be back in like 10-15 minutes.
Wow.
Deliberate leave. The aggressors, in their own assertions, possess the most advanced technologies and the highest precision military and data systems. No one can believe that the attack on the school was anything other than deliberate and intentional.
Wow. Guys, oh my God. I don't understand. From these people, first they say the Americans are pathetically weak and they like there's nothing. We will slap them. This is easy when they're being humiliated. But all of a sudden, when there is miscalculation or a bad information and any civilians die and there's any collateral damage, you're like, no, you guys have the best military in the world with the most advanced technology. So much so that there would be, our expectation is that you make zero mistakes. There will be zero civilian casualties. Like, the only explanation for civilian casualties is that you were targeting civilians. Is that how it works? Guys, did you know that I knew Americans and Israelis had advanced technology and American, like, and the most advanced military on the planet. I didn't know they have godlike powers. Arakshi is telling us that the Americans are so advanced that they never miss, that they have zero bad intelligence, that there is zero miscalculation, that there are zero errors. He just
Okay, guys, so I just want to let you know, I managed to figure out how to change the layout of the screen. So if you look here, like this is like the original version where my screen is turned off, but this is the version where now I can like superimpose myself on the earlier video. So now it's like, now I can like react to him in real time, right? And then this can look like a legit video. So there you go. It's not really Goldieception because I'm covering myself, right? Like that's the old one. And then like this is the layout where I'm like covering myself. So yeah, now I get to like react to Armin, and then we could make like videos about this or whatever. But I you know what's really funny though? Now I could just like pause Armin at any time, and I can just be like pause, and then I can say whatever I want, and then Armin's paused, right? So it's kind of funny. Don't tell him I'm doing this. Don't tell him I'm doing this. Yeah, I changed the layout a little bit. I was trying to figure it out, but there you go. I finally figured it out. All right, let's continue with Armin's rants.
Made America's military might and intelligence. He leveled it up to.
Oh, wait, someone is saying my window is slightly larger. Yeah, I know. Okay, I mean, I could try to fix that. I don't know how to, but I don't know. It's kind of hard to fix it. It is what it is. It is what it is. You'll just have to deal with a slightly larger window. That's how you know that I'm superimposing. There you go.
Godlike powers. I didn't know that. I mean, I have always appreciated how strong and.
Oh no, that is so mean. Now you can interrupt Armin all you want. Wait, never mind, you already do? That is savage. That is so savage. So mean. Aw. I'll try to interrupt him less. I'm sorry. Aw.
Impressive the U.S. military and intelligence are, but I didn't know it was at this level that they make zero mistakes. You see how desperate these people are?
Okay, I did interrupt a lot in this part of the rant, so let's just go back so I can see like what the rant was about, because I got distracted. I got distracted by the pineapple and my sister.
Mistakes. There will be zero civilian casualties. Like the only explanation for civilian casualties is that you were targeting civilians. Is that how it works? Is that how it works? Guys, did you know that I knew Americans and Israelis had advanced technology and the most advanced military on the planet. I didn't know they have godlike powers. Arakshi is telling us that the Americans are so advanced that they never miss, that they have zero bad intelligence, that there is zero miscalculation, that there are zero errors. He just made America's military might and intelligence. He leveled it up to godlike powers. I didn't know that. I mean, I have always appreciated how strong and impressive the U.S. military and intelligence are, but I didn't know it was at this level that they make zero mistakes. You see how desperate these people are? Everybody knows that even with the best army and with the best intelligence, there will always be collateral damage. There will always be mistakes. There will always be misinformation. You could reduce it to a minimum, but you could never bring it down to zero. So there will always be, and even though the number of civilians dying in all of these military operations has been unbelievably low and not zero, these people are so desperate to use the lowest amount of civilian casualties in all modern military warfare to just go on that, grab that, and say, well, these people have godlike perfect powers. So the only expectation, the only civilian casualty that we.
Oh wait, Sohail is gone, so I have to change my layout so I can like make it match, because Sohail is gone. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now we can continue.
Could have expected if these people were not targeting civilians were zero. Really? Zero. It could only be explained, any civilian casualties inside Iran could only be explained by Americans hunting down civilians. Sure, buddy, you're retarded. Or maybe you're not retarded, but you think your audience is retarded.
Wait, Sohail is back. I have to fix my layout. Okay, give me a moment. Give me a moment. All right. Okay, let's continue.
Oh yeah, guys, like, subscribe, and share to get Goldie to 200,000.
Oh, Amir, that's so nice of you to say that even when I'm not here. Oh, Amir, you're so sweet. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me.
Also, guys, can you also get me to 100,000? I'll put the link.
Yeah, guys, why have we not made Armin go to 100,000? I don't understand. Why is Armin not at 100,000 yet? Can we please help Armin get to 100,000? Like, this needs to be a thing. Why is Armin not at 100,000? Let me put his YouTube channel in the chat, in all the chats, on X and, you know, wherever. Guys, he's so close. No, wait. Okay, so he needs like 11,000 more people. He's so close. Guys, come on. We can do it. We can support Armin. And, you know, like, share the link with everyone. You know, share the link, subscribe, share with everyone you know. I'm putting it in all of my social media channels. Let's help Armin get to 100,000. Armin has been working so hard. Armin is incredible. He's been doing like YouTube stuff for like the last 10 years. So if anyone deserves to get to like at least 100,000, it's Armin. It's Armin for sure. So everyone, like, subscribe to Armin's channel, share it with everyone you know. Let's support Armin. Let's support Armin. All right. Okay, let's continue.
Yes, so like and subscribe to Goldie's channel to get her to 100,000. And I'll also put the link to my channel in Goldie's chat.
Yeah. And guys, I'm always happy. I'm always happy when he puts the link to his channel in my chat. Like, support the guy. Support him. He's amazing. And like I said, the only reason that I'm on YouTube is because Armin actually encouraged me to start a YouTube channel. And Armin actually taught me how to like use StreamYard and, you know, all that stuff. So yeah. Oh, Armin is live because the reason that Armin is live is because we've merged our channels together. So whenever like I'm streaming Iran Revolution live, I automatically like log into his channels and make sure that he's streaming as well. So that's like the agreement that we both have. So but literally Armin is the one that helped me get my YouTube channel up and running. And back in October, I only had like 1,500 subscribers. So in the last 6 months, I've gained almost 200,000 subscribers. And that's all because of Armin. So everyone needs to support Armin. Go subscribe. Like Armin is doing amazing work. I would not be here without Armin. And you know what's really amazing is that when Armin was helping me, he didn't even want anything in return. He basically just helped me out of the kindness of his heart. And that was back in October. And that was before the revolution started. So like when he did all that, we had no idea that we would be here today. Like we had no idea that there would be like a revolution and that we would be collaborating and working together. So Armin literally just helped me out of the kindness of his heart with no expectation of anything in return. So we love Armin. We are huge fans of Armin. Let's make sure we get Armin to 100,000. I don't know how we do it, but we do it. Share the link with everyone. Just make sure he gets to 100,000. Because Armin is the real deal. Armin is an OG. And he's just a kind-hearted person. You know what I mean? He's a kind-hearted person. And he deserves all the best.
If you guys want to help me get to 100K, because we're at 90 right now.
Help him.
So almost making it to 100K.
Help him get to 100.
So I'm saying, please stop yelling at us, Armin. Guys, should I stop the yelling? I'm not yelling at you. I'm yelling at him. Are you guys fine? You guys want me to stop the yelling?
No.
I'm frustrated with these people. This is like
No, don't stop the yelling, Armin. I'm literally here and it's already like late. Like we're in this is basically like Iran Revolution live after dark. And I'm here because I just want to watch you yelling and I want to comment and laugh at this, right? Because I missed this part. So yeah, don't stop the yelling. That's literally why I'm here.
Decades of I don't know, frustration. You guys are basically my therapist right now.
Aww.
Oh, people are saying don't stop yelling.
There you go.
Oh, don't stop.
Yelling.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Oh, he's so cute.
Okay. No, don't stop. Okay, fine. Yes. Okay, let's continue then. Guys, you know what you guys are doing? I'm basically saving money on therapy because you guys. I'm just like all of these frustrations that we have had in the past couple of decades. I'm just like.
I know. People are saying I make it look like Armin is here. I know, guys. So I told you that's because of the layout I'm using, right? So this is what the screen actually looks like. But then this is the layout, right? So I add like the overlay. Boop, boop. So yeah, it makes it look like Armin is here, except I could pause him at any time, right? I could pause him and he has no control over it, right? So there you go. But it does look kind of realistic. Oh, you thought that he was with me? No, he's not. I'm guys, I'm watching a replay of Friday, March 27. So this is Friday, March 27 when I left for like my birthday celebration, and then I heard that Armin had like, this crash out and he was like yelling and whatever. And then people were like, Goldie, you have to watch it. So Armin's gone for the evening. This is the video that I'm playing, but no, he's not live. I'm live, but Armin's not. So now I'm reacting. Oh my gosh. Oh no, people thought that Armin was here. Oh no. No, he's not. No, he's not here. He left. He already left. Yeah. He already left. But I heard a lot of good things about this night. So I was like, I need to watch it and experience it. So there you go. So that's what we're doing right now. But I'll be back in a little bit. Give me like 10-15 minutes. I'll be back, but I'll be watching. This was Armin's rant when I was out for my birthday celebration.
You guys are working as my therapist. Oh, keep yelling. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Armin.
Thank you. Thank you, Milton. All right, let's continue. Yeah, I'm venting.
Targeting Shajar Tayyib school was a war crime and a crime against humanity, one that demands unequivocal condemnation by all.
Okay, so if it's a war crime to cause any amount of civilian casualties in war or any military operations or battles, then all war, every single military operation would be a war crime. So when you say war crime, the whole term war crime will make sense if there is some types of military operation or war that would not be a war crime. That would just be just war. Like it would be a war that is not a war crime. Or else the term war crime wouldn't mean anything if all war is war crime. And given that all military operations will have some civilian casualties, it's retarded for you to suggest that this is a war crime because civilians died. Because then there is no war that is not a war crime.
And unambiguous accountability for the culprits. This atrocity cannot be justified.
And again, guys, you know why this is so frustrating? Because this comes from a guy that represents a regime that just recently did the greatest act of massacre in modern history on civilians who were just in the streets unarmed, asking for their freedom, demanding their freedom. For this guy to come out and say like, oh, but there were civilian casualties, so this was a war crime. It's like, oh God, I hope I hope we capture this guy. Like sometimes I want the Israelis to take this one out with a drone, but sometimes I'm feeling like, well, if he dies with a drone, then who are we going to have? We Iranian people, we need at least one. Like we need at least one. Okay, like who can we like when it comes to for justice time with the Iranian people, like we want to have a court date and like put some of these people on trial. And like, can we have Arakchi? Like, can Israelis? You guys are having too much fun with this. Like, can we have Arakchi? Right? Like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, I want to see this guy on trial. Yeah, no leftovers, guys. Israelis, Americans, leave us some leftovers. Okay, okay. I don't know. Save him for last. Yeah, it's already justice time. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we'll see. I want some of these people in the court. Yeah, wait, so. Oh, yeah, someone saying, Armin, we may keep Mushtaba for you guys. Yeah, well, even with Mushtaba, you had to have a bite. You're not leaving Mushtaba for us. You're leaving half a Mushtaba. You're leaving half a Mushtaba for us. Like, yeah. Oh, my God. You're like, yeah, even the leftover, you actually took some, you took a bite out of that.
Cannot be concealed and must not be met with silence and indifference. The attack on Shajarat Tayyib school in Minab was not a mere...
Oh, he's still talking about that school. Okay, this actually shows to me, guys, please understand what happened in the school, if the reports are accurate, is a tragedy. Nobody should try to dismiss that. The focus on that school to me suggests that civilian casualties have been so low that that's their only go-to. That's their only go-to. They have that. How low has civilian casualty? Like we have had this military operation all across Iran for 25 days. You would assume by now we would have so many examples, because again, mistakes happen, of events similar to what happened in Minab, in that girls' school, that they would be that the list would be longer. The fact that he's mentioning that school, again and again and again, shows that they're empty-handed. They don't have that many other examples, which shows how low the civilian casualties has been in Iran.
The incident nor a miscalculation. The United States' contradictory remarks aimed at justifying their crime could not, in any manner, elude their responsibility. To denounce,
they have been very responsible. Again, you have to do the math, guys. You have to do the math. Look at the way to measure how responsible and how moral an army is that you look at the ratio of civilian to combatant casualty rates, and you compare it. You compare that ratio to all other wars and military operations in modern history. And what you notice is that when it comes to Israel and United States, they usually have the lowest civilian to combatant ratio, which shows that they have gone out of their way to try to reduce civilian casualties. You shouldn't go based on anecdotes and examples, because even if you are the most moral, careful army and you have done so many things to reduce civilian casualties, because there will be civilian casualties, and because even one civilian casualty will be a tragedy and something very sad to look at. If you look at the anecdote and basically focus on that one story, you might get this picture that, oh, these people are evil. But if you zoom out a little bit and look at the ratio, then that is how you judge how careful that army is and that country is when it comes to, and how moral they are. And again, the Israeli army and the American army are the most moral armies in the world. Oh yeah, we got another super chat saying Neil Bunny has the debunk info for that school. Armin, check it out. I'm not gonna. I've seen the debunk videos, but thank you so much for the super chat. Again, guys, like for every debunk video, I also seen people with, expertise that say like, oh, it was clearly this, and people with, again, expertise saying like, no, it's clearly the opposite. Okay. So I'm not going to trust, if I'm not here, guys, let me give you a hint, the way I look at it. Okay. If you're not an expert yourself, if you see certain experts with the right knowledge saying this happened, and then certain other experts with the right knowledge and experience saying no, the opposite happened, okay, then my position as a non-expert is I don't know. That's the responsible position to have when I hear people more knowledgeable than me having contradictory conclusions. What do you guys think? Do you think that's the responsible position to have? Because just because somebody is an expert and has a lot of experience, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're right, because other experts with a lot of experience are coming up with a different conclusion. So the most responsible position to have when you see that contradiction among experts is, I don't know. What I do know is that the Americans and Israelis don't target civilians. This could have been a mistake. This could have been the Islamic Republic doing this themselves. This could have been a fake story. Maybe it didn't even happen at all. I don't know. Okay. But I don't know what happened. But what I do know is that the Americans and Israelis don't target civilians. And what I also know is that the Islamic Republic and its proxies do target civilians. That I know. What do you guys think? Oh God, no, guys, the video analysis is like really long. So yeah.
Such a merciless assault on a place inherently civilian, a place where the most innocents reside and pursue knowledge.
Yeah, Neil Bunny, I watched that video, and I also watched analysis from other people for why that is wrong. I watched an analysis that contradicts that. Yeah, no, I've seen other people say I've seen people saying that, Neil Bunny, and I've also seen other people saying why that is not correct. Again, because I'm not an expert myself, I'm not going to rely on that.
Such a merciless assault on a place inherently civilian, a place where the most innocents reside and pursue knowledge, is not merely a legal obligation under human rights frameworks. It is a moral and human imperative. Our conscience will judge us more profoundly than any tribunal ever could. Distinguished delegates, Shajar Tayyib Elementary School has not been the only casualty of American-Israeli atrocity crimes during the past 27 days of their illegal war. Human rights and international humanitarian law have been massively and systematically violated by the invaders in an unprecedentedly brutal manner.
Oh my God. Again, guys, I'm sorry for pausing this, but every time he says international law, like if there is anything such as international law, you are the number one violators of it. It's a joke. These people lecturing the rest of the world about international law it's a joke that you're even taking serious. It's a joke that you're even given this platform.
Are targeting civilians and civilian infrastructures with no regard for laws of war.
These are the people who celebrated October 7th. These are the people who celebrated October 7th. He is lecturing us about international law and humanitarian law. The people who celebrated October 7th is lecturing the rest of the world about international law. I kid you not, they celebrated it. Khamenei himself celebrated it.
and basic principles of humanity and civility. More than 600 schools have been demolished or damaged across Iran, and more than 1,000 students and teachers.
You know, now I know why everyone was encouraging me to watch Armin, because yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. Right? Wait, this is how he holds his hat. Is this how he does it? Yeah. All right, guys. Let's continue. Now I can see why you guys want me to watch this. And listen, I agree with Armin. I agree with him. Oh, it gets better. Whoa, it gets better. Okay, all right. Ooh, we might have a late night.
Martyred or wounded as the result. The aggressors, who are arrogantly shouting, "No mercy, no quarters," and threatening to strike Iran's vital infrastructure, have been attacking hospitals, ambulances, health workers, Red Crescent.
Did you see how he pronounced ambulance? He was like ambulances. Oh my gosh, what an embarrassment. Like, do you not even know how to pronounce ambulance?
Mercy, no quarters, and threatening to strike Iran's vital infrastructure, have been attacking hospitals, ambulances, health workers, Red Crescent.
Ambulances! Are you kidding me? Guys, we've seen the regime using ambulances. We've seen the regime using ambulances and moving the troops around.
Yep.
As cover, we've seen videos of that.
And threatening to strike Iran's vital infrastructure.
No, guys, it's not lies. Sometimes you have to hit ambulances because they're filled with regime forces.
Have been attacking hospitals, ambulances.
Hospitals that you use as covers. Hospitals that we've seen videos of regime forces hiding in schools and hospitals.
Health workers, Red Crescent rescuers.
Red Crescent rescuers, I showed you videos of the regime forces wearing Red Crescent uniforms. Hey, Goldie's here. Hey, Goldie.
I am just here. Oh, wait. I am here. Wait. Let me see what's going on here. All right. Let me. Apparently, okay, here we go. So apparently I came back briefly when he was yelling, and then he's like, "Oh, hey, Goldie's here." All right.
Forces hiding in schools and hospitals.
Health workers, Red Crescent rescuers.
Red Crescent rescuers, I showed you videos of the regime forces wearing Red Crescent uniforms. Hey, Goldie's here. Hey, Goldie.
I am just here I was listening and I'm still watching. I just wanted to say good night. I'm going out for dinner, but the Islamic regime, they wear Red Crescent outfits and they pretend like they're civilians. Armin, there's actually a video of one of them pretty much admitting that they were hiding behind the Red Crescent when they were training like Hezbollah and all these other people. So,
yeah, that's a very old video and it's famous. Goldie, that's a good point, that we should show them that video. That's a very old video that the regime admits that they use those tactics. And he says in that video, it's already known. So I'm free to say it because the Westerners have already figured out that we do this.
Yeah.
So he admitted that. Yeah.
All right, Armin, sorry I interrupted you mid-rage, but yeah, someone was saying Goldie in black and white. So yeah, Goldie in black is like Goldie in work mode, and then Goldie in white, that was me going on my birthday date dinner. So there you go. Go ahead. I agree with everything you're saying. And we'll see you tomorrow. All right.
Enjoy Goldie, and happy birthday.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah, that was me showing up. Oh yeah, Armin. Oh my gosh, it's so funny. Like as soon as I showed up, Armin like calmed down. He's like, "Oh no, I need to calm down." Oh, he's so sweet. All right, okay, let's go back to this mode, and now we can continue with the Armin rage, because now I'm technically not here anymore because I've gone out for my birthday dinner. All right, let's see what I missed.
Okay. Oh, guys, this is an emotional roller coaster. Like going from mid-rage to happy birthday. Looking up and down. Enjoy your time. Now back to Okay. Wait, we got a super chat.
Oh, that is so cute.
Wait. So up and down. I don't know if this is okay.
Oh no, guys, that was so cute. He's like, I don't know how to deal with this. I'm like, rage, and then I'm like, calm, and then I'm rage. Oh, that's so sweet. Look at that. Guys, this is why everyone needs to subscribe to ARMIN. Everyone subscribe to ARMIN.
Hospitals, ambulances, health.
I going off this video. They
Okay. Oh, guys, this is an emotional roller coaster. Like going from mid-range to happy birthday, looking up and down. Enjoy your time. Now back to Okay. Wait, we got a super chat. Hold on.
Armin's
Wait. So up and down. I don't know if this is okay. We got two super chats here saying, I remember how the leftists used the baby killers propaganda in Vietnam. It's their standard line now. They use it endlessly against the war on terror and Israelis and the Israelis. It's BS, but it works for them. Yeah, I mean, when you don't have stats, you have to go with anecdotes. Saying, Armin, just like the IRGC, the UN is as useless. They see the IRGC breaking what they call international law, and they do nothing. Just like the IRGC, they soon will be gone. Okay, so the UN is useless and somewhat evil, but let's not get them to the same level as IRGC. Yeah, I agree. I consider the UN to be our enemy because the UN is an institution apparently more focused on being anti-Israeli than anything else. And because I consider Israel to be our main allies as Iranian, I consider the UN to be our enemy. I just don't want to compare people to IRGC because that is such a level of evil that I think that I don't, as bad as the UN is, I don't want to just say like, oh, they're just like the IRGC. Like that is a whole other level of evil that I don't think it is a challenge to be able to reach that level of evil, right? But yeah, but you're right. The UN is useless. So let's continue.
Refineries, water sources, and residential areas. War crime and crime against humanity are not sufficiently describing the gravity of the atrocities they are committing. The aggressors' targeting pattern, accompanied by their rhetoric, leave little doubt as to their clear intent to commit genocide.
Oh, yeah. Oh, guys, this is their intention. Guys, this is the world, these morons. Oh, my God, these retarded people. Who buys this? Who buys this? The American President Trump and Marco Rubio and Lindsey Graham were sitting in the Oval Office, and Pete Hegseth, like, hey, Pete Hegseth, come here. We have a plan. Like, what is the plan? We want to genocide the Iranian people. Like, what? Like, yeah, we want to commit genocide. That was the plan. Genocide the Iranian people. That is the intention. Who buys this? Guys, tell me who is retarded enough to think this? First of all, you Americans suck at genocide. I thought the Israelis suck at doing genocide. Oh, no. You Americans suck even more at doing genocide. Really? Really? Let's imagine that like the Americans are actually trying to do genocide. Apparently, you're not that great. It's really easy to do genocide in Iran. Did you guys know that you have atomic bombs? You want to, these are rookie numbers if you're trying to do genocide. How many Iranians have died so far? Do you know there's 90 million of us? Genocide has a definition. Genocide is with the intention of wiping out an entire group of people.
Okay, I have to say. So when Armin is like, I thought Israelis sucked at genocide, but Americans suck even more at genocide. We all know what he means, right? Like it's basically like there's no genocide, there's no war crimes, right? But it's just it's saying it in like a sarcastic, funny way. Look at his expression. So. Like honestly, the best compliment like a nation or a country can get is that like you suck at genocide, which is what Armin's basically saying. So, oh man, this is so good. Oh Armin, oh no, he's going on the. It's so good.
You Americans suck at genocide. I thought the Israelis suck at doing genocide. You Americans suck even more at doing genocide. Really? Really, let's imagine that like that the Americans are actually trying to do genocide. Apparently you're not that great. It's really easy to do genocide in Iran. Did you guys know that you have atomic bombs? You want to these are rookie numbers if you're trying to do genocide. How many Iranians have died so far? Do you know there's 90 million of us? Genocide is Guys, genocide has a definition. Genocide is with the intention of wiping out an entire group of people. Do you know that by the rate that you're going, it's going to take you 1 million years to be able to wipe out Iranian people? Have you put that into your calculation? If you're trying to do genocide, you know that you're not making any progress at all. We probably had more babies than the number of people who have died in this period.
It's true.
I'm not impressed. What? Wow, guys. We keep saying that Israelis, if all of this propaganda has been correct, that they've been trying to do genocide in Gaza, we're like, yeah, apparently the Jews are not good at everything. Okay, they're good at science, they're good at technology, they're good at academia, they're good at business. They're good at science, they're good at chess, they're good at comedy. But all of a sudden, when it comes to genocide, they become retarded, apparently. They're like, how do we do this? Like, wiping out the people? Like, should I drop?
Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, my gosh. Okay. Like, it's so weird, like, hearing him say that, because it's like, you would think that it's an insult, but it's actually a compliment. It's like, yeah, like you want to be known for being bad at genocide because that means you're a good person. But just the way he says it is just like, oh my God. Like, okay, guys, Americans, yeah. He called you the R word, but it was, within context. It was for a good reason. Oh no.
They're good at science, they're good at chess, they're good at comedy, but all of a sudden, when it comes to genocide, they become retarded. Apparently, they're like, how do we do this? Like, wiping out the people? Like, should I drop a bomb in the middle of the most populated area? Like, no, let's warn them first. Like, are you sure that's going to kill more people? Like, yeah, let's drop leaflets and tell them where we're going to bomb. That sure is going to help us with genociding them, right? Like, let's have a whole crew of our soldiers that speak Arabic to call into Gaza, telling them where we're going to bomb. Like, are you sure that's going to help with genocide? Like, yeah, that's going to help us kill more of them. Like, how about this? How about before bombing a building, we blow up something right above their roof, so that the people in the building know that we're going to bomb this building? Like, how is that going to help? Like, oh, it's going to shock them and they're going to freeze them in place and they're going to stay in there, and that way we're going to kill more of them. Apparently, that's going to help with genocide. Like, oh my God, like, yeah. So, yeah, guys, I thought Israelis suck at doing genocide, but apparently Americans suck even more at doing genocide. Because American has even more military power when it comes to doing absolute destruction. And it's really easy. Guys, it's so, the Americans suck so much at genocide that the Iranian people feel so safe walking in the streets of Iran, unfortunately, while they should be home, because they keep noticing that the Americans are being very precise with their targeting. So you are so bad at genocide that the Iranian people are not even feeling unsafe while under bombardment.
No.
Again, guys, I really want to know, who in the world is like looking at everything and analyzing the world? Oh, yeah, the Americans want to commit genocide on the Iranian people. Do these people even know what genocide means? Oh my God. Okay. So Israelis, apparently you are the second worst. Second worst. I thought you guys were the worst at genocide. But nope, it's the Americans. You're the second worst at doing genocide. The Americans even suck more.
You know what,
Being
guys?
the gravity of
I agree. Armin is way more funnier than late night. Guys, Armin's not only way more funnier than late night hosts, he literally needs like his own late night comedy show. Could you imagine Armin being like a late night comedy show co-host? He would be hilarious. He would be so funny because he just like Armin does not give an F. Like if Armin did like, you know, Armin After Dark late night comedy, like the guy needs his own like TV show. Because this is so funny. This is so funny. Oh my gosh.
By the way, guys, please don't cut that part. Like, guys, somebody is going to cut that part out and is going to make it seem like I'm saying Americans and Israelis suck at
You know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that tomorrow for April Fools. I'm just gonna be like, Armin says that Israelis and Americans suck at genocide, and he's mad at Americans and Israelis for sucking at genocide. You know what? It's his fault though. He gave me the idea. No, I won't do it. I won't do it. No. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. But it's a funny thought. It's a thought that counts.
Somebody gonna clip this out and make me look anti-American and anti-Israeli. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I gave them, I'm gonna say it was AI. Yeah, so I think Amir Singh, sorry, I mean, can't expect them for a lot with definitions after they shout for Palestine and Islamophobia.
Oh, wait, someone is saying, welcome to Late Night with Goldie and Armin. Thank you. Actually, in fact, Armin's not here. This is a replay of March 27 when I left early. And so I'm replaying March 27, but I put my I put my image over here to make it seem like I'm here. So I can actually block or pause Armin at any time. Poor Armin is already in bed. Armin's already asleep, or I don't know, maybe not asleep, but Armin's like gone on with like the rest of his day. So it's just me. But yeah, a lot of people think that Armin is here. He's not. I have full control of Armin right now because I can pause. I can play and pause him at any time.
Yeah.
See?
It's okay. Okay.
I have full control. But it is late night with me because I wanted to watch this, but I actually do have to end the live stream pretty soon because I'm going on Piers Morgan tomorrow morning, and I have to wake up early and get ready for that. So I'm going to play a little bit more. I'm just going to let Armin finish this part of his rant, and then we will continue tomorrow with the rest of the late night stuff. But yeah, I pretty much have control because this is the actual replay, and this is me on top. I actually don't know if Chunky's going to be there tomorrow. I mean, I hope not because I just don't want to deal with him, but I mean, it is what it is. So I'm just going to have to deal with that. But yeah, let's finish up like the next 2-3 minutes and then we'll call it a night. But we will continue. Armin After Dark tomorrow when Armin is gone.
You guys defend me, okay?
Oh, so Armin's like, if someone posts my video, you guys defend me.
Really suck at somebody gonna clip this out and make me look anti-American and anti-Israeli. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Okay, I gave them. I'm gonna say it was AI. Yeah, so it thinks Amir thinks sorry. I mean, can't expect them for a lot with definitions after they shout for Palestine and Islamophobia. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, you guys defend me. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh God, you're right. I have the Israeli and American flag behind me, so it's gonna be hard for them to cut me out. They could actually. Well, I mean, they could do a vertical version of the video. Cut that part out. I should bring the flags closer to behind me so it can't get cut out. Yeah, they're gonna put me on the Islamic Republic State TV. And like, look, even this Pahlaviist person is saying Americans and Israelis suck.
Atrocities they are committing.
Oh my gosh. Okay. We will stop it here. I have the time frame because it's like past 11:30. I do have to go to bed, getting very late. But guys, thank you everyone for joining. This was fantastic. We're gonna have an amazing day tomorrow. Project Vendetta. Thank you for the 2C video. I look forward to trolling 2C tomorrow with that video. So you are a genius. Thank you so much. And Project Vendetta, when I edit the video, I'm going to send it back to you so that you can upload like the edited version on your YouTube channel so that when I then add it to like my Iran Revolution live playlist, we can make sure that the views go to your channel because you've earned it and you deserve it. So, all right, guys, thank you everyone for joining. This is day 94 of Iran Revolution Live. We'll see you tomorrow for day 95 and also for April Fools. So until then, I'm Yisrael Chai. God bless America. Payande Iran and Javid Shah.
امشب شب خوبیه خنده رو لمحای ما پیر و جوون تو میدون هی میرقصن بی هوا هیچ کسی دیگه اینجا از اون سایه نمیترسه هر کی دستشو آورده بالا از ته دلش میخنده همه با هم هیدر terror بشو
تونستید بچه ها حضرت امام خامنه ای ملکوت اعلا پیوست شما پیروز نشدید انا لله
که حالی میدی میکشیمتون بالا بالا بالا بالا بالا تر عالی میشه ماشین پر میاد خالی میری جانی دیگه ساقی کی همه چی که داره قاطی میشه خشبامون داره خالی میشه جنازه بو قاضی میده بلی میزنیم با زمین یکی بشی جای لاستیکا روت بری به درک میمیری زر تو جعب دلی بری نمیدونی جای ما رو میکشیم زامنا رو میزنیم رو زمین قاسما رو آماده ایم میچکونیم ماشا رو روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا شله آقازاده شده خودت کتله تو کجه مجه زمین های شهر پر سوسه داره آتیش میگیره حوزه موزه انگا همه کنکوری رشته تناب ملت تو رو دوره کنه مال مای شب لگت میزنیم باشه درا زیرت میزنیم که بری هوا چشات سیاه میرن چشم پوشی کن لباس عزا میبینی دیر نیست میبینی میریم و تیغ میغ میگیریم میکنیم تیز میز میشینیم میکنیم ریز میمیریم روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا چقدر سر حالم از من تک شما همه با هم کتله تا چقدر تر تا زن جمع ما جمع همه پاین صف میکنیم تن وارم رفیقاتم همه پک و پارن فواره کر رگ پارن برو خونیمونی نشه پاچم میکنیم شب و صفا میگیرین شب و عزا میریزی سر تو بلا ملا بدنا میشه از سر و سوا دوا موا چی عدا مدا مپا ساس فتا متا باجا ماجا بسیجی و برادرم میرن همه هوا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا به این کار میریم همه بالا روی جنازت میرقصم روی جنازت میرقصم روی جنازت میرقصم shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net, but not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry, freedom is
Guys, I'm so sorry. I accidentally pushed back and then the video left because I accidentally left the live. So, all right, guys, we just have to start Angels of Liberty from the beginning and then we'll end it after. I'm so sorry, guys. We're back.
Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. They're not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say, without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. We stand with you. Basajid are on every street. IRGC boots marching to beat. 40,000 killed, buried unnamed. 50,000 caged, broken and chained. But we still rise, we still believe in words you wrote, in vows you gave. We want freedom and revenge. We will fight beside you till the end. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. We stand with you. We stand with you. Morning rises in every sea. We shout King Reza Pahlavi, our hope, our future, and unity. A future built on justice and peace, where hatred ends and nations breathe. We honor the brave American Air Force and Navy. Through all our lives, we will be free. Angels of liberty, unleash your fire, and the Islamic regime lift us higher. Angels of liberty, hear our cry. Freedom is born when you fill our sky. Angels of liberty, strong and true, our old ally USA. IRANIAN, stand with you. God bless the USA.
Look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people. This is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too, to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free world. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area and the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. To now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سیدگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقها به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از هر آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است،
روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. آواز شرافت میهنی بسازی فخر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویا. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان. روی شانه هامان حمل می‌کنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب